I officially call to order today's meeting of the Arizona Game and Fish Commission meeting. Commissioner Manuel, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. I want to take a minute to thank all of our fantastic people that were at Expo. Whether you were a visitor or part of our community here at Arizona Game and Fish, it was an amazing day. I was sorry that we had to cut it short, but I'm glad that people didn't die on the sand because it was too hot. I mean, it got pretty warm out there. I really have to say that after being a commissioner for 4.5 years, I have developed such tremendous respect for the knowledge, the background, the experience, the history of Arizona Game and Fish. And I sit here as a commissioner, as the chair, making decisions. But I totally rely on the information given to me as a commissioner. We have so much data and biology and everything behind the decisions we make, and that makes me very proud. I think you've heard me say this before. We're going up in a couple weeks to WAFWA, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And I love it when we're sitting in commission meetings and we're talking about whatever topic it is. And they say, you know, about 95% of the other commissions will say, you know, we're going to wait and see what Arizona does. Boy, oh boy, does that make me proud. And it's thanks to all of you and also the constituents and the people that donate and the people that are out there volunteering and on the work projects. Thanks to you, we truly are very top in the nation. So to be congratulated. And I found this quote, and I thought it was very appropriate. You can't make decisions if you're not well informed. And that's why I love what we do as commissioners, because all of our people, all of you, with your blue slips, with your comments, you keep us well informed. So I have to thank you all for that. With that, I would like to welcome you all here, and I'd like to introduce the commission and then the executive leadership. So, Commissioner Kerr, would you please start for us?
Kurt Kerr, Pinetop, Arizona.
Jeff Buchanan, Patagonia, Arizona.
Marcia Petrie-Sue, Scottsdale, Arizona.
James Guggenauer, Payson, Arizona.
Jessica Manuel, Parks, Arizona.
Good morning, Tom Finley, Director.
Good morning, Joshua Hurst, Deputy Director.
Good morning, Jim Odenkirk, General Counsel.
Good morning, Marianne Cox, Special Assistant to the Director.
And good morning, everyone. Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
I think we got everyone, and thank you.
We'll go this way if that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Jen Stewart, Support Services Assistant Director.
Good morning, Jared McFarland, Field Operations Assistant Director.
Clay Crowder, Wildlife Management Division Assistant Director.
Tony Giles, Assistant Director, Information, Education, and Recreation Division.
You may notice we're a little bit cozy up here, kind of squished in. We are switching things around a bit, so hopefully within the next few months you're going to see an extension of where we're all sitting, so everyone doesn't have to be so crowded in here. We call it cozy. We're just cozy today. With the awards and recognition, I'd like to invite Andrew Rogetz and Jose Joaquin and Taylor Alexander. Would you please come up and join me? Thank you. Hi, kids. Look how cute they are. They're young, too. Andrew, Jose, and Taylor have seized opportunities to improve hunter education course content, refined offerings to meet customer needs, increased overall understanding and course satisfaction, and applied problem-solving skills to resolve technological challenges. I speak at some of the Hunter Ed classes, and I can see the improvement and how enjoyable it is for the kids that come in, the adults that come in. It's just wonderful. Some of their recent efforts have improved course content through reviewing and updating, which was very important, the course materials for all Hunter education courses. To improve the customer experience, they reviewed Hunter education course offerings and removed redundancies, resolved technical issues, and implemented updated, and through those efforts, improved program efficiency. And I think that also levels up the enjoyment of the people that are going through as students. The team trained 9 new bow hunter education instructors. That's a lot. That's very cool. Allowing in-person courses to resume for the first time in several years. In addition, they have trained dozens of new Hunter Ed instructors, which has increased the number of geographic availability of in-person Hunter education courses and field days. They have grown the Trapper education program, which I think is really cool. That's very nice, and expanded the geographic availability of this course through Arizona. Through commitment to increasing communication with our volunteer instructors, they don't get paid. They have strengthened these critical relationships and gained credibility and support from proposed changes to course offerings. In addition, they have introduced R3, which is recruitment, retention, and reactivation, for those of you that know and love R3 so well, next step opportunities into Hunter education courses, and the instructors and introducing these offerings to their students. The cumulative effort made by Andrew, Jose, and Taylor over the last year have had an enormous positive impact on the Department Hunter Education Program. So we are very proud to congratulate them on these awards. Give them a round of applause. Okay, let's open these and hold them up in front of you, and we'll get a nice picture. Okay, Taylor.
Thank you.
Andrew? Almost got you in the order, huh? There we go. Thank you. Right. Yeah, there we go. And that was the fabulous George taking our picture. Can we give George a round of applause, too? Thank you so much. And please, watch your step there. Now, don't kill yourself here. Great.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks.
I didn't really shake your hands, so I guess I didn't shake your hand. Thanks, kids. Great job. Much appreciated. Okay, this is for fun. Director Finley?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. We will be operating off the agenda dated March 30th, 2026. For the benefit of the public, agendas are available and located on the table by the door. If a member of the public wishes to speak to the Commission on an agenda item, please fill out a blue slip. They're also available on the table. Give the blue slip to staff and we will ensure that you are recognized on the appropriate agenda item. If you would like to present the Commission with materials as part of your presentation, please place the materials in the inbox on the table by the door and we'll make sure they are distributed. We are webcasting this meeting, however, the webcast is not interactive. The department accommodates comments and discussion from attendees in person and at regional offices via video conference and electronic blue slips. If you want to address the Commission on something that is not on the agenda, we have a call to the public noticed for that purpose. You can sign up for the call to the public by filling out a blue slip. The chair will recognize you, and at that time you may address the Commission. In accordance with the open meeting law, the Commission is not able to discuss or take any action on a topic brought up and called to the public because it was not noticed on the public agenda. But the commission may refer it to a future meeting or ask the department to respond to the comments or meet with you to address the issue. With that, Madam Chair, we'll move on to agenda item 1, which is called to the public.
Thank you so much. John Colazar? John, I think that microphone is still on, so I think you're good. And please state your name and your organization, sir.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Is it on? Is the little green light on?
Yeah, green light. There we go.
There you go.
Morning, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is John Colazar, representing Conservation First USA. Before I proceed, can I bring you some pictures?
Absolutely. Would you like me to pass them around? Yes. Are you going to tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it's already started. Last Saturday, Conservation First USA hired a federal contractor to fly Unit 3C south of Highway 260 from Show Low Pine Top to Woods Canyon to determine the number of horses present in the unit. There have been no flights in this area since 2017, which was done by the Forest Service. It was only a partial at that time. The flight was an abbreviated flight, and that way nothing was confirmed. The flight on Saturday was over 5 hours in a helicopter, and during that flight, 2 federal contractors did counts on what they saw during their flight time. The following are their numbers. Horses counted, 1,800. Elk counted, 22. Flight distance, 409 miles. One clarifying point is that they were not able to count horses north of the 260 in the Woods Canyon area because of the heavy canopy cover, nor the 300 road because of the same heavy canopy cover. Their estimates are that there's 2,500 horses in Unit 3C. I understand that the Game and Fish Department does not involve itself with livestock and cannot handle them or comment in most ways. However, over the past 16 years, the department is now losing over 1,300 deer and elk tags each year because there is no wildlife present. Based on the numbers that you've seen and based on the lack of elk and deer that are in that unit, it's absolutely devastating. For me personally, I've been on this mission for 22 years. I had tags in 2004 and 2005, was alarmed at what I saw, and started ringing the bell, but nobody answered it. Currently, we understand that the Forest Service is undertaking a removal process and a plan that they have put in place. In discussions with the forest supervisor, they have indicated that any support from the commission and the department would be greatly appreciated. He understands the volatile nature of the issue and could use support for their decision to remove livestock from the Sitgreaves National Forest. The Forest Service has done all the heavy lifting on this issue, and I hope we can support their decision. And at that point, I'm free to take any questions, and I understand you don't necessarily have to respond to me.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, for the information. I might have missed it. I know these surveys are expensive. Who paid for the airtime?
Conservation First USA funded the $13,500 for the flight.
Thank you.
So that was $13,000 that they funded for the flight.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bill Traynor? Thank you, sir, for being here, and if you'll state your name and your organization, please.
Good morning. My name is Bill Traynor, legally William Traynor. I'm representing myself.
Thank you.
I'm an avid clay target sport shooter, and I've been using the Ben Avery Clay Target Center facility for the past 7 years. It's a very capable and has tremendous potential. A great place for people like me with a shotgun shooting addiction. I'm there multiple times a week. It has 5 sporting clay courses, which are of most interest to me. In addition, 5 stand, trap, skeet, and bunker. I must say that my satisfaction with this facility, specifically the Clay Target Center, has plummeted precipitously in the last 2.5 years. I'm not going to dwell on that part of my message. I'm here to state my hope and vision for the Clay Target Center in the future. The Clay Target Center needs to be fully staffed with range safety officers, trappers, if you want to call them, administration as well, who are both capable and allowed to react to the many things that need to be done to keep a facility like this operating, reloading targets, fixing equipment, ensuring range safety. All of those 5 ranges that are available cover a range of target difficulties from novice to advanced target tournament shooters. It's a wonderful capability. To make that all work, we need to have people there who can maintain the equipment, ranging from simple fixes at the machine at the moment that something breaks, changing a battery, clearing a broken target, etc., changing out a pickle, the buttons that you push, etc. In addition to that, there needs to be the capability to do larger repairs on site. Take the machine to a repair facility and fix it. So maintenance is very important. I'm running short on time, so I'm going to jump to the bottom of my list here.
Thank you.
And I'm going to recommend that the Clay Target Center use the Jackrabbit course, one of the 5 courses, as an advanced practice and training course. Put 4 throwers on each station and use that as a place for anyone to use, but who wants to build their skills and improve their abilities in the shotgun sports. That would be my top request. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your words, sir. Appreciate it. Josh O'Hara.
Good morning, Josh O'Hara. I'm representing myself.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm here to discuss Ben Avery Clay Target Center and the many things that are noticed day in and day out. I shoot over 30,000 rounds of 12 gauge a year for the past 3.5 years. So I spend a lot of time there. I notice what's going on. I notice the workers. I notice the machines. I notice the stations. I notice what's going on. So the things I've noticed is that there's not accessibility for the shooters, meaning at Coyote and the Roadrunner courses, which are across the street. They, in the last 3 months, because of short staff and because of whatever reason, they are closing it down. When the courses are supposed to be Rattlesnake as your lower level shooter, and then Roadrunner, which tends to be more corporate, Coyote should be more advanced, they're not. The targets are very stagnant. They don't change them. You ask about improvement, whether they can move them every 2 to 3 weeks, maybe once a month would be great. It doesn't happen. It just sits and sits and sits. And your competition shooters are constantly complaining about this. That, you talk to the range staff, they send the notes or they send the message above, and nothing gets done. Literally day in and day out. And so as shooters for us, yes, I probably shoot one of the most out there, is that you get bummed out. You try to find other avenues. So shooters, what I'm finding out in the last 2 to 3 months, I would say almost the last year, they're going to Rio Salado. 4 machines on each station. You can vary it up. They change them every 2 to 3 weeks. We have 5 courses here, and they don't ever change. So you're losing money going to other courses. People are even driving more to Tucson when they have 5 courses, and the targets are phenomenal. And I don't want to drive 4 hours round trip, nor does anybody else, but I will go because there's more opportunity there, more accessibility. Also, the lifelong customers and lifelong shooters, you know, we're just very disappointed in what's going on. You know, there's the shortness of staff, the staff that tends to be sitting around and not doing much when they have courses closed, machines are down, stations are closed. We're wondering what's going on when you see people collaborating together, sitting in their golf carts, not doing anything. And I'm talking about the workers. The 5-stand league is a great example. I shoot that every Wednesday. When we show up on Wednesday to field 16, they set up a course for us. Literally 5 weeks in a row, machines aren't working, pickles aren't working. We have to go to the permanent 5-stand, and we go there. The targets have been sitting there literally for 2 months. The shooting experience is just subpar. Okay, so yes, am I going to drive to Tucson every day? No, I'm not going to. Am I going to drive to Rio every day? I'm thinking about it because I can move my golf cart over there when I have a permanent golf cart spot here. This is where I like to be. I'm 22 minutes away. I don't enjoy driving 40 minutes away, but I will drive there because there's more opportunity. There's a better shooting experience.
Thank
and
you,
that's
sir.
what I'm asking for Ben Avery to do, is to have a better shooting experience.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming here today.
Thank you for your time.
Jeff Starr.
Good morning. My
Good
name
morning,
is Jeff
sir.
Starr. I am here representing myself.
Okay.
I'm a native Phoenician, and I've been coming to Ben Avery shooting range since the age of 10, back when it was Black Canyon Shooting Range. For decades, Ben Avery's been known as a world-class shooting facility. The past 4 or 5 years, the Clay Target Center has been steadily in decline. In the last 2 years, it's fallen off a cliff. The Roadrunner and Coyote sporting clay courses for most of the year have been closed. In fact, the number of days the courses have been open since February can be counted on one hand. We're being told they don't have the staff to open those courses, and it takes 4 months to hire someone. I spent 39 years in government, including some of it in the state of Arizona. It took 6 weeks for me to be hired, from recruitment to interviews to level 1 fingerprint clearance card to approval from the governor's office, since it was an appointed position. The first part of March, they modified the calendar to show Roadrunner and Coyote closed through July. People complained, so they changed the calendar back to the normal operation. But the morning that it's supposed to be open, they changed the calendar back, showing it closed. One day I asked a couple of range masters, how come last night it showed being open and it's closed right now? They said, well, the guy that's supposed to run it called in sick. When I asked the name of that person, they gave me a name of somebody that hasn't worked there for 3 months. So I'm sure they had a good laugh when I left. They're also, they had a problem with somebody shooting too large of shot at 5-stand. Their solution was not to fix the shooter causing the problem. Their solution was to close it down. And now it can only be operated when they have a volunteer come up on weekends, and it's only open a couple hours a week. They're also killing their RV business. They recently sent out an email to their RV customers saying they will not handle mail, FedEx, Amazon packages, etc., for the people staying there. What RV park does that? You know, there's people that are there 3-4 months. What are they going to do? I'll tell you what they're going to do. They're going to Coyote next year in Tucson. So these decisions are costing the Clay Target Center tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue every year. And the equipment is not being maintained. Traps are empty. I had a range master tell me one time that he's not sure he's going to make it through the day in his cart because one of his tires has 21 plugs in it. Now, I ask you, what is your vision for this, for Ben Avery and the Clay Target Center for the future? Is it to be a world-class shooting facility, or is it to be a shell of itself for what it once was? Because that's where it's at right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mark Walter.
Morning. My name's Mark Walter, represent myself. First and foremost, I commend you all for dealing with the crossbow situation. I had several friends that were abusers of that system, and suddenly they've all healed up and can pull a compound.
Awesome.
So I'm here now, just the non-resident license issues. It's gotten out of control. You only got to be in this state for 6 months and you become a resident and buy your lifetime license and then go back to wherever you come from. The state is growing massively. We're at 8 million people and it's continuing to grow and it's not going to stop. So I would think that you could put something like a little box on the application process saying a driver's license, and if it doesn't start with AZ, you don't live in Arizona, you're not a resident. Doesn't take away the lifetime resident or the lifetime license. You can still have a lifetime license and you're still saving money when you do it. But if you're not living in the state of Arizona, you should not qualify as a resident. And last and not least, I will also volunteer my time to the Game and Fish to do research on the violators that are not claiming on the quotas, or if they've harvested during the quota, follow up and see that they're putting in and applying not just for a point, but applying for a deer tag. Those are violations. I know you guys are overwhelmed. You got too much to do, too many people, and not enough help to do it. So I would volunteer to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your volunteering. And anybody else out there that wants to volunteer, please come on down. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Jess Zamora.
Good morning, and thank you for your time and
Thank you, sir.
allowing me to speak. My name is Jesse Zamora, and I am a resident of Peoria, Arizona, representing myself. I previously held the position of board member and secretary for the Arizona State Trap Association until my term expired. My purpose in coming here today is regarding the recent submission of House Bill 2763 last January by Representative Q. Yen, forgive me if I pronounced that wrong, co-sponsored by Gail Giffen, to add additional conditions in order to close a shooting range in the state of Arizona. I don't know if the commission is familiar with House Bill. Okay.
Oh,
I see a lot.
yes.
We are.
We are. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, then I won't go through what the conditions are. The concern is with the new development of the TSMC chip plant facility across the street and the Halo Development Corporation now building a city within the city on the south side of Route 74, okay? The questions and concerns that have been expressed to me by fellow shooters, not only at the Ben Avery Clay Target Center, but also at the shooting range for pistol and rifle, is the questions are, is the Ben Avery shooting complex being pursued by any developers, commercial or residential, to purchase some or all of the property that prompted House Bill 2763 to be created? It is no secret that Ben Avery, the facility, occupies prime real estate for any developer and who would love to buy it. It is also my understanding that the Ben Avery is sitting on state-owned land versus BLM land. And if the Ben Avery facility is being pursued to be purchased for expansion and growth in the area, is this something the commission is willing to entertain or to protect, and how soon? Many of my fellow shotgun shooters and pistol and rifle shooters are concerned regarding the likelihood of Ben Avery being sold by receiving an offer that they could not refuse based on the fast pace and development surrounding the range, and none of us support that. So therefore, your feedback and interest in looking into protecting Ben Avery and its long-term existence would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your coming here.
Oh, the HB is now pending in the Senate Rules Committee as of March 24th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, hey, I just want to, we're not allowed to comment on these, as you know, but we can make a correction. Ben Avery is not state-owned, it's owned by the Game and Fish Commission. And so those are different. It's not state trust land that has a very different purpose and a way of selling off land. So just make sure you got the facts right. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Trevor Watson. Thank you, Mr. Watson. State your name and your...
Well, I'm Chris Watson. I think, can we hold ours till 5? Agenda 5, we kind of got confused and put it on.
Oh, okay,
one.
sure.
So all
Yeah,
the
that's no
Watsons,
problem. I'll put you down for 5.
There's 4 of us.
Great. Is there another one here too, Chris Watson?
Trevor
Also?
and
So it's
Lyndon.
Trevor and Chris want to go to 5.
We'll all go to 5, please.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, are those the only 2, sir? Oh, and Lyndon?
Lyndon Watson and Dustin Clark.
Okay, and that's 5. Was Dustin Clark another one?
Yes.
He's 5 also. Okay.
You want to be noticed real good, so we just mess things up as much as we can.
Okay, I think we're good then. I moved
Thank
you.
you.
I moved you to 5. All right. And how about Tim Dill? Is this a 2 or a 1, sir?
Is what?
You wanted to speak now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm just talking about mountain lions for
Okay.
a second.
All right. All right. Good.
And
Thank you.
So, yeah, my name's Tim Deal here for myself, and I'm a mountain lion hunter, and I just want to thank you guys and girls for everything you do. I know it's volunteer, and you're doing a good job.
Thank
I know
you.
it's whatever you call it, unappreciative or whatever, or so. So thank you guys.
Doesn't pay a lot.
Yeah. But I hunt all over the state, and with the zone thing you're doing, I think you're doing a really good job. But I hunt a lot, I hunt all over the state, but I hunt a lot in Zone F, and you're raising that like 7, which isn't a big number really for mountain lions and a great big unit. But I was hoping you could keep it the same limit, or if you're gonna raise it, just raise it like 2. It's just, a lot of people hunt there, and just what happens to it when all those zones start closing, it just dumps everybody into those zones. They'll just stay open longer and get hit but I don't know, that's all I had to say, and just, thank you guys, so.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Appreciate your words. Director Finley?
Yeah, Director, Mr. Director.
No.
We do have some blue cards across the region, I believe, that wanted to speak during the call to the public.
There we go.
We'll
Thank you.
move to Region 1.
State your name. I'm Johnny Spear, representing Western Wildlife Alliance here in Region 1. Just a comment and a talking point to introduce. This is concerning north of the Grand Canyon. This, just because of where we're at now in this day and age, and I think personally that we've commercialized our wildlife to an extent. I'm concerned about I'm not an anti-hunter. I spent 30 years as a guide in my life, but I would like to just suggest that we look at and address guiding north of the Grand Canyon. Now, I'm not talking about the state of Arizona. I'm talking about north of the Grand Canyon, and just eliminate guiding. It's become so commercialized and competitive and unreal and of course you're going to get a ton of feedback, and it's one of those things you face on a regular basis. I'm familiar with the commission, what they have to do, who they are, what it's all about, and I'll follow up on this with some emails and whatnot, this thought. And basically it's just for our wildlife. We live in a day and age where it's just not what it used to be hunting. And so that's one thought. Second thought is on the elk and deer herds in Unit 3C, where we've had the horse issue with our habitat. that you would consider a drastic cut in that area for elk and deer, which I know the deer alternative management here I was involved in that process, and it's really been wonderful. We've gained leaps and bounds, less the predators, mostly two-legged, but that's neither here or there. But anyway, that we'd really consider that so that the elk especially can come back. And appreciate your time and continue to do good work. And we'll be talking to you in the future. Thank you.
Really appreciate that, sir. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I believe that is everybody across the regions that wanted to speak during the call to the public. I do want to check in with Region 5. There were a couple speakers that checked in that I was unclear if they wanted to speak during call to the public or during the Quail agenda item. Could Region 5 confirm for us, please? We might not be able to shift over to them. While we're waiting, I know we had a handful of folks come in since we started the call to the public. Wanted to make sure, maybe Madam Chair, that we didn't miss anybody here locally for the call to the public.
I think they were all for
item 5.
Item 5. Yeah,
Excellent.
I don't see any others.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Are we good to go then? I don't know if I'm waiting for something.
I think we're good to go.
I think we're good to go, Madam
We're
Chair.
good to go?
Madam Chair, item 2 is overview of the department's wildlife viewing program. Presenter is Jeff Myers, Wildlife Viewing Program Manager.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Myers. I am the, as just introduced, Wildlife Program Manager for the department. Today we're going to discuss the wildlife viewing program. I'm going to give a brief history, talk about the type of events that we do. I'm going to get into some statistics about the program and the work that we do, and then a very brief bit about the demography of wildlife viewers. So without further ado, let's get started. The history of the program, it started in 2006 with the hiring of one program coordinator that was based in the non-game branch in the Wildlife Management Division. In 2011, the IEWR branch was formed. That's the Information, Education, Wildlife, Recreation. It's now the R3 branch. And the program was moved into that branch. In 2014, a second position was hired with the program manager, Randy Babb, to work with the existing coordinator, Joe Yarkin. Joe retired in 17. I was hired in 18. Randy retired in 19, and I applied for and got the position of program manager in 19. In 21, it moved into the education branch, which is where it resides. So the goal of the program is really to continue to expand our customer base, engaging and educational programming for the constituents, to create and retain members of the public, and support the department's mission. A knowledgeable public, we find, is indeed a passionate public when it comes to wildlife conservation, and that's what we're striving for. And studies have shown that people crave experiences, which is what we're trying to provide. In order to increase and improve general outreach for the department, the Wildlife Viewing Program conducts both no-fee and cost recovery public engagement events where we charge a nominal fee to add to our ability to do more events. As far as I know, we're the only state wildlife agency in the nation, certainly one of the only, that regularly conducts cost recovery events for wildlife viewing in the state. So what type of events do we do? Well, one of the most specialized events we do is bat netting. We couldn't do this without a cadre of volunteers that are highly skilled and specialized, and we do this for the public. We net bats. We take the bats, we record some baseline data, identify them down to species, then show them to the public. We can't let the public touch them, but they can get close and see their faces and see the way that they behave. And then we release the bats back into the wild. And if you really want to know why we do this, look at that young gentleman's face. That's why we do this. That kid is having a great time. He's having a very positive experience in learning about bats. He's going to remember that for the rest of his life. Anytime somebody talks about bats to him, he's going to be like, no, bats are awesome. So that's why we're really doing this, is for those kind of things. And then we release the bats. This is Cheyenne Town, the program coordinator, releasing a bat, and just a photo of a pallid bat and a bat skeleton that we use for educational purposes. We typically do between 8 and 12 bat nettings each season. We do them for Game and Fish and with partners as well. Season is from the beginning of May through the end of September. We also do bighorn sheep tours. These are a great event. We take people out on pontoon boats on Canyon Lake, and it's a small, fairly intimate event. There's typically between 6 and 10 constituents on the boat with us, attendees on the boat. We get up close and personal. That picture of that ram I took with my cell phone, not with a 600 millimeter lens. But we don't get so close as to disturb the behavior, because part of the whole goal of wildlife viewing is to observe natural behavior, not altered behavior due to our presence. We do these the end of June, and we do between 6 and 8 of these each season. We also do things like wildlife viewing, birding by kayak, which it seems a little silly because you're on a kayak holding binoculars to your face, but it is really enjoyable, sells out very quickly. People really get engaged with the department, have a good time, and learn something about wildlife viewing. We do this usually up at Watson Lake, do between 2, 3, or 4 of these a year. We're trying to expand that number. We think we would have no problem filling those events. We also do an elk, we kind of host an elk workshop up in Region 2. We could not do this without Region 2 staff. Region 2 staff is the boots on the ground that get this done for us, particularly the Packle up there, Stevie Kelso, very, very involved and makes this a great event. We do 2 lectures for the public in 2 different seatings for 50 people each. And people come to that, then they travel out and onto the lake and view the elk, which is just, elk are a remarkable species. We also conduct educationally wildlife lecture series. We do a lot of these. We do these both in person, as you can see on frame left there, and virtually. We started doing this when COVID hit, and we were looking to reach out to the public when we couldn't do in-person events. It was so popular that we kept doing it because people enjoy learning about wildlife from their own, living room, so to speak. And 24 to 32 of these we do every year. We have more than 30 topics. These are a few of the topics that we cover. I'm not going to go into each of the topics, but we generally prepare these lectures at kind of a Bio 101 college level lecture. They're between an hour and an hour and a half long, not including the Q&A. We usually do 15 to 20 minutes of Q&A from the public. We record these, and people that pay to come to these events then get that recording that they can watch at their own leisure. One of the other things we do are streaming wildlife cams. The hot ticket this season is the barn owl cam. She has clutched 7 eggs this season. 3 of them have hatched. Don't know if the rest are going to hatch, but 3 of them are doing well. She's a great mom. These cameras were first installed in 2016 with a Peregrine Falcon cam in downtown Phoenix. Since then, the cameras have conservatively reached more than 4.5 million individual viewers over that time. And our most steadfast cam is our Sandhill Crane cam. Both the Sandhill Crane cam and the Barn Owl cam are located down at Whitewater Draw Wildlife Area in McNeil, Arizona. And we, again, have viewers from these cams from more than 40 countries around the globe and 35 states in the U.S. And the other cam that we're working on getting back up and running right now is the Bat Cam. Matter of fact, I'm going down to Clough Ranch, which is where this is located in Pima, Arizona. I'm going down there 2 weeks from today to kind of get this one up and running. It's really a unique cam because it gives people this intimate glimpse into the wildlife, particularly bats, which people don't really get to see that much. All of these cams have infrared with them, so they're viewable 24 hours a day. So now some stats about the program. Number of programs that we do each year. I have data going back to 2016, which is a little bit before my time. We did 27 programs, then Joe retired. You can see a little dip. I was hired on, went back up. COVID hit and went back down. And now we're averaging about 50 public-facing programs each year. After every event we do, we send out a customer satisfaction survey with carefully worded questions, and the event satisfaction that we have is almost 98.5%, with 90% of those people rating themselves as highly satisfied. And constituent participation in those events. These are the numbers just from people that attend our events. These aren't CAM viewers. These aren't people that read the articles that we produce. For example, we write a quarterly article for the Maricopa County Master Naturalists. This isn't them. These are just people that come to our events, whether virtually or in person. In 16 was 715 people. Now it is about 4.5 times that, approaching 3,400 individuals that we're serving. And the events that are at capacity, in other words, all the seats are sold, are about 96.7% of those seats are sold. Recently, we did an interesting study with marketing, and this was really interesting and well done. Brittany Carney helped us put together these data. And what we did was we took our existing customers, people that had been to wildlife viewing events, and sent about 1,962 people, and sent them an email and gave them an opportunity with limited seats at limited number of events to come to those events, and before we made it public, to give them kind of a special acknowledgement for coming to our programs. And what we found was that within less than 3 hours, all of our bat netting seats that were offered to that group of people were sold out. Wow. Then we opened to the public. That was a general email that went out to over 40,600 individuals that weren't previous customers. And in less than 6 hours, all but 33 seats for all events were sold out. In less than 24 hours, all seats were sold out. And if you take a look at the middle column, we have 64% unique open rate. That's just the number of emails that we sent out to those original 1,962 people. What percentage of those people opened those emails? 64%. The industry average for outdoor recreation is 27.3%, so 2.6 times national average. Then the general email that went out to the listserv for Arizona Game and Fish for more than 40,000 people still had a 44% unique open rate, which is about 1.6 times national average. In the last column, what it's basically telling you is that just over 50%, 53 to 56% of our customers were new customers that hadn't engaged the wildlife viewing program previously, and just under 50% were returning customers. So we're doing a decent job of retaining customers and reaching new customers as well. We also have a history of fiscal contribution through the cost recovery aspects that we do. In 15, we had a record year. Then you can see COVID hit, it dropped down, but it was still higher through our kind of innovation of doing things like the virtual wildlife lecture series. It was higher than any year previous. And then we've consistently increased our cost recovery, and that money now goes into basically general fund. So it's contributing to 10 and 10. Oh, by the way, I forgot, value for money. Customers rate this at just shy of 98%, say this is good value for money. So how popular is wildlife viewing in Arizona? The answer is very, same as it is in the nation. The numbers largely mirror the national numbers. They're a little bit higher in Arizona because Arizona is such a beautiful state with such unique wildlife. But 61% of Arizona's, every 2 years, the marketing department does something we generally call a trends report and reach out to not just our customers, but general swath of the constituents in the state. And we found that 61% of Arizona residents take part in wildlife viewing at home, and 33% take trips in the state with the sole purpose of viewing wildlife. Both viewing wildlife at home and on trips were the two outdoor recreational activities that increased most significantly between 22 and 24. Another survey will be done in 26. I'm curious to see what the numbers are, but you can see those numbers blocked off there in red. And wildlife viewing at home increased by almost 18.5%, which is a huge number, very significant p-value on those data. And we also are retaining our customers. More than 56% of our customers, and when I say our customers, I'm talking about wildlife viewing. Wildlife viewing customers come to 2 or more events every season, and the 2-event cost recovery median of income for the department is $165. And this is discretionary income. These people don't have to choose to join us and pay to view wildlife. They're doing that because they want to do that. They want our expertise in these fields. 35% attend 3 or more events, with the 3-event median cost recovery of $262.50. We have some people that come to 5, 10, 12 events every year, particularly our lectures. They want to learn more about Arizona's wildlife. So at this point, I'm going to wrap up with a quote from Biological Conservation, a peer-reviewed journal from 2003. I thought it was appropriate. And connection comes before conservation. Relevance doesn't come from just facts and information. It comes from engaging experiences, and that's what we're trying to provide.
Fabulous. Any questions? Commissioner Buchanan.
So I've got one question and one comment. First of all, a question, and I want to thank you for this. It's wonderful. I thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do you guys have a camera on prairie dog towns, especially where we've reintroduced black-footed ferrets?
Very good question. Madam Chair, Commissioner, very good question, and that would be a great cam. Cams we do not at the moment. We're looking at optimizing the 3 cameras that we currently have, and then we'll consider expanding the cam programs.
Okay. Well, I commend you to consider that, just like I think you used to have. I don't know if you still do cameras, up on Vermilion Cliffs. Was wonderful then. And so you're bringing wildlife to people who just aren't going to get the opportunity to see it otherwise. And so that's a great thing.
Exactly. Thank you.
Second thing, I want to comment on your note on bats. And you may know that I get involved with trapping and banding hummingbirds. And something that we always tell the public, and I just want to reinforce this. I know you get this, Jeff, but the public may not. And that is, every time you handle wildlife, potentially you're bringing risks to it. So we don't do it with disregard. We don't do it with just a little care. And in fact, every time, Jeff mentioned how we go through taking measurements, and we use that to actually conduct studies. So there's a purpose behind it. Aside, it's not just an entertainment factor. We're collecting data to make management decisions, and we can bring the public along the way. That's it.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Jeff. I got a question for you. So often I hear from people in the public that all Game and Fish is interested in is hunting and fishing. And that's all we care about. And this is a great example of outreach that I'm assuming does not require a hunting and fishing license. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So for the non-hunting public, non-fishing public, this is a great opportunity for you to engage with wildlife and see some of the great work that the department does that really has maybe nothing to do with hunting and fishing. So I commend you on your work. It looks like it's going great, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I have to say also, I do a lot of outreach, as you know, to groups that typically know zero about Arizona Game and Fish. And exactly to your point, I just spoke this week, to the Scottsdale Ranch Women's Association. And, they say, well, I don't fish and I don't hunt, so what does this have to do with me? And I say exactly what you're saying. Do you like looking at wildlife? Do you like looking at birds and hummingbirds and all of that? Do you enjoy being out? Do you walk on the trails? Well, yeah. And I said, well, if you enjoy it and if you see stuff, that's us. And that's really so wonderful what you're doing. That outreach to me is absolutely critical, and it is how we expand. And the one thing I wrote down too is how you have increased the amount of people's interest, and they're coming back, which I think is really critical. So if anybody needs anything on this, contact me, contact Jeff. His email is right there, and find out more about the programs. You can go online also to find out about the programs and enjoy them, because they're there for your enjoyment. So thank you so much. Very well done.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Sir?
Madam Chair, if it pleases the chair, we'd like to return to call to the public, because the Region 5 did have a couple of people that wished to speak before lunch.
Oh, great.
We just had a connection issue. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Great. Thank you, sir.
Are they there?
Please state your name and the association, or if you're reporting just for yourself. Thank you.
Can you hear us in Region 5?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Can you hear us?
Can you hear audio?
Yes, we can. Yes. And I know I see Ben back there.
Art, I hear you in Region 1, but I don't see the commission on the things.
I think we just lost the commission like we did earlier.
No,
Maybe?
we're still on.
Thanks, Aaron. We
We're
will
still
wait a
on.
minute until we get them back.
We're on. Should we come back? Ben, should we come back to them?
Can you see us now?
Ben, what's going to work?
Well, they can still comment without having to see you.
Okay. Can you let them know that? Because they think we can't hear them. I love technology when it works.
Hello, Region 5. Can you hear us? Region 5, can you hear us?
I don't think they're on anymore, Ben. I don't see them.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Please continue. Have your person speak, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name's Rebecca Waite. You've met with me before or seen me before. Really, today I'm coming to ask for a meeting, some type of way that we can sit down with you guys and with the biologist. Maybe what I thought of was joining one of the workshops so that we can really go over some of this stuff. I just don't feel like we can truly express what we need to in a 3-minute time period. And Madam Chairwoman, you opened the meeting this morning with how wonderful Arizona is about data. One of the biggest things that we want to talk to you guys is about the data and how it's collected and when it's collected. As of right now, you're going to have a meeting this afternoon with the biologist and make some decisions off of data that was partially gathered with guide reports from a full 2 seasons ago. You are not seeing data from, at least from the guide's point of view, for January and February of this season, of this year of 2026, when really we should be looking at the fall of 2025 and the spring of 2026 to make determinations on what we should be doing with the fall and spring of 2026, 2027. Really, it's just a matter of, we would really like the chance to sit down and talk about some of this stuff with you guys and come up with some type of solution. One, you don't want to hear from us anymore. And 2, we don't want to be coming here and bothering you guys with this anymore. But we think that there is things that can be done, that can be changed, that will really benefit the state, the birds, and us as hunters and residents of Southern Arizona especially. With that, I just beg of you to please let us have the opportunity to sit down, maybe possibly join a workshop, and really go over some more of this, why we want stamps, why we want the data that we want, and where we can go from here. That is the least amount of work for the state and you guys, but also will help us do something better. And I know it can be done. We just need your help to figure it out together. And I just don't feel that 3 minutes is ever an appropriate amount of time to try to figure this out. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the hard work that you do. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your words. Was there anyone else?
Madam Chair, yes, there is a second.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we do have one more.
Thank you so much.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I appreciate your time and dedication to the wildlife of Arizona.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you opened the meeting with a quote about information and its importance. Having the right information, I think, is really a step further in the quote that you made this morning. Having the right information is the key, and my wife touched on that earlier, and it's the basis for making the right decision. And without that good information, you're making bad decisions. We don't think that a lot of bad decisions have been made by the commission in the past. We really respect the work that you do, and we just urge you to find a way to make some time to get more of the right information. We know that this process takes time and that things like a MERN stamp and determining the proper time to determine bag limits or season changes, all of those things are not easy decisions, and we appreciate that as business owners here in Arizona, as longtime, lifetime residents. We appreciate the work that the commission does, and we hope that you can continue to make those good choices and decisions. Thank you again for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your words. Was there anyone else, Luke?
Madam Chair, no. I believe we can move with the
Madam
agenda.
Chair, that brings us to item 3, species of greatest conservation need, wildlife briefing. The presenter is Stephanie Cobold, wildlife specialist.
Yeah, we're up. Thanks for getting us in this morning.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about the mix up there.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, and Director Finley. Today, I will be giving you an update on the department's survey efforts for Mexican spotted owls here across Arizona. And then I will focus on our surveys in the Galuro Mountains depicted in this title slide. The Mexican spotted owl is a medium-sized owl, and it is one of 3 subspecies here in the United States. It is found in mixed conifer forests and steep rocky canyons between elevations of 3,600 to about 10,000 feet. It is found in the southwest of the United States, as well as parts of Texas and Mexico. It is nocturnal, monogamous, and territorial. It has high site fidelity, and it lives pretty long. In the wild, individuals can live a good 15 years. In the 90s, it was listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. And the main reasons for that back then was habitat alteration and forest fragmentation. The main threats identified back then were timber management practices, which back then focused mainly on maximizing production, as opposed to looking at long-term resiliency of the habitat. Another culprit for the listing was identified as severe wildfires. Today, these fires are a bigger threat than timber management practices. Here's a map depicting where the department has been conducting surveys for Mexican spotted owls in the last few years. So each red dot depicts one of our locations. These include the Flagstaff area, such as the Coconino National Forest, but also lands managed by other entities. So for example, we have also been active at the Naval Observatory Flagstaff Station. We've also been active in the Payson and Pleasant Valley Ranger districts. This would be the Tonto National Forest. The Forest Lakes area, this would be the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest. And then finally, the Galuro Mountains in southeast Arizona. And this corresponds to the Coronado National Forest. So now I will focus on the Galuro Mountains. So these are located in southeastern Arizona. Relative to Safford, there may be about 30 miles to the west. Most people know Mount Graham in the Pinaleño Mountains. The Galuros are to the west. Elevations range from roughly 4,000 to 7,700 feet. And vegetation changes drastically as you go up in elevation. So when you're at the base of these mountains, you are in pinyon juniper habitat. And as you go up, you get more and more into conifers. And so you get species such as Douglas fir and ponderosa pine. There are very deeply cut canyons in this mountain range, and the terrain is pretty steep and rugged. Down in these canyons, you actually find riparian species such as the Arizona sycamore. Access is relatively difficult, especially on the east side, which is where we accessed most of our sites, and trails tend to be unmaintained. So we had to backpack to get to some of those sites. However, while the area is difficult to access, there is really good habitat for spotted owls. And in fact, there are several packs. So remember that term. I will get to it in a couple slides and explain what that means. Here are some photographs that we took during our field trips to give you an idea of what the landscape looks like and the habitat. If you look at the upper left, that's typical habitat at the base of the mountain. So this is pinyon juniper with manzanita and grasses, and it tends to be kind of drier. And if you look down at the left and middle slide or photographs, this is your typical nesting habitat for the spotted owl. So notice how we have these cool shaded forests with high canopy closure, and notice that structural diversity, which is favored by the owl. We were responsible for surveying 2 types of area. One of them is the PAC, so that's that acronym I mentioned earlier. It stands for Protected Activity Center, and it is a legally recognized area around a nest or a roost site. And it encloses the best habitat for the owl, and it needs to be at least 600 acres in surface area. The role of a PAC is to protect, sustain, and enhance known habitat for the owl. And so when a PAC is designated, there are strict limitations on activities that may disturb the owl. So this could be, for example, logging activities or road construction, land clearing, and such. The second type of area that we were responsible for survey is known as an inventory area. And so this is an area where owls are suspected to occur based on available habitat. And so this is an area that may become a PAC if we were to find breeding owls or a commonly used roost area during our surveys. Our objectives in the Galiuro Mountains between 2023 and 2025 were 3. So first of all, we were to monitor 3 PACs. They're depicted in red in the picture. Second, we were to place acoustic recorders at a PAC that was particularly remote. So this PAC required 2 days of backpacking to get to. And so by placing these recorders, we were hoping to get evidence, vocalizations that would indicate that owls are occupying that PAC. Last, we were to survey 3 inventory areas. So again, areas where owls were suspected to occur. For the methods, we followed the Fish and Wildlife Survey protocol, which requires 4 visits at each of these sites. We established call points throughout the areas to survey where we vocalize. So we vocalize to elicit a response from the owls if they're present.
So cool.
The protocol requires using live mice to do follow-up surveys if a detection is made. So we go back the next day with live mice. And basically, the behavior of the owls when they're presented with these mice gives us information on their nesting status. So for the remote PAC, again, we used wildlife acoustic song meters. So these are bioacoustic recorders. You can see one of them placed in a tree in the picture to the left. And what we did is we placed it in an area where the owls had been historically detected in that PAC. So here are the results for the Galiuro surveys over 3 years. On the left, you have the detail of how many owls were found, where, and during which years. And to the right, it's more of a summary of what we found. So the first thing is we were able to find pairs at each PAC except for one of them. For the inventory areas, 2 of them yielded pairs for every year that we surveyed. So that was really interesting. And lastly, one of the IAs did not yield any detections. However, it did appear to be pretty dry compared to the other ones, so perhaps not too much of a surprise there. Here are the results for the acoustic devices. So what you're looking at on the left are spectrograms. So these are representations of the vocalizations. The horizontal bar is just time, so you read it from left to right. And then on the vertical axis, we have the frequency. So higher pitched sounds will appear closer to the top and lower ones closer to the bottom. So what you're looking at on the left, the first one, the upper one, is the 4-note call of the spotted owl. So this is used in territorial advertisement by both sexes. The second one is a bark series. This is when the owls are more agitated. I'm not sure what I did there. There we go. And then the third bottom one is a whistle call. So you notice an upward inflection, And it is typically given by the females when they're hungry or when they want to be in contact with their mates. So overall, we documented vocalizations by both sexes, at times together, which indicates the presence of a pair in that pack. However, we couldn't say much about their nesting status because we didn't document any vocalizations from young owls. So what are the management implications of these findings? Well, first of all, 3 new packs were created following our surveys. So these are areas that will now be managed and monitored for spotted owls. So on the right, you can see in light green the original inventory area we were given, and then in red are the resulting packs. So you can see how they're a little smaller because they're now centering on where the main owl activity happened. This is a good place to mention the Galuro Firescape project. So this is a long-term, big-scale incentive that is looking at using prescribed burns to decrease the likelihood of severe stand-replacing wildfires. And so originally, this project excluded packs from treatment, but now the Forest Service is consulting with the Fish and Wildlife Service to include light prescribed burning in packs outside the breeding season. And so now packs would receive benefit from these restoration treatments and would hopefully be less likely to burn severely in a wildfire. The department's survey efforts continue this year. So this is what we're doing this year. We are active in the Santa Catalina Mountains, so Mount Lemmon specifically. I just got back from my first trip yesterday. We're also active in the Santa Rita Mountains. Oh, that's odd. I'm sorry about that. I see there's a bit of a mistake there. But we're active in the Santa Rita Mountains, in the Mount Wrightson Wilderness. You can scratch out the Davis Mountain. And lastly, we are still active in the Tonto National Forest, in the Payson Ranger District. There are many people to thank and that were involved in these surveys. And with that, I will take any questions.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair and Stephanie. I think the Davis Mountain might have been meant to be Fort Huachuca. There's active populations down in Sheelite Canyon in Fort Huachuca. So if you're trying to study grazed versus ungrazed, that's a good baseline because there's no cattle grazing there. It's just something to think about in the future. I did have one question on the packs. So I know that the packs themselves, because of the effect of the Endangered Species Act, they lead to, more intensive management and constraints and things like that. The Redfield Canyon pack, as I understand it, you had no detections. So do then we eliminate that as a protected activity center, or what? How do we get back so that we're concentrating only on where we should be concentrating?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, so we didn't have any pairs in that specific canyon, but we did have a detection of a male in one given year. It was kind of late in the summer, so it may have been a dispersing individual. But to answer your question, packs might be decommissioned, but it would require a few years of surveys before that happens. So we would really want to have solid evidence that the pack is no longer used by the owls.
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stephanie. Great presentation.
Thank you.
We focus on this and kind of building on what Commissioner Buchanan was talking about. When we have species that are threatened or endangered, they get treated differently. But what's going to solve the problem in the long term is this great kind of data that's collected so that we can show the work that's being done and why this shouldn't be listed or uplisted or make some argument for that. You may have answered this, but I didn't quite follow it. When there is a prescribed burn that is going on, is the department or somebody notified ahead of time to go into that area to do a survey to see if there are any wild owls there before they start those burns?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, Commissioner, indeed. So the idea is we go in and do these surveys before these proposed projects are implemented. Yes, and so our role in the department is to share our findings with, say, the Forest Service so that they can make adequate decisions when they're implementing projects that may disturb owls in the area.
Right. And Madam Chair, if I could just
Of
do a
course.
follow-up question. So when there is a uncontrolled fire, and we know that it's in one of the areas where we have previously conducted a survey or we have a pack established, do we go back in and investigate, report those results?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so I haven't personally done that, since my time in the department, but yes, I would say that yes, people would go back. In fact, I would say there are several cases of situations where there have been low severity fires, or specifically fires that created kind of a mosaic of habitat that actually were positive for the owls. So in other words, their prey base actually increased following these fires, again, provided they're not too severe. And this in turn has helped, the owl populations in the area. So that has happened.
Gotcha. Madam Chair, Stephanie, this is great information. Thank you for presenting it.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kerr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stephanie, thank you for the presentation. A question about the owl's territory. Are they migratory when they set up, like when you have a pack, is that pack, are they migrating in and out? And is there a season for the pack the way there is for, say, eagle nesting, where we close the area for a short amount of time?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, the owls have high fidelity, as I mentioned earlier. They don't migrate per se, but there is dispersal, especially among younger individuals. And it tends to be more of a vertical dispersal. So over the winter, if there's a lot of snow, for example, up in higher elevations, individuals will sometimes go down in elevation, and you will see them in systems such as pinyon juniper. There is also at least occasional movement between sky islands, for example. This has been demonstrated using genetics. So these systems are not isolated. There definitely is movement between these sky islands.
Thank you.
Commissioner Emanuel?
Madam Chair, thanks, Stephanie. I'm always intrigued when I see where I live pop up on a presentation. So Coconino National Forest. And my question is like when surveys may have happened there or when they may happen again, and only asking this because a couple years ago we had a really significant fire started by someone camping, and the logging operations are, as some people would call, pretty severe for people that have lived there for a long time that don't understand the forest management side of that. But can you tell us just a little bit more about what's happened in the Flagstaff area regarding the spotted owl?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so the frequency of surveys has been coming from the agencies that we are helping. So for example, the Forest Service. So they have been coming to us, with a request for, say, 3 years of surveys, that sort of thing. So it has been coming from them.
Okay.
And then we assist them with the surveys to help them make decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice work, Stephanie. Thank you.
Director?
Madam Chair, item 4 is consider proposed amendment to Commission Order 43, presenter Audrey Owens, Amphibians and Reptiles Program Manager.
Hi, Audrey.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Actually, I've been a biologist with Game and Fish for 19 years this year, and this is my first time presenting to the Commission, so I'm excited to be here.
Welcome.
Thank you. Today I'm presenting a proposal to make a minor amendment to Commission Order 43, which contains our regulations for reptiles. The proposed amendment is essentially an update to the Commission Order to make it consistent with recent revisions to Article 4. So Commission Order 43 sets our bag and possession limits and season closures for reptiles. And this is on a 5-year cycle for revision. The last time Commission Order 43 was revised was in 2025. So this request is for an out-of-cycle amendment, which would remove inconsistent and redundant language regarding captive Sonoran desert tortoise rules in the Commission Order. And the reason for this request to amend is that currently the rules regarding captive Sonoran desert tortoises are located in two places. So they're in Article 4, which is our live wildlife rule, and they're also in Commission Order 43. And this has been confusing for the public as well as our law enforcement. Article 4 was recently revised by the department's rule review team, and changes were effective as of February of 2026. One of the changes to Article 4 was in R12-4407, and it was revised to update the captive tortoise possession limit. And this change was done with the knowledge that the department would then ask for an out-of-cycle amendment to Commission Order 43 to ensure that there was consistency among rule and commission order. So R12-4407, as revised in February, sets the possession limit of Sonoran desert tortoises to 1 per person per household, not to exceed 4 tortoises per household. And the new language in Article 4 here is underlined. So Sonoran was added to distinguish the Sonoran desert tortoise species from the Mohave desert tortoise species. The Mohave desert tortoise is a species listed under the ESA, in the Endangered Species Act, and not allowed in the captive tortoise adoption program. And then they also updated the limit not to exceed 4 tortoises per household. This rule also prohibits propagation of Sonoran desert tortoises, although this is not new. The rules regarding captive Sonoran desert tortoises in Commission Order 43 are in the notes, specifically Note 4. And I have the notes on the left panel there, and Note 4 is boxed in green there. The language says, a person shall not propagate lawfully possessed desert tortoises or their progeny unless authorized in writing by the department, and the possession limit for desert tortoise is 1 per person, as prescribed in R12-4407. So this language is inconsistent with what is in Article 4 now, because it doesn't have the updated possession limit. The language is also redundant with what's in Article 4, and Article 4 is the most appropriate place for rules regarding captive Sonoran desert tortoises because it contains all the other rules regarding captive tortoises, and because Commission Order 43 for reptiles is really regarding wild reptiles and collection and possession of wild reptiles. And the desert tortoise has been a closed season species since 1989, so it's not able to be collected from the wild. So it's a little bit confusing there. So to address this, we are proposing to change the language in Note 4 to what I have on the screen here. So for possession and captivity rules for Sonoran desert tortoise, please see R12-4407. And so this proposed amendment will ensure consistency between rule and commission order and consolidate all rules regarding captive tortoises in Article 4. And if approved, these changes would be made to our website immediately. So that's all I have regarding this proposal. I can take any questions.
Commissioner Guggenauer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Audrey. Your presentation skills are excellent. We ought to do this every month.
She'd love it.
This, for most of us here, we remember last year when Kelly and Officer Guerrero walked us through Article 4, painstakingly explained all this to us. So no problem with updating the commission order. We understand that connection. Matching that language is important so we don't confuse the public with the comments out there. So thank you for the great work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kerr.
Madam Chair, Audrey, thank you for your presentation. As you stated, collecting Sonoran tortoises is closed. But if you're out there in the field and you see a tortoise and you say, wow, that's the coolest thing ever, I want one. Where can they get, what's the best place to get one? Because I know we have an adoption program.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is a great question. We do have an adoption program for Sonoran desert tortoises, and it's run out of our wildlife center right here at Game and Fish. And then also our regional offices have tortoises that are available for adoption. And at the expo, you may have seen me there along with Kelly talking about all the tortoises we have right now. We have, at least at that point, 2 weeks ago, we had over 100 adult tortoises that needed to be adopted. So,
thank you.
And we know people that can help you adopt a tortoise, right? You did have a couple people interested, though, yeah, at Expo, so that was really cool. A lot of kids love watching them being fed. You were sitting there on the ground feeding them. That was very cool. Thank you so much. Did you have a recommendation?
Yes, thank you. So the department has a recommendation to amend Commission Order 43 to remove language about Sonoran desert tortoise rules, leaving reference to R12-4407.
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
A second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you're passed. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much. We'll make those changes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adri.
I believe at this time we'll take a 10-minute break.
Madam Chair, pleasure of the chair, I suggest 15 because I think we have an appointment with a photographer.
Oh, yes, we do. Thank
At
you.
least 15.
15 minutes. All right, thank you. And George is running down the aisle there. All right, 15 minutes. Thank you so much. If you can all please be seated. Thank you very much. Director?
Madam Chair, we don't have time to do item 5 before our time certain at 10 a.m. So
Okay.
might I suggest we move down to item 7.
Perfect.
Which is consideration of proposed commission orders 19 through 22 and 24 migratory game birds for the 2026-2027 hunting season in accordance with the final rules of the Federal Register. Nathan Fife, terrestrial wildlife small game biologist, is the presenter.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Nathan. Good to see you in person. Oh, your mic isn't on. Little button right at the base.
The base of the speaker.
It's a little tricky.
There we go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
The
thank you,
floor is
Madam
yours.
Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for having me today. Without further ado, we'll just jump right on into it. We have some small game updates as well as the hunt recommendations for migratory game birds. Our first update is just a reminder to all of our hunters that recently small game questionnaires were sent out. So check your mailboxes. Please take your time to fill that out. The data we get from that is valuable, and we appreciate our hunters taking the time to fill those out. Another reminder for any of our hunters this year hunting quail in the 36s around the Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge that the masked bobwhite quail has come off the refuge, and just to be aware of your target. A couple updates to rabbit hemorrhagic disease as well as avian influenza. So just a little background. Rabbit hemorrhagic was first observed in March of 2020 in New Mexico and Arizona. It is highly contagious, and unfortunately the majority of the cases are fatal. Currently our native lagomorphs don't have any type of immunity. It is suggested that it is differential between jackrabbits and cottontails. We have seen a little bit more mortality in our antelope jackrabbits down south. And this past year, we have seen some sporadic cases across the state in cottontails in both regions 3 and 5. And just an update for avian influenza in 2025, we did see some cases involving ducks, Canada geese, wading birds, rock doves, one Gambel's quail, which was pretty interesting, as well as some other birds, owls, and hawks. In 2026 thus far, there has been a documented case in a Canada goose in Maricopa County and an American widgeon in Mohave County as well. Another quick update and ask, if you will. We are still doing our band-tailed pigeon movement study. And just a reminder to folks, if you have bird feeders out and about, we ask that you go ahead and contact us if you're seeing band-tailed pigeons in any type of consistency and large numbers. We would more than love to work with homeowners and get some additional backpacks and transmitters out on these birds to further study their movements. Another reminder for the small game commissioner orders, the season structures for commission orders 11, 12, 14 through 18 are set on a 2-year period and were approved April of 25 according to hunt guidelines, with no change in season dates except for the calendar shift, legal species, and back limits. So jumping into migratory game birds, quick reminder of when our hunters do and do not need a hip stamp. You know, we get some questions here and there about folks purchasing the hip stamp, and just a reminder, if you're not hunting migratory birds, it's not needed. So Commission Order 19, doves. Arizona migratory bird stamp sales. We did see a spike in 2020 in hip stamp sales when people were more motivated to get outside during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then after that, our hip stamp sales have been bouncing around, but they seem to be kind of bouncing out at a new average of about 66,000 in 2020 in comparison to about 54,000 and change prior to 2020, excuse me. Looking at mourning dove harvest, last year dove hunters in Arizona spent an average of approximately 3 days hunting doves and harvested about 17 birds each. That's pretty typical of what we've seen for the last several years for dove hunting in Arizona. Arizona is lucky to have multiple species of doves to hunt, and one of which is the white-winged dove. We do monitor white-winged dove call count activity in May for their breeding activity. We go ahead and do that by running call count surveys along established routes across the state. And our call count index for white-winged dove continues to be high, suggesting higher bird numbers, higher calling activity during the breeding season, forecasts good reproduction over the summer, leading to good numbers for our hunters. For white-winged dove harvest, Arizona is part of the Western Management Unit outlined in pink. And we continue to harvest the most white-winged doves in the Western Management Unit. Just a note moving forward with some of the harvest metrics for hip stamp. Fish and Wildlife Service is aware, but the numbers seem to be inflated these past couple years. So as you can see here, with 23 and 24, our numbers have jumped up quite a bit, but the trend, as you can see, is remaining stable, with Arizona leading for white-winged dove harvest. So for the early general and youth dove hunts, for the summary for the recommendation, the season dates for the early general would be September 1st through 15th of 2026 statewide. Youth only, September 5th, 2026 at Robbins Wildlife Area, excuse me. The bag limit is 15 mourning doves and white-winged doves in the aggregate. Possession limit, 45 mourning doves and white-winged doves in the aggregate, with no more than 15 doves may be taken in a single day. This season structure aligns with the federal frameworks, allowing for us to be in accordance with the September 1st opening date with the state of California as well. With this, as you'll see, with this 15-day and then the 45-day for the late season would allow our dove hunters to have a 60-day season per the federal frameworks. Just an update for the Robbins Butte Wildlife Area closure, as discussed for the open area for the Robbins Butte Wildlife Area for the youth-only hunt. This closure contains an area that has been historically been closed throughout the youth-only hunt, and this closure clarifies the area reserved for youth-only and other department-sanctioned events such as Wounded Warrior or women's hunts during the first week of the early dove season. And then this also helps with the closure around the residence for the wildlife area manager and the workshop. For the late general dove hunt summary, it would be November 20th, 2026 through January 3rd, 2027 statewide. Again, bag limit being 15 mourning and white-winged doves in the aggregate, and the possession limit 45 mourning dove and white-winged doves in the aggregate, with no more than 15 being taken in any one day. And this, as I said before, part of the 60-day per the federal frameworks, this would compile the remaining 45 days. And we position it over this time frame so it overlaps holidays, and it allows our hunters the time to get out and enjoy the season.
That's great.
Continuing to falconry dove hunt summary. Per the federal frameworks, it is a 47-day season, which would be September 16th through November 1st, statewide. The falconry bag limit is 3 migratory game birds in the aggregate, comprised of any combination of migratory game bird species for which a general season that includes falconry as a legal method of take, or falconry only season when it is open. The falconry bag limit is not in addition to the firearms bag limit. Just wanted to note that. We always seem to get asked that. And then the possession limit would be 9 in the aggregate of all migratory game birds. For the Eurasian collared dove hunt summary, be September 1st, 26 through August 31st, 27, statewide with an unlimited bag and possession limit, and then the falconry bag and possession limit being unlimited as well. And if you don't have any questions in regards to doves, I have a recommendation.
I think we do have a couple questions. Commissioner Kerr.
Madam Chair, thank you. Nathan, it's good to see you not knee-deep in mud, because that's usually the way we meet. But, hey, with regard to the Eurasian collared dove, as an invasive species, do we see competitive exclusion from the Eurasian collared dove on our native dove? Is that something we've been monitoring?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, I haven't been seeing anything like that. I mean, they do seem to be congregated around more urban areas with development. So if you think of, Phoenix, your urban sprawl, or around major like dairies, grain fields, different things like that, you might be able to see a little bit more concentrated over there. But as far as being competitive and displacing our native doves, we haven't quite seen anything like that.
Thank you.
And we have both in our backyard right now, in flocks, because our grass is seeding. And so, I mean, they look like they're living happily ever after together. So that
Perhaps they're only competitively excluding common rock dove or pigeons.
we don't have pigeons in our backyard. You don't need to know the reason why. And I really want to mention, too, that was a great picture with Commissioner Kerr and his wife Sherry in those pictures. So that was very cool. That was very cool. Commissioner Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, I want to go back to your first slide where you talked about the surveys. I know you want those returned as soon as you can get them, but is there a deadline that you put out there for those to be returned?
So the small game predator fur bearer questionnaire, the paper one that's mailed out, that was just sent out this past Monday, if not Friday of last week. Okay. So those should be, being in people's mailboxes if they haven't already received them. We go ahead and we'll compile those for the next couple months, and then our game data manager usually summarizes that data in about August, I would say.
August timeframe.
Yes.
Okay. So the sooner the better.
Yes.
But definitely before the August timeframe.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. And then, Madam Chair, if I could ask one more question,
Absolutely.
Nathan. The Robbins Butte area, the closed area thing, Can you tell us a little bit what hunters should look for? How do you distinguish that area?
So with that area, we do have it listed in the regulations, the description of the closed area, so that can be referenced in the pamphlet when that comes out for hunters with the season dates and such. But that whole area is, with those fields, going to be set aside for that opening time frame for the youth only, wounded warrior, and all those other different hunts seasons. So a good thing to keep in your mind, if you will, is before that, if you're not participating in one of those, the Robbins Butte Wildlife Area does offer other fields that you can hunt as well. So you can go ahead and hunt on those fields rather than the ones listed in the closure.
Madam Chair, Nathan, is there some signage out there that hunters will see?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, there should be some signage out there in regards to the hunt area closure, in particular around the wildlife area manager's residence. But if there isn't already, we can definitely look into some signage.
Madam Chair, I might be able to add a little something to that. It is signed very, very well. They have they have a lot of signs.
Okay.
So the public will absolutely know that they can or cannot enter the area.
Sounds good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Nathan, I have one question on falconry, and I know we're going to get to waterfowl in a minute. But as you presented the falconry rules, as I understand it, these include all migratory birds, so it could be ducks, coots, doves, 3 per day.
Correct.
Okay. So my question is, when you go to the bag limits for waterfowl, we have some species that are less than that. For example, canvasbacks, Mexican ducks is only 2 per day. Obviously, a falconer probably has less control over a species identification, I would think, than a gun hunter. And so do you have any concern that we've got an issue with that and a disconnect?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, not seeing any concerns with that. Here in a couple of slides when I get to waterfowl, in regards to the splash limit update, the kind of echoing that same thought process with the splash limit versus the standard season package. But as I'm aware of, we're not seeing any type of issues with that.
Great, thank you. Do you have a recommendation for us?
Yes. Eventually.
Coming up.
All right. The department recommends that the commission vote to approve Commission Order 19 doves in accordance with the final federal frameworks as presented.
I have a recommendation.
Second.
And I have a so moved and a second. All in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? And your motion passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
we may have to return to this agenda item to get to our 10. I don't know how much more
Oh,
you
because
have to present.
we're time certain right
I
now.
think there's quite a
Is that
bit
okay,
left
Nathan?
still.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. We'll see you in a bit.
Sounds good.
And that would bring us to our time certain at 10, which is item 6, hearings on license revocations for violations of game and fish codes and civil assessments for the illegal taking and/or possession of wildlife. The presenter is Tyler Raspiller, statewide law enforcement coordinator. Welcome to the Octagon, Tyler.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. The department would like the record to show that each of the cases that the commission may consider today has been reviewed, and it has been determined that all cases meet the criteria established in ARS 17238, 17245, 17314, 17340, 17362, 17363, and or 17502 for commission action. The record should reflect that the commission and the respondents have all been provided with copies of the original court docket and case reports prepared by the officers, along with copies of all other pertinent materials in each of these cases. All these exhibits may be considered by the Commission in order to make final determination in each of these cases. Please note that each individual has been legally noticed for today's hearing. I will read the names of the individuals who were noticed for today's hearing. If you are present, could you please verbally indicate as such for the record? Julian Aguirre. Mr. Aguirre is not present. Rudy Owens. Rudy Owens is present. Thomas Barraza Pena Jr. Mr. Barraza is not present. The civil assessment process is not intended to be punitive, but is a process allowing the Commission to recover financial damages to compensate the state for the loss of any wildlife. Hunter education requirements are imposed as a remedial measure to increase knowledge and prevent future violations and is not a punishment. The Department is ready to present these cases for possible revocation and/or civil assessment action and have the Commission take jurisdiction.
Madam Chair, I move that we take jurisdiction.
I need a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Madam Chair, with your permission, I can skip forward to Mr. Owens as he is present. Is that acceptable?
That is fine, thank you.
Docket number 2026-0006, Mr. Rudy Owens, Mesa, Arizona 85213. Conviction summary, Count A, take Javelina charges. Count A, take Javelina during closed season. Count B, take Javelina in closed area. Count C, take Javelina without tag. The court is the North Mesa Justice Court. A plea of not guilty for Count A and B, and Count C, guilty. Court findings, the plea was accepted. He was sentenced to pay no fine, and the date of conviction was October 15th, 2025. Actions to be considered: revocation of any license to take wildlife pursuant to 17-340, required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17-245, civil damages of no less than $2,481.91 for the loss of one javelina pursuant to ARS 17-314. Case summary: on March 22nd, 2024 at approximately 9 a.m., Officer Dietz received an Operation Game Thief report of a javelina caught in a trap at the intersection of Thomas and Gilbert Road. The report identified Mr. Rudy Owens as the suspect and provided some contact information. Officer Dietz responded to the location, and the RP identified the location of the javelina. Officer Dietz then contacted Owens about the incident. Owens stated that he had not intentionally trapped the javelina in one of his coyote traps and panicked. He said he did not know what to do, so he killed the javelina with a dart gun and dragged it into the ditch of adjacent property. Corresponding cases: there are none. Disposition of wildlife evidence is placed in the Region 6 locker. Time spent 29 hours. Both case Officer Dietz and Mr. Owens are present, and Mr. Owens would like to address the Commission.
That would be great. Mr. Owens, would you like to address us? Thank you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for having a lifetime license.
Thank you guys for having me. I'm sorry, I'm extremely nervous, so my voice might be shaky.
That's okay.
So, as he explained, I was trying to catch coyote. I was not intending for a javelina. I'm sorry, let me pull up my notes so I don't forget what I'm going to say here. I grew up hunting with my dad, my grandfather, and my brothers and sisters. Hunting is a big part of my life, and it continues to be for the rest of my life. It's something I plan on doing until I can't. It's important for me to have good hunter etiquette. Every time I've been out hunting, or if I've ever made a bad shot on any big game animal, I didn't continue to hunt. I looked for that animal until I couldn't find it, or until I did find it. And if I didn't find it, my hunt was over, and I wouldn't continue to shoot wild things. Hunting with my kids. What the heck is wrong with me?
That's okay. Just take a deep breath. You're fine.
Sorry.
Take your time. Would you like a water?
No, thank you. Hunting with my kids and teaching them how to hunt the right way is a huge part of my life, and as well as my nephews and nieces that come over to my house. And I think being a protector of my community is a huge part of my life. Being a first responder and trying to take care of others is something that I take near and dear. So when coyotes come onto my property and they've taken 20 plus chickens from my house, around my neighborhood, they've killed people's goats, they've killed people's dogs, and we've even had wild cattle killed on our property that are in the river bottom that my father-in-law owns. And I've even had, before all of this started and losing my animals to these stupid dogs, I know that this is their territory and whatever else we've built onto their homes, but when I have packs of 4 and 5 wild coyotes running through my neighborhood, catching them on my Ring camera and killing my chickens, completely wiping us out a few times in a row. Obviously, I've had to build my fortress up enough to where they can't get into my place and kill my animals anymore. But the last thing I want is for them to hurt somebody's child, because they are everywhere. I'm really sorry for what I've done. Before setting traps, I would try to do it the right way by going out and trying to call in coyotes so I can take them out one by one, but that just wasn't working, and people were still continuing to lose their animals throughout the neighborhood. So I would place game trail cameras on spots where I thought that they would be crossing, just to make sure that I wasn't getting people walking with their dogs or any other wild game coming through there. And sure enough, I would catch 5-6 packs of coyotes coming through there regularly. So which led me to setting my snare traps. Yes, I was very naive in the way that I was hunting them, because I've never done it that way. I just knew that it worked, because I don't want to incriminate myself any more than I already have, but killing 10 of them in 1 month just on one little pass by underneath the fence, that to me told me that there was a huge problem that needed to be taken care of, and I felt like I was making a dent. Until this one neighbor came along. He had a big problem with hunters, and then he started making a problem about it. So then he was continuing to try to catch me slipping, I guess. I don't really know. Unfortunately, one of my traps had caught in a javelina, and like the note said, I did panic. I had my daughter's t-ball game in the hour, and it was first thing in the morning, and I did not know what to do, and I didn't have time. I didn't want to just leave the animal snared up to the fence where people might walk by and get attacked by the thing, so I had a blowgun, and I killed the animal, and I put it out of its misery, not thinking to call Game and Fish. I've never been in that situation before. I have lots of character witnesses here that wrote me letters to explain the animals that they've lost in the neighborhood, all the problems that they've had with coyotes, and people explaining the type of person that I am and the person that they do know. Since this has happened, I haven't hunted on the property anymore. I just kind of let the coyotes run free, and I haven't done anything about it because Game and Fish said that I'm not allowed to kill anything in my private property or in the unit that I'm in. I can't even kill a dove if I wanted to, if it's eating my chicken food. I don't know. Those Eurasian doves are all over the place. But I'm not allowed to kill anything, apparently, because of the unit. But these stinking coyotes are a huge problem in our neighborhood, and they continue to be. Right here is a picture in my own backyard. Maybe 50 feet away from my home is a bobcat searching for food, trying to get into my chicken coop. I didn't know that there was a bobcat coming in until a neighbor had told me that they had found, the backyard neighbor to us, in the past 5 days they saw 5 different chickens killed, and I didn't know that they were picking them off one by one until I caught it on camera. Since then, somebody has told me that there's a mountain lion running free in our neighborhood. They had all types of different things that have happened. Unfortunately, I don't have proof of the mountain lion. I wish I did, because that would be kind of cool to see. But with that being said, we do have a big problem in our neighborhood, and that's something that I was trying to help my neighbors, because I know that they're fed up with coyotes, and I know multiple of them many people have killed coyotes in their own way. But I made sure to do it in the safest way that I knew how, and that was with a blowgun, not a firearm, and with the traps. And everybody that I saw walking on this dirt trail, which is the corner of Thomas and Gilbert, is a private road, private property. Only certain people are allowed on this road for walking purposes, because it's in the orange groves. And every person that I did see walking on this road while I was out checking my traps or surveying the land just to make sure everything's running smoothly, I would notify them that I was doing what I was doing, and that if they had any dogs, which most of them did because they're riding horseback, and they said that they're all on my side and they won't let their dogs off the leash, or the dogs know better than to walk through a coyote hole or wherever they're passing through under the fence. So it wasn't a secret to anybody that I was doing what I was doing, and everybody was on my side, except for the one neighbor that decided to make everything a problem. Unfortunately, I did kill a javelina, and I wish I never did. I wish I knew and thought, and I guess asked my wife what to do, because she's way smarter than me, and she would have thought. Told me not to kill it. But with that being said, I hope you take everything I said into consideration, and just pray that you don't take my hunting license away, because it would devastate me majorly. I don't even know how to speak. But I want to thank you guys for listening to what I have to say. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Commissioner Buchanan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of questions. So first, I want to start with the javelina and then move to trapping, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe actually the first place to start is, why do you know why you're not allowed to hunt within that particular area?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because at any time anybody can walk out there with their kids or whatever, and if they crawl through the hole, they'll get caught in my trap. And it's dangerous for
I
kids.
mean, first of all, part of it is the unit. I think it's in an urban area.
One thing,
but the other thing is, you're doing this within quarter mile of occupied structure, which is against state law. If you're using a firearm, a bow, I believe a blowgun, I'm not positive with that, but I'd have to defer to Assistant Director McFarland. So that's the first thing.
Sorry.
Second, javelina. Unlike coyote, which is a predator, it's classified that way in the game law, javelina, of course, is big game.
Mm-hmm.
And you were brought here because of 3 charges. You're found guilty on 1, which is take javelina without a tag. I want to just remind you that those were 3 charges. Here's the rest of the charges that you got warnings on. Failed to release non-target wildlife, waste of edible game meat, take with unlawful device, take by unlawful method, possess unlawfully taken wildlife, possess, transport big game without a permit, unlawfully possess wildlife, illegal use of snares, trap without a license. Have you taken the trapper education course?
Nope.
Okay.
Like
and you don't have a trapper license?
No, like I said, I was very naive to the rules of trapping and all the other stuff. I was just doing the things to take care of my neighborhood.
And you set a trap within half mile of a development, you set a trap within half mile of buildings, you failed to identify the trap for, and you used an illegal snare. So all of those are against the law in this state. And one of the reasons that they're against the law is that, we're responsible to all the citizens of the state, not just our constituents who buy hunting, trapping, fishing licenses or have lifetime licenses. And so our state legislature passed laws years ago about what was legal for trapping. And we have some great trappers in this state that follow certain laws. But when people operate outside that, they cause problems for all those who operate inside the law. Okay, so it's just a comment. And the one that strikes my heart the worst is the waste of edible game meat. You know, if you killed a javelina, okay, if you had to kill, you know, if you have a predation permit on a mountain lion or something like that, you know, the last thing we want to see you do, I mean, obviously you have a right at that point in time to kill that animal. But the last thing we want to see you do is throw it away. That's not what we're trying to teach the next generation or of anything about what is edible and how do we actually use the animals that we do take.
So, can I speak? I'm sorry.
Please.
I'm sorry. So, with that being said, unfortunately I had a T-ball game that I was the head coach for and I needed to be there for my kid or whatever. But the way I thought about it in my mind was I didn't plan on wasting the meat. When the notes, whoever wrote that, I can't remember who it was, he said I just threw it in a ditch. That's not the case. I didn't just toss it in a ditch and bounce or leave. I picked a nice shaded area where it wasn't going to be in the sun, to where after that baseball game, which was usually only 45 minutes to an hour, I was going to come home and immediately go and clean the animal so I can preserve the meat so it didn't get wasted, because I am a big firm believer in that as well. I do not waste meat whatsoever. Any of those Eurasian doves that I catch in my chicken barn, I harvest them and I throw them in my freezer so we can have chicken, or like dove nuggets or whatever we call them, or wild game cookout night is what I have with my kids sometimes. So I wasn't planning on wasting that meat. When I did come home and the game and fish was there, I took him straight to the animal and I was like, can I please skin it? I need to skin it, I need to clean it out so we can save the meat, at least so it can be used by somebody. If I can't keep it, somebody can have it. And he insisted to leave the thing alone. He was going to take it where somebody else can take care of it, and clearly he didn't do that because it got wasted. With the time of death to the time where I took the game and fish to the animal is probably within an hour and a half. And in my mind, I was thinking, okay, if I shoot this animal in the wild and it takes me an hour to find it, I still can preserve the meat and it would not be rotten. So that's what I was thinking in my mind of why I put it in that shaded area, so I would have enough time to come back and take care of it. I guess not the proper way, but just without having to waste it the way that it did.
Commissioner Buchanan, Guggenauer.
Oh, sorry.
Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Owens, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you showing up. You heard the list. You're the only one that took time to be here today. I want to draw an analogy here. So you're a T-ball coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
You teach young people how to play T-ball, but most importantly, what the rules are.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? That's the same thing we're talking about here.
Yeah.
When you get a hunting license in Arizona, you assume the responsibilities of having that hunting license. And one of those, if you're going to trap, is to have a trapping license. Trapping is a unique sport here in Arizona. We treat our trappers more closely to what a guide does than a common hunter. There's utmost respect to those hunters or those trappers, and some of them are sitting in the audience today, and they follow the rules and they know what is reported, and they know what happens when incidents like this happen and get out in the public. As we read through the report that was given to us, lots of people were involved. The officer goes talk to a lot of people around that area. This sheds a bad light on trapping, on the whole process that we use here in Arizona. So I wish you would have talked to your wife. I wish you would have thought about teaching your nephews and stuff the right way to do this before you're standing here today. I'll also add that if you would have taken that animal home and skinned it out, you probably got 3 more citations added onto that. So please, I would implore you, if you're going to continue with a career of hunting in Arizona, make sure you understand all the regulations and all the rules before you go out there.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. We're going to hear from the officer now.
Okay.
So you may be seated. Thank you. Thank you, Officer Dietz. A brief overview, recap would be great for us. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the commission. On March 22nd of last year, I was notified of an Operation Game Thief report of a javelina caught in a trap along some private property near the intersection described in the report. I responded out to that location approximately 1 hour after I received the call, and with help from another officer, we started to investigate what we had. We located 3 different snare traps that were set. 2 of them were still upright along a chain link fence line with, I'll say, burrows underneath them that a coyote would be able to pass through. And a 3rd trap that had fallen down was no longer viable. And then we found a 4th location where the remnants of what appeared to be a trap were located or was located, along with a lot of disturbed dirt and blood and hair consistent with javelina hair. Through the investigation, through the process of the investigation, we determined that the animal had been drug a good distance. I would estimate probably 100 to 200 meters off of this private property into another area of private property that was owned by a different owner. Myself and Officer Crouch did speak with the owner of the property that we were on, the Orange Grove, which also had he happened to be working there in the alfalfa portion of it. Asked him if he was dealing with any wildlife damage, animals being killed or anything like that. He told me he did not. When I asked if he knew that this individual, Mr. Owens, was trapping on his property, he said he knew that somebody had been putting traps out, but he was not aware of who the person was specifically. Once we determined where we thought the javelina was, the set of private property kitty corner to where we were located or where the traps had been located, we found there was like a dust notice sign, like a county dust notification with a phone number on it for the property manager. We called that number and asked to gain access so we could determine specifically where the javelina was, if it was in there. And it turned out to be Mr. Owens' father-in-law, and mentioned that Mr. Owens was nearby and would come meet us there. Mr. Owens showed up and knew exactly why we're there, was not untruthful about anything that had happened. He was pretty straightforward about it. He took us to where the javelina was in a ditch. I was not able to see the specific laying location, as he had gone ahead and retrieved it prior to me getting in through the fence line. But we brought it up, inspected it, and it had wounds in the side where it had been shot with blow darts specifically, not a dart gun, but a blow dart. And it had the trap cinched around its midsection. So from the time of 9 o'clock to 9:50, which I think is when I said I specifically arrived, Mr. Owens had shown up, cut that javelina loose, killed it, presumably, and then drug it into the other private property. I needed to wrap my head around all of the different violations that I had and make a determination about what he was going to be charged with and what not, and so I did not charge him or I did not cite him until 2 days later, where you saw the charges that were written as well as the written warnings.
Good.
Any further questions?
Questions for the officer? Commissioner Buchanan, did you? No. Commissioner Kerr?
Madam Chair, Officer Dietz, as a point of public education, anyone trapping if you catch an unintended animal in your trap, and clearly a javelina would kind of be a difficult animal to release without harm for yourself, or what should they do as a public information, an educational moment? What's the best course for you to take if you can't release an unintentional trap?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, best course of action would be to ask for help. Call the Arizona Game and Fish Department, call the Operation Game Thief Hotline if you need to. This would have been a very different communication or interaction with Mr. Owens had he reported himself immediately. That would have been the best course of action, would be to contact us, and then I could have gone to help him. I have other tools at my disposal that he does not.
Thank you very much.
Do I have a recommendation?
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Please.
I move that the license or license privileges of Rudy Owens to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or bring civil action against Rudy Owens to collect the amount of $2,481.91 for the loss of one javelina. And I further move that the director as secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Oh,
Madam
yes,
Chair,
Commissioner Kerr.
I have a question. Mr. Owens has a lifetime hunting and fishing license, and he's about to be revoked for 5 years. Does that revoke his lifetime license? Or will he be able to resume? It's suspended then?
Suspended.
Okay.
Suspended during the period of revocation.
But he's not going to lose his lifetime license. Thank you for that clarification.
I will second the motion. I don't think it's been seconded yet, but I'd like to say something.
Okay,
if I could,
please.
before we actually vote on it. Hey, Mr. Owens. No, you could just stay right there. It's fine. First of all, I really do appreciate you being here and having the courage to come here, because that does require some heart. And my belief is that through all of this, I don't think you intended to do the wrong thing, but your lack of knowledge about what our laws and requirements are led you to commit one thing after the next and go deeper and make some bad decisions. And so I'd encourage you to think about that over the next period of time, however long it is, if we vote to revoke your license for however long that is. And in this case, it would be suspended, but before you come back to hunt, fish, or trap in Arizona, make sure you understand what's going on, what the rules are, and why. I'll just give you a quick example. These wildlife it doesn't matter how big your property is. It's not your property. Wildlife is not your property. It's the property of the people of this state. It's managed in the public trust by us. Even those Eurasian collared doves that are invasives. Now, we just passed a rule to make a very liberal season, a year-long season with unlimited take. We want you to help us get rid of those invasives. But a big game animal like a javelina, very different situation. So, I believe your heart is in the right place. You need to fill your brains that you have considerable brains, fill them with the knowledge of what our rules are. And if you want to trap, take a trapper education course. Make sure you understand what's legal, what's not legal. How do you get a license? How do you have to report those trapping? Because we want you to be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passed. You've been revocated for 5 years. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the next is docket number 2026-0005. Mr. Julian Aguirre, Santan Valley, Arizona 85143. Conviction summary. Charges: Count A, possess unlawfully taken deer. Count B, take deer within a quarter mile of an occupied structure. The court is the Santa Cruz Justice Court. The plea was to Count A was dismissed per the plea agreement. Guilty to Count B. The court findings were accepted. The fine was $20 plus $100 payable to the Theft Prevention Fund, and date of conviction was October 15th, 2025. The actions to be considered by the commission are revocation of any license to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, require completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, civil damages of no less than $3,366.62 for the loss of one white-tailed deer pursuant to ARS 17314. Case summary. On August 31st, 2024, Officer Aragon received a phone call from the Santa Cruz County Deputy Ron Davis. Deputy Davis stated that he was en route to a call located near Calle Muelle and Via Mazatlan in Rio Rico. The call was regarding two male subjects that shot a deer with a bow, loaded up into a white truck, and just left the area. Deputy Davis was unable to locate the suspect and provided Aragon with the location. Officer Aragon responded to that location the next morning and met with the reporting party that wished to remain anonymous. The RP provided a video of the subjects leaving the area and what appeared to be a white four-door Dodge Ram. Officer Aragon was able to locate the blood and drag marks, take evidentiary photos, and began collecting DNA evidence at the crime scene. It was at this time that he observed a white four-door Dodge Ram driving down the road directly to him. Officer Aragon ran up the hill and flagged down the truck. There were two male subjects in the front seat and a juvenile male in the back seat. He asked the subjects which one of them shot a deer here yesterday, and the driver, later identified as Julian Aguirre, replied, "It was me." Aguirre told Officer Aragon that while driving on Via Mazatlan around 2 p.m. the day before, he saw the deer, got out of the truck, walked up the road, and shot it. The deer did not go down immediately. He shot it the second time, and it died. He loaded the deer up and took it to his mom's house in Rio Rico. It was at this time that Officer Aragon informed Aguirre that it is illegal to shoot a deer within a quarter mile of a house, and he stated that he thought he only needed to be 75 feet away. Aguirre showed the officer the exact location where the deer was shot, and from this spot he was approximately 56 yards from the closest house and within a quarter mile of 8 other houses. Officer Aragon met Aguirre at his mother's house in Rio Rico and seized the deer meat and antlers. There are no corresponding cases. Disposition of wildlife evidence. All wildlife parts are in evidence in Region 5. Time spent, 20 hours. Mr. Aguirre is not present, however, Officer Aragon is.
Great. We would like a brief recap from Officer Aragon, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so it's one of those where you get lucky. We had zero evidence, zero license plates, and I just happened to be out the next morning, and he rolled right up on me like the report said. And it just kind of all worked out. And he was very honest with me, very forthcoming, and didn't know the rules. So, did you have any specific questions for me?
Well, I think the big message for the public is know the rules. We saw that on the previous case. We see it in this case. We've seen it in cases before. So if you are going to be out there, make sure you do know the rules. If you don't know, you can call the 800 number and ask, and we'll make sure to clarify, right?
Absolutely.
Did you have a comment, Commissioner Guggenauer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Officer Aragon, great work here. I mean, identifying a truck and walk up and just get right to the fact, like what happened last night. But I want to talk about Mr. Aguirre's actions here. The first thing that jumped out at me is there's juveniles in the back seat. He's forthright. He says, I did this, and he took responsibility for it. I see there's a total of 20 hours, I think, on this case. That's pretty minimal for what you guys typically do. But I agree this is a case of maybe not understanding the rules, but more credit given because he talked to you directly, he took responsibility, but he set that example for those young people. When you make a mistake and it's there and you're talking to an officer, you're honest, you're straightforward with your answers. So I give him a lot of credit for that. But you did an exceptional job here in your research. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Brian, I've got a question about the low fine. I know we have some historic back and forth with Santa Cruz County, of which I'm a resident of. So were you there by any chance during the court case? Or do you know why they administered a $20 fine?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, members of the commission, they did not include me in that. The court date kept getting moved as well. If you look at the date when this happened to when he was actually said and done, there was a little bit of miscommunication on that stuff, but I wasn't invited to that, and I wasn't given the date until I think the day of, so I wasn't able to make it. And as far as the fine goes, I'm not 100% sure how that happened. But I will say our relationship with Santa Cruz County has gotten a lot better, and the communication is increased 90%.
Okay, great. Because that was going to be my next thing. I'm very happy to go back.
Yeah.
Up for a third time. But we need to stay with them so they understand the importance of these cases.
And I think one of the biggest issues was the revolving door of the county attorneys. We have a new attorney now that she's been there, I believe, since August or so. She's great. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it. Great. I need a motion, please.
Madam Chair, go ahead,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Buchanan, please.
Got to get to my right page. Madam Chair, I move that the license and or license privileges of Julian Aguirre to hunt, fish, trap in the state of Arizona be revoked, and that he be denied another for a period of 3 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or bring civil action against Julian Aguirre to collect the amount of $3,366.62 for the loss of one white-tailed deer. And I further move that the director as secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes. Revoked for 3 years. Thank you. And our last one.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, docket number 2026-0010, Thomas Barraza Pena Jr., Mesa, Arizona 85210. Conviction summary. Charges: Count A, possess unlawfully taken wildlife. Count B, take wildlife without a valid tag. Count C, take wildlife with artificial light. The court is the Copper Corridor Valley Justice Court. The plea: Count A, guilty. B and C, dismissed per the plea agreement. The plea was accepted by the court. The fine: sentenced to pay $250, 24 hours community service or community restitution, and 6 months unsupervised probation. Date of conviction was November 18th, 2025. Actions to be considered by the commission: revocation of any any license to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, require completion of hunter education course pursuant to 17245, civil damages of no less than $3,666.62 for the loss of one white-tailed deer pursuant to ARS 17314. Case summary: on October 27, 2024, Officer Jeremiah Fountain and Officer Noah Silva contacted Thomas Barraza Pena Jr. on the Copper Creek Road in Game Management Unit 32. Mr. Barraza Pena Jr. had been hunting on a hunting trip with his family, who were also contacted during this investigation. The check of wildlife taken by the group revealed that 4 deer had been harvested and one of the deer was not tagged. Mr. Barraza Pena Jr. confessed to killing the untagged deer without having a valid permit tag to take deer. Officer Silva issued a citation to Mr. Barraza Pena Jr. and seized the unlawfully taken deer. Officer Silva and Investigator Foley performed a follow-up investigation and located the Barraza's family's camp. While investigating the camp, Officer Silva and Investigator Foley found additional deer carcasses and wasted game meat. The continued investigation also indicated that 3 tag deer that Officer Silva and Fountainhead checked in the field had also been unlawfully taken. Corresponding cases. Docket 2025-0024. On August 8, 2025, Thomas Barraza Pena Jr. was revoked by the Commission for the possession of unlawfully taken wild white-tailed deer. The Commission revoked his hunting, fishing, and trapping privileges for 5 years, imposed a civil assessment of $3,245.87 for the loss of 1 white-tailed deer, and further ordered the completion of hunter education course before obtaining any other license to take wildlife in Arizona. Disposition of wildlife and evidence. The meat was seized and donated. Time spent on the case was 200 hours. Mr. Barraza is not present. However, Officer Silva is available.
Great. We would love to hear from Officer Silva. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, Officer Silva.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning.
Morning. Just a brief overview from you would be great. Thank you so much.
Sure. So we were patrolling a deer hunt, and we stopped these individuals and just checking licenses and deer parts. And during that investigation, we found that there were 4 deer and only 3 tags. So during that investigation, when we started questioning people, there was a lot of deception going on with this group. Took us a while, but we were finally able to get a confession from Mr. Barraza about that he had shot that deer and he did not have a tag. And through our investigation and our interviews, we were also able to find out that they were also hunting at night and shooting at deer. So it was a very thorough investigation, and we found out later that there were some other things going on. But for this initial part, that's kind of where we left it, and I cited 3 individuals that day.
Great. I know that he's under the active suspension right now. Do you know how much time is remaining on that?
I am not sure, Madam Chair.
We revoked him in August of last year, so.
So he still has, and that was
A little
5
less
years.
Right, a little more than 4 years.
A little less than 4 years. Okay, great. I like to clarify that. Great. Any questions or comments?
I do. And
Okay.
so when I first read this, I read it a couple of times, to be honest. I couldn't even understand all the things going on. And this really is about the related case, which we revoked Mr. Barraza for 5 years back in August of last year. I just want to be clear, this is a different case and a different deer. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and I think we've got a lot to talk about, kind of aside the case, about our system, but I personally have frustration that even though when we typically deal with a second revocation, we look at 10 years, as I understand it, because of what he pled guilty to was not a take violation, but a possession violation. We're limited to 5 years, which can't be conducted sequentially, but has to be conducted consequently or at the same time. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, yes, sir, it is. And I did make a recommendation for a take charge on this case, and ultimately the courts made the decision on the plea deal.
And can I ask, were you present when that happened?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, yes, sir, I was.
And I'm trying to, I don't remember off the top of my head. What court was that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, that was the Pinal County Court in
Okay,
Superior.
Thanks.
Very interesting. Any other questions or comments? Yes,
Madam
please.
Chair. So I'm glad to hear all this confusion and the wording here. I, like Commissioner Buchanan, had to read through this thing 3 times just to everybody pointing fingers at one another. You know, the antlers were thrown in the fire and then they turn up in somebody else's pack. I mean, this was just unconscionable that's going on here. But maybe you or Officer Raspiller, just to be clear, what will happen here is this starts a new 5-year suspension, or how does that link with the previous suspension?
Correct. Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenhauer, they will run concurrently. So essentially he will be revoked for approximately 5.5 years. So we will extend him 5 more years from today. So he's already served that initial, 6 months. and we'll just continue 5 going forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Any other questions, comments? I need a recommendation. Anybody? Okay, Commissioner Buchanan.
Madam Chair, I move that the license and our license privileges of Tomas Barraza Pena Jr. to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Tomas Barraza Pena Jr. to collect the amount of $3,366.62 for the loss of 1 white-tailed deer. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please? Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And he's revocated for another 5 years, or however that timing is going to work. Thank you so much for that.
Madam Chair, could I make one
Yes.
comment?
Yes.
Just for the public here, we mince words a little bit when we talk about take violations versus possession violations. These come with different responsibilities, different levels of revocation, and it's kind of getting into the weeds. But never underestimate that some people that are in the field they understand these rules, and when they go to the courts, they can agree to some lesser charge. They know what they're doing when they go there and say, I will agree, or I'll make a plea agreement for a possession charge, but rather than this take charge. So back to what Commissioner Buchanan was saying earlier, it's incumbent upon all of us to talk to the officials that are doing this and make them have them understand that, one difference, a take versus possession, can make a big difference. Had this been a take violation and the previous one was a take violation, we'd be looking at a 10-year revocation here today. So just understand that the public understands some of this. Some people, some families get together and coordinate this stuff. So we just want everyone to understand where we are on these situations. So thank you, Madam Chair.
And on a third take violation for the same person, then you have a lifetime revocation is the option there. So I think that looking at statute, might be in our future. So great. Thank you. Director.
Madam Chair, we could return to item 7 now, which is, again, consideration of proposed commission orders 19 through 22 and 24 with Nathan Fife.
Mr. Nathan, welcome back.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thanks for having me back. All right, we'll jump right back into it with Commission Order 20 for band-tailed pigeons. So a little information on band-tailed pigeons. Band-tailed pigeons are managed in 2 different populations. So if you want to think of the Pacific Coast and the interior, those are our 2 different populations. And the interior subspecies, you can think of the Four Corners region going down into Mexico, which is the species that we have here in Arizona. With HIP, harvest information for band-tailed pigeon hunters for the last 25 years indicate variable harvest of interior band-tails, with an average of about 403 birds a year over the last decade, and there's an estimated of 770 pigeons harvested in 2024. Again, with the caveat that the last couple years of HIP data given to us from Fish and Wildlife Service has been inflated. So just keeping that in mind. We just, and another note on that, we just finished the 2025 year, so 2024 is the most recent year that you'll see posted in HIP harvests information for the remaining of this presentation. We are asking our band-tailed pigeon hunters to get in contact with us via email or when they purchase a license online to indicate that they are band-tailed pigeon hunters, so we can later survey them. We are asking them to continue doing that. So for Commission Order 20 for band-tailed pigeons, season date September 25th to October 8th, 2026, statewide. Bag limit, 2 band-tailed pigeons per day. Possession limit, 6 band-tailed pigeons after opening day, of which no more than 2 may be taken in any one day. The falconry bag limit, 3 per day in the aggregate of all migratory game birds in season, comprised of any combination of migratory game bird species for which a general season that includes falconry as a legal method of take or a falconry only season is open. The falconry bag limit is not in addition to the firearms bag limit. And then the falconry possession limit being 9 in the aggregate of all migratory game birds in season after opening day, of which no more than 3 may be taken in any one day. And just a note on the season dates, the hunt recommendations that were posted online had an error in the season dates for band-tailed pigeons. That was corrected, and this is also fixed in your certification copies provided to you today.
So in the hard copy, is it incorrect?
What you have in front of you today, it is correct for
Okay.
September 25th to October 8th being a 14-day
Oh, okay,
season.
I see.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and unless you have any questions, I have a recommendation.
All right. Do you have a question? Okay. All right, please.
There we go. The department recommends that the commission vote to approve Commission Order 20, band-tailed pigeons, in accordance with the final federal frameworks as presented.
So moved.
Second.
And I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And you're good to go on that one.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, on to Commission Order 21, waterfowl. Before we dive into it, just a note that, small game, Dr. Harding and myself can get down and dirty with the best of them, as Commissioner Kerr pointed out earlier. So just wanted to throw that out there. And before I get into it, I also wanted to highlight some of the amazing work that's happening in Region 1. A huge shout out to all the staff involved, in particular Officer Johnston, as well as Rick Langley and Justin Winter with the game program up there.
Excellent.
Couldn't be doing this without them.
Thank you. There they are.
Yep. So last June, we rounded up geese at 6 different locations in the Pine Top area. While the adult birds were molting and relatively flightless, we did have a couple birds that showed us otherwise that managed to get away from us. But in total, we were successfully able to ban 373 geese, of which 50 of those were goslings born within the Pine Top area. And we were able to put out 301 net collars for the study that is currently going on as well. And then just wanted to go ahead and highlight a couple of the local celebrities with Commissioner Kerr, his wife Sherry. They were out there every day that week, and we greatly appreciate your help in having you all there. And then we also, I wanted to highlight in the top left picture holding a goose is Andrew Limmer, which is our state Ducks Unlimited rep. Ducks Unlimited has been a great partner, and we're looking forward to continuing working with them.
Yeah, they're a great supporter, not only of what you are doing, but also for Wildlife for Tomorrow. They're great sponsors for us as well, so thank you. Thank you for mentioning that.
Indeed. Just wanted to highlight another couple captures that happened earlier this year. This one in particular was at Woodland Lake. We did have a couple other captures at Rainbow Lake and Jake's Marsh as well. In total, with these captures for ducks being targeted, we did catch a couple geese, but we ended up banding 215 ducks and 31 Canada geese, as well as 3 coots for our banding efforts earlier this year. And in total, the project is looking at about 440 Canada geese, 301 of those currently with net collars, 357 ducks banded, and 3 coots. So again, just wanted to give a shout out to the region with all the great work they're doing as well as for this
Great
project.
pictures. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know how happy those geese are being held like that, but that's okay.
I think they just give in after a while. Moving on to the splash limit. Let's see here. Excuse me. This is a 2-tier licensing experiment in the Central Flyway. It finished 4 years during the 24-25 season and had a 5th year during this past 25-26 season, allowing the Tier 2 results to be analyzed. With waterfowl hunter numbers continuing to decline annually, evaluations of the phase 1 of the 2-tier experiment demonstrated stronger hunter satisfaction, strong R3 outcomes, so recruitment, retention, and reactivation, minimal harvest of species of concern, and minimal law enforcement issues, with law enforcement being generally supportive of the splash limit. Tier 2 hunters harvested relatively few ducks overall, but showed improved identification, skills, and confidence. Recruitment outcomes included approximately 8,000 new hunters in Nebraska and South Dakota combined, with strong retention and graduation rates from the splash limit to the standard tier. And let's see here. And with that success, Arizona participated in a special working group organized last fall to determine the next steps for the next phase and what that would look like. With that, the working group proposed that phase 2 be conducted in 2 to 3 states per flyway over a 4-year period. So the 27-28 hunting season through the 30-31 seasons, and implemented uniformly across participating states beginning in that 27-28 hunting season. Participating states will formally opt in during the 26 fall flyway meeting, and the program will include structured monitoring of harvest thresholds, annual 2-tier hunter surveys, and evaluation of recruitment, retention, and reactivation outcomes. A 4-year phase 2 should provide the necessary duration to evaluate the objectives across multiple regulatory cycles and environmental conditions, ensuring that the service and the flyways have reliable information to guide future decisions. By expanding participation in 2 to 3 states per flyway and prioritizing states with higher harvest and representation of sensitive species, and strengthening monitoring through standardized tools, the goal of phase 2 will be to generate the data needed to assess whether or not the 2-tier system can serve as a sustainable nationwide approach for supporting hunter participation without impacting waterfowl populations.
You want to ask now? We have a question. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Madam Chair. Nathan, I've got a couple of questions here on the splash limits. I mean,
of course.
I understand basically how it works. First of all, specifically on Arizona, because we're probably not one of the states in the Pacific Flyway with the highest harvest. Even if we volunteered for it, we'd probably not be selected, but I may be incorrect.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, we have stressed our interest in being one of those states, but from my understanding, same as you, we probably wouldn't be selected. It'd probably, just speaking out loud, maybe other states that have higher regulations with like sea ducks and other species.
Okay. So here, I do have some questions on the mechanics, how this works. Because right now, you know, our limit is 7 ducks a day. And there's some exceptions that we talked about, canvasbacks, pintails, et cetera, that make it less than that. If we have a situation where we have both splash limits or the traditional going on at the same time, how does it work for a day? Do I, as a hunter, have to sign up for splash limits all season? Or is it a daily thing? I'm not sure how this works, and then how it gets managed in the field by a WM who's checking limits.
Right. Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan. So Arizona did make rule changes in Article 2 recently to incorporate the ability for the commission to approve the splash limit. So in a sense, a hunter would go on and select for the season while they're purchasing hip, which tier that they would want to participate in.
Okay, so a WM in the field, if he sees somebody with 3 ducks, but there are 3 canvasbacks, and they're within the they're using splash limits, they'd be okay. If they're using the traditional, they would not.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I'm assuming that in the field, our WMs would have an easy way to check that.
Correct. Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, from my understanding, I mean, there's still work that would be needing to be done with IT changes to have this incorporated. But that would be listed on the person's hunting license for their hip, and then the indication of which tier they selected. So if a law enforcement officer did happen to encounter somebody with 3 canvasbacks, they're able to see which tier and whether or not that would be a violation.
Okay, and then last question. This really has to do with what happens after 2031. If this is successful and the experiment's successful, is the Fish and Wildlife Service considering making this mandatory nationwide? Or are they going to still allow states to do their own thing based on their own specific needs?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, I'd have to look into that for you, but from my understanding, they would leave it to the states.
Great. Okay.
So continuing to look at duck and goose harvest in Arizona. Duck and goose harvest and hunt days, we've generally seen a decline in Arizona as well as the rest of the U.S. over the last few years. And again, just with that caveat for the HIP estimates, as you can see shown here as well with some of the other past slides, that uptick in the 23-24 seasons that is being looked at by Fish and Wildlife Service. With the North American waterfowl breeding populations, breeding population surveys for waterfowl numbers are still below the average of 33.8 million birds, but may be approaching the long-term average. Last survey results were approximately 35.4 million birds. Even with that being said, Arizona being in the Pacific Flyway, is part of the Western Mallard model. And with that, we may offer 1 of 3 harvest strategies based upon that model that considers the number of mallards counted on established surveys in the Pacific Northwest and Alaska. Even though waterfowl numbers are lower than they have been the last couple decades, mallard numbers are still higher than any thresholds that would trigger season or bag limit reductions. So the Pacific Flyway, including Arizona, will see and be offered the liberal package, as shown there with the 107-day season 7-bird bag limit. With that, the percentage of duck species harvested in Arizona, we tend to see more teal and American widgeon harvested in the state of Arizona. This past season, we did see mallards as the most harvested waterfowl or duck species, but it still holds true for the top 6 being ring-necked northern shoveler, green-winged teal, mallard, gadwall, and American widgeon. So ducks with specific management plans. As stated, the current mallard model with the liberal package being 107 days with 7 birds a day with no more than 2 mallard hen Mexican or Mexican-like ducks being taken. The pintail management plan is also set as liberal with 107 days, 3 birds a day. Canvasback, liberal, 107 days, 2 birds a day. Redhead, liberal, 107 days, 2 birds a day. And the Scott management plan currently being set as moderate, 86 days with 2 birds a day. So for the 26-27 waterfowl season recommendation, the general season would be October 23rd, 26th to January 31st, 27. Youth only being February 6th and 7th of 2027. Falconry only being February 1st through 4th, 2027. Scott being November 7th 2026 to January 31st, 2027. With the 107-day season, the youth only is set to get the 2 days, and that's always set during a time when, again, the youth are more apt to be out and about over a weekend, holiday weekend and such. Falconry 4 days, and then leaves the general season with 101 days per the federal frameworks. We always get asked this question on our start and ending days. Per the federal frameworks, we can, for the general season, not go past January 31st. So if you take into consideration that as the start and count back, that's where we land on October 23rd. Same with the SCOP being the 86-day season, January 31st, back date to November 7th. So hunters will see opening day shift with the calendars, but you're still getting the full allotted time to hunt these species. So a summary of recommendations for ducks: bag limit overall being 7 ducks a day for the daily bag, of which it can be comprised of 7 mallards, no more than 2 being female mallards, Mexicans or Mexican-like ducks, 3 pintails, 2 redheads, 2 scop with the 86-day season, 2 canvasback, 1 black-bellied whistling duck, and all other ducks, including mergansers, being 7, and possession is 3 times the daily bag, so 21 ducks. Summary recommendations for geese: bag limit for white geese, so that would be your snow, blue, Ross would be 20 for the daily bag. Dark geese, so your Canada, crackling, brant, white fronted, be 5 for the daily bag. Possession being 3 times the daily bag, so 60 for white geese, 15 for dark. Summary recommendations for coots and gallinals: bag limit of 25 in the aggregate, possession 3 times the daily bag, as well as all the other migratory game birds, and 75 in the aggregate. And I have a recommendation if there are no questions.
Any questions? Questions? Okay. All right. And your recommendation is?
The department recommends that the commission vote to approve the Commission Order 21 waterfowl in accordance with the final federal frameworks as presented.
I have a recommendation. So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes as well.
Thank you very much. On to Commission Order 22, snipe. Overall, Arizona sees relatively low harvest of snipe. Again, about the hit numbers you do see for 23, 24, that uptick. On average, from HIP data previously, we see very low numbers. The last decade, usually about 10 birds. But just a season recommendation for snipe for the general season: it would run concurrent with the general waterfowl, being October 23rd, 26th of January to January 31st of 27. Bag limit being 8 snipe per day, possession limit 24 snipe, with no more than 8 being taken in 1 day. And if there are no questions, I have a recommendation.
Any questions? All right. What is your recommendation, please?
The department recommends, the commission vote to approve Commission Order 22, snipe, in accordance with the final federal frameworks as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And yet again, it passed.
Nathan, someday I'd like to take you snipe hunting.
Yeah, every time I see them, it takes me too long to register what they are, and they usually fly away on me, so I probably wouldn't be the best snipe hunter. But moving on to Commission Order 24, Sandhill Crane. Just to recap from this 25-26 Sandhill Crane hunting season, the 25 draw saw over 4,000 applicants for the 966 general permits. We saw a 4.2 to 1 demand for both the general and archery hunts, and youth we ended up seeing a 2 to 1 demand. Last year was the 4th year for the bonus point option, which began in 22. We did offer January hunts this past hunting season. to help reduce any type of depredation issues on ag fields in the multi-unit. And then we do go ahead and monitor sandhill cranes every year down in the multi-unit area. So just some numbers from that survey. Numbers were down to around 20,000 from the 38,000 average that we usually see this past January. Our survey days had dense fog, so we had to get those rescheduled, and even with that, the numbers were still low following that day than in years prior. This might be due to the mild weather conditions in northern states, so those birds, especially with waterfowl as well, they just didn't get that pressure to move down into Arizona. So that's what we're chalking up those lower numbers to. But we also wanted to highlight that this hunting season is a mandatory hunter check station year. So just throwing that out there for all of our hunters that may be watching online. So with Arizona, we manage our crane hunting based upon the Rocky Mountain population of greater sandhill cranes in Arizona. With that dictates us having the mandatory check station every 3 years, so we can calculate the number of greater sandhill cranes taken in the harvest. The greater sandhill cranes in our open hunt areas in southeastern Arizona are members of the Rocky Mountain population, and their populations are significantly smaller than the lesser sandhill cranes. So they can only tolerate fairly light harvest, and as such, they are highly regulated across all states where they breed and overwinter, one of which being Arizona. So where they breed in more northern states, within the Pacific Flyway Management Plan, it dictates that they're managed to maintain an abundance of approximately 17 to 21,000 cranes. Anything above that usually leads to significant agricultural damage by the cranes. And any number above that threshold also allows for some hunting of the Rocky Mountain population of birds. So when there is a surplus of 21,000 seen in the fall surveys, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service allocates out some of that surplus to the states that hunt cranes in the flyway, and that surplus allows us to offer crane hunts. So as you can see, this year we were bumped up to 312 birds allocated for our harvest, up from the 238 in last season. So our harvest allocation from Fish and Wildlife Service shown here in the dashed line, along with the estimated Rocky Mountain population crane harvest calibrated from our check stations, indicated in the solid line. You can see we've always remained below that. There's been a few years where we bumped up next to it, but we're doing a good job to remain below that and not to exceed that per the federal frameworks. Continuing on, looking at the wintering sandhill crane numbers. Let's see here. We went ahead and counted, over the last 30 years in southeastern Arizona. Winter populations are shown in the green. It's a mix of graders and lessers from the Rocky Mountain mid-continent population, as well as the Canadian population of cranes. And additionally, harvest each year is shown in the blue line. And just to note that there's two different axes right there. So when you're looking at that, they're not the same. Clicker not working? There we go. So here's the proposed crane season structure for the 26-27 season, offering 6 hunts in November, December, and 3 hunts in January for the multi-unit area, 6 hunts in Unit 28, and 4 in Unit 29 in November, December. Bag limit is 3 cranes for each 3-day hunt in a season, with possession of 6 per calendar year. And that is in case if somebody was to draw this year for the January hunt and then draw again next year for November, December, they would still be within their 6 cranes in a year. And just to note that the bonus point option was also fixed and is being I guess it didn't get updated in this slide, but the bonus point option was fixed and is in your certification copy as well.
Thank you.
Continuing on to the youth-only sandhill crane, season dates would be December 5th through 7th of 26 in the multi-unit for 42 permits. Archery-only sandhill crane, November 13th through 15th of 26, multi-unit being 12 permits. And if you don't have any questions, I have a recommendation.
Yes,
Madam Chair,
please.
I do have a question. Madam Chair, Nathan, can you talk about the mandatory reporting? How does that get accomplished?
So every 3 years, we do a harvest check station down there in the multi-unit, and we usually set up a station over in the Duncan area for the Unit 29 and 28 hunts. So if a hunter does go ahead and harvest a bird, they're asked to bring that bird to the check station so we can gather information about the bird, their wing chord, bill length, different things like that, that would help us indicate the number of greater sandhill cranes in the harvest. Prior to the hunt, once the draw happens, we will be sending out an email to successful crane applicants, so they'll be able to know where the check stations are and different things like that, so they'll be informed of participating if they are successful with harvesting cranes.
Madam Chair, so would they be accessible, or are we asking hunters to drive an hour to get to a check station after they hunt?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, they are accessible, so we go ahead and we try and position them to where our hunters have the best chance of not going too far out of the way to drive X number of hours or anything like that. We keep them within reasonable distance along the multi-unit or over in Duncan for the 28 and 29 hunts.
Okay. And Madam Chair, Nathan, I'm glad to hear you talk about promoting this, getting that word out there via email so everybody's on the same page going into it, because I could see some issues with that, but thank you.
Commissioner Manuel.
Madam Chair, Nathan, more a comment than a question, and kind of related to Jim's questions. Having been through one of those mandatory check stations, it was very easy to get to, and actually quite fun if you get the opportunity to do it, especially when the graders come in with the lessers. Because the size difference in those birds is pretty incredible. So I don't know if any of commissioners, anybody else is allowed to go to those check stations during that time period, but it's really kind of fun to be there just to see everything that you guys are doing with those birds on those check-ins.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Manuel, of course, we would love to have, if your time permits, allow you to come and help check out some birds and get some measurements. We'd more than love that. And yeah, it's I joke around, when those graders do come into the check station, it's almost like they're bringing in a pterodactyl or something. They're very big birds.
Madam Chair, Nathan, and one thing, if I just made another comment, didn't know until this year that when you're processing those, that's when you determine male or female. And so getting to see that firsthand every time I've gotten to field dress one of these birds is really incredible as well. So
cool. Thank you. Thank you. Great.
There she goes bragging about her hunting.
I know, geez. Once again. Oh, boy.
But if there's no further questions, I have a recommendation.
Yes, please.
The department recommends the commission to vote to approve Commission Order 24, Sandhill Crane, in accordance with the final federal frameworks as presented.
Great. I have a recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And yet again.
Thank you so much. And with that, I'll just end with another reminder for our hunters on when you do and you don't need the migratory bird stamp, and just wish everybody happy small game hunting.
Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you.
Director.
Madam Chair, we're running a little bit behind now. I don't think we can get through 5 before our time's certain to go into executive session. So
Okay.
we could move on to 8 if it
Okay.
pleases the chair, and that's Quail Management. The presenter's Clay Crowder, Assistant Director, Wildlife Management Division.
Okay, and we have a couple blue slips. You said 8, right, Director? 8, okay. We do have a couple blue slips. Shall we do those first? Kent Saba? Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you. My legs are a little numb. I'm doing okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My family has enjoyed hunting and fishing in Arizona for 5 generations. I want to thank you all for your great management of the fish and wildlife. My concern that I bring you today is after my Mearns quail hunt, which I've been doing for 25 years down in southern Arizona. We observed a severe decline in the populations, and I believe it's from weather conditions, the drought, and overhunting. This year, my cousin back here and I hunted 7 days with well-trained dogs. We found a total of, the dogs found a total of 4 coveys. 5 days in a row, we did not find a single covey. And again, these are experienced dogs. And we hunt off the beaten path. Some of these areas we hike an hour to get to our hunting spot. We have over 18 spots that we know of that are out, again, far away from the beaten path. It was shocking and disappointing. What we also noticed was the junipers, manzanitas, and oak trees are dying down there. It's a sad, sad situation that we can't control. It's the weather. What I suggest is going to be sad for my hunting dog Pearl and myself. I suggest to sadly cancel the season or reduce the season. Reduce the limit of quail down to 2 or 3 at the most if the season remains open. I think out-of-state hunters should be reduced to 5 days of hunting. I hunt South Dakota pheasants, and I know that I'm only allowed to hunt 5 days in their state. I think it should be considered. I think if action isn't taken, Mearns quail could be gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you for your words, sir. Roger Saba.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thanks for the time. I've spoke to you in the past, and my comments aren't going to differ much from my cousin. I do have a couple little twists, though, that I'd like to add to it. My name is Roger Saba. I'm a game and fish volunteer, and my family has hunted and fished in the state of Arizona for over 100 years. If you have the opportunity to go down to the border in Mearns quail country, as I viewed the problems of the drought, Kent mentioned the junipers and the oaks, whole hillsides, ridges, dead. And this has happened in a short period of time. 2 years ago, I didn't notice much of this at all, but lately it's prolific. It's disheartening. I don't know how else to put it. Uncontrollable. The native grasses, usually up to your waist, have been replaced by invasive weeds in lots of the area. And all this means is poor Mearns quail habitat. The monsoon has been non-existent to a degree. Most of the moistures come in the early fall from these busted up hurricanes that doesn't help the hatch much. Can't do much about that either. Overhunting, I do believe, is a problem. If you look at the data, and I think some of our concerns follow the data that you have, overhunting isn't one of them. Although that is in existence there. Too many hunters chasing the same coveys of quail. Out-of-state hunters, guided hunts, and in-state hunters hunt the same ridge day after day after day. And like Kent said, some of these areas we hunt, we know no one else hikes in that far, or a few people. And it's something else going on. It's a tragedy. In closing, I just want to say my dog probably won't hunt for me again if she knew the suggestion I'm going to make. Very disappointed she'd be, as well as I am, but I'm going to agree, close the season for a few years. Let them recuperate. It's a unique species. If you don't feel you can do that, then cut the limit and cut the season length and some of these other things that Kent mentioned. I appreciate all the work you guys do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your words. Yes, Commissioner
Thanks,
Buchanan.
Madam Chair. Hey, for both of you, I just want to give you a little bit of a report. As somebody who lives outside of Patagonia, the oaks, the manzanitas, and even the junipers are starting to recover. The good news is we've had a good set of winter rains. Of course, we know that probably is not going to have a big effect on the Mearns population, but the hillsides are starting to get green and recovering again, and grasses are starting to flourish. I just thought I'd share that. This year only. Last year, winter rains were non-existent. That's part of the problem.
Most of those trees we notice are dead.
Yeah, actually, you'd be surprised. Some of the dead trees are now starting to sprout leaves, so they weren't dead, just really dormant.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Luke, I think we have 2 blue cards from Region 5.
Madam Chair, that's correct. And they are standing by, I believe.
And Ben is working his magic. Thank you, Clay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Bueller?
we can hear you.
Ben, can you let
Yes,
him?
we hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear. Okay.
Anytime.
Yes.
The floor is yours, sir.
Oh, technical difficulties.
No, you're good.
Okay, we're good. Okay, great. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak, as I have spoken on this topic several times in the past years and most recently last month. My name is Matt Russell. I'm an outfitter here in Southern Arizona who offers guided quail hunts. I am a board member of, and I am here to represent the Arizona Upland Outfitters and Guides Association. I'm also a member of our local Quail Forever chapter. We are in favor of the Mearns quail stand. I propose keeping all 3 quail species seasons the same. However, if the department's data sees it imperative that the season be shortened, reduce it on the front end. October is too hot to be running dogs. Rattlesnake threat is high to both humans and our 4-legged friends. Push it back to November, as Dr. Harding had recommended, but don't shorten it on the back end in February. The weather is just too nice to shorten it in February. The economic impact that quail hunting has on our small towns south of Tucson is huge. Lodging, restaurants, mini marts, wineries, all of which are local businesses. Quail hunting is a lifestyle. Where else can you hunt game for over 100 days each season? The beautiful state of Arizona. Remember, the Game and Fish logo showcases the Gamble's quail, which appears to be in the shape of a shotgun shell, not an elk, deer, javelina, or turkey. Let's give our quail species the attention they deserve. Let's make history together and be a model for other states' hunting departments. As mentioned in past speeches, we hunting guides have boots on the ground for many consecutive days each season, as well as scouting prior to our season throughout the year. We are not biologists, but we feel that we have valuable information on all 3 species. Together, we can help each other in our common interest. I'll keep this one shorter than it normally is. So thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the Arizona Upland Outfitters and Guides Association and for our quail species. We all know have no voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Luke, I think we have another one.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Arizona Game and Fish Commissioners. My name is Dave Brown. I am a resident upland bird hunter from Patagonia, the owner of Dave Brown Outfitters and president of the Arizona Upland Outfitters and Guides Association. Over the past 2 decades, myself, other hunters, and the department have witnessed a dramatic increase in non-resident hunters targeting Mearns quail in southeast Arizona. This increased pressure has raised concerns among resident hunters and non-hunting wildlife enthusiasts alike. While the department maintains that hunting pressure does not impact populations, this philosophy is based on bobwhite quail studies from 1935 and 1946. We believe this management approach should require reevaluation. Currently, the department baseline data collection is through voluntary surveys and wing barrels is both insufficient and inconsistent. To address these inaccuracies, we suggest implementing pre- and post-season surveys conducted by permitted volunteers with bird dogs in assigned zones. Furthermore, our association proposes the Mearns Quail Stamp Initiative, similar to successful programs in Colorado, Montana, and Wyoming. A stamp would provide accurate harvest data, hunter numbers, and generate significant revenue for the department. This initiative is supported by Southern Arizona Quail Forever, the Valley of the Sun Quail Forever, and the Arizona chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. It is time to view a wildlife stamp not as a licensing complication, but as an essential management tool. Thank you for your time in considering these recommendations.
Thank you very much for your words. I appreciate the time you took and very thoughtful. Any comments? Are we good?
Madam Chair, I believe that's all the blue cards for this item.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Crowder. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. It seems we're here to talk about quail. A college professor once told me, don't use comedy in discussions, but why did the quail cross the road?
Why?
To prove he wasn't chicken. So the reason I'm here is just wanted to provide some updates to the commission with regards to what the department has been looking at on quail management since September. And want to familiarize everybody. I think we're all on the same page with regards to the species. Some of them were already brought up this morning. One other thing I want to touch on, I think the small game specialist, Nathan, did a wonderful job covering what the commission orders and the cycles. And so briefly just want to touch on that the commission order, oh, well, I guess my time's up. Commission order 16 for quail was approved in April of 25, and that's a 2-year cycle. So we're talking about Gambel's scaled quail, what we determined to be the desert quail. Obviously, you get an idea of what that looks like for distribution and a couple key things with regards to precipitation, October through March, and what that looks like for green up, and also breeding activity. I do have an update related to that as well. I'll cover as I get there. One key piece is part of that includes fall harvest check stations. That's in October. There's a location just outside of Oracle where we spend the weekend, not me personally, I would love to, but visiting with hunters and the quail that are brought in. Of course, Montezuma or Mearns quail, more affectionately called. You get an idea of the distribution across the state, and coveted game bird, of course, and summer monsoon moisture is key, June through September. And part of the key aspect is how we receive some of the data with regards to winter wing barrels. I'll show you a map later of where those are distributed. And then as well as our wildlife manager field checks that we performed as part of our saturation patrol. So this is from specifically October 18th through 19th. The hunt check stations on Willow Springs Road outside Oracle Junction. And on the x-axis, you get the years. On the y-axis, you get the number of hours for effort, and then also hours per birds harvested. So let me put this in a thumbnail for you. Reported 100 days were 91, 1/3 of the long-term average, which approximates to 3.4 hours per bird versus 2.5 hours per bird, and looking at the long-term average. Does that make sense? So it appears to be greater efforts by hunters to harvest birds based on this check station. The number of quail harvested was 124, which was almost half the total in 2024, and a quarter of the long-term average of 479. And then hunters only presented 55 birds. And looking at bid at the sex of those individuals, it was approximately 2-to-1 male to female. Age ratios of harvested birds included adults 53, juveniles 2, which appears that there's less juveniles in what was harvested. So a little more expanded so you get an idea of that. We've seen some trends across the years based on that check station and what's exhibited based on our effort there. Moving on to the wing barrels for the harvest data we have across the locations in southern Arizona. And quickly,
Clay,
yes,
we have a question from Commissioner Buchanan.
Madam Chair, Clay, do you want us to hold questions to the end or take them by grouping, or how do you want us to do this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, at your pleasure.
Okay, so on the, are you going to come back to desert birds, or are you going to cover those more? Because the slides we got are a little different than the ones you're presenting. So,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, I'd be happy to spend time on this. So, correct, there were updates as of this morning on the desert birds. So I'd be happy to take any questions right now.
Okay, so I've got a couple. Number one, we don't have any preliminary data from spring call counts?
Oh, Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, that's one of the hot items I was going to cover from the preliminary data for spring call counts. I do have a slide.
I'll just wait on that. Looking at the number of birds harvested, so I'm going back a little bit. I think if you go back to 2000, maybe you see, we were harvesting more quail. And obviously that has dropped down over time, but our limit has been the same. In fact, our daily bag limit back in the 1970s when I was in college, I got to tell you, I could go and hunting without a dog could easily get a limit every day because there were just that many birds. And I know but we've had the same limit. The limit was 15. So what I'm trying to sort through, the limit has been imposed by, I think, social impact, not by science. Do we think that having a limit of 15 birds a day is sustainable for these desert birds?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, if that question's posed at me, based on the recommendation the commission or the department provided in April of 2025, correct, the bag limit for desert birds is sustainable.
Okay.
All right, we're good?
Yeah.
Perfect. So again, just wanted to provide a summary of the wing barrel data that's collected. Again, this is across Region 5 specifically. During this last season, there were 89 envelopes that were submitted. There were an additional 10 hunters that provided written accounts to the department. However, they did not submit wing into the wing barrels, so we were not able to acquire any biological data based on those efforts. And let's see, so you have you have hours, if you're not colorblind like me, hours hunted is red, birds harvested is going to be in blue, and that gives you an indication of what's there. I'll summarize it. 210 hunter days over the Mearns quail season. Of course, this is December 5th through February 8th. Overall, during the last the wing barrel data indicated lower Mearns quail breeding activity in most years, 28.7% juveniles in the harvest, which is well below the long-term average of 69.2, while the proportion of juveniles in the previous season, which is much closer to the average of 58.5. And we also saw, based on that low reproduction, approximately 29%. Of course, that is based on what we would see for juvenile to adult wings in the wing barrels. So again, what you see there, I hope that's red or orange, would be the percent juveniles. Green's going to be average percent juveniles across time, and then the hunter days and average hunter days displayed based on what I just shared. So looking at what that would mean for average birds per day or average birds per hour, well, we see continue to see a decrease on the blue line there. Okay, I didn't want to get ahead of myself based on Commissioner Buchanan's question, but what I thought would be really helpful, because we are right in the middle of our spring call counts. These activities started in March and will continue through May 3rd. So these are historical routes. The department's been doing this for a number of years. There's 10 routes across. I know I personally don't like acronyms, but for the benefit of the commission, those are a number of regions and routes that are identified, quite a few in Region 6, quite a few in Region 5, and then of course Region 3 and Region 4. So the positive news on this is 7 of the 10 call counts are, other key pieces, 3 to 4 surveys for 2 weeks apart during the peak breeding activity season. And then we look at an average of the highest 2 runs as a part of the record. And I guess quickly I want to point out, again, this is preliminary, right? We're going to continue doing this through May. So although these numbers are in green, 7 of the 10 are higher than what, and some of them, what I would, people on my team know I don't like to use the word significant, but some of them are significantly higher than what we've seen in the past. And what that means is that our desert quail are calling, looking to pair, and are actively working through that. So I wanted to share it as an opportunity of what we've seen from the quail counts, which will continue again through May 3rd. So a quick throwback briefly, the department back in 2022 prepared our drought response plan that covered a lot of species, not just aquatic and terrestrial, but also ungulates and quail. The reason I bring this up is precipitation, as I pointed out earlier, is a key component of what might be for all species, particularly merns in terms of the season aspect of it. And so in the past, we've shared what this looks like for the precipitation across the state. I'll quickly point out the yellow table on the lower right, which is looking at abnormally dry all the way to exceptional drought, which I think some can describe as purple, but it looks like a brown to me. So one piece is the map in the upper right-hand corner is from 2025. That's not current. But this is the important part. March 26th was the last date that this was pulled. And this is based upon the precipitation across the state, right? So white means it's not in any of those criteria there based on the categories identified. So none, right? Normal or wet conditions is what that means. So you see across specifically portions of the state, that southeastern corner, some of the Mearns country, yellow would be some fire risk, forage is limited, soil is dry. The reason I bring this up is as we look back to September, that's the upper left-hand corner, we saw purple, we got the whole smorgasbord, but no yellow or white. And as you look through each month subsequently, conditions improved. And this was based upon the precipitation that fell. I think Commissioner Buchanan referenced that of the amount of precipitation that came after September and then through into the winter. So I wanted to apprise the commission of what we're monitoring and tracking. The reason I bring this up is because of our drought response plan, we did not identify any triggers specifically for quail related to the precipitation that has fallen through the winter, and even what we've seen most recently across the state back to this one, which would be more of our desert quail species.
Okay. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Clay, so just brief summary. Precipitation, especially with winter rains, looks pretty good. And winter rains, as we know, has a big determinant on population success for desert quail. We'll get to Mearns quail in a minute, but and my understanding is one of the major reasons is because of the lead-ins to growth of grains that those desert quail are going to consume, which is, again, it's a very different bird than Mearns. But is it fair to assume that this year's winter rains will lead to a good quail crop for desert birds this year? And I know you got at least an indication of it because of spring call count.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, I would be more comfortable with the magic 8 ball. So based on what we see right now with the spring call counts, and I'm not trying to be facetious, it appears as if the quail are pairing, reproducing. Your point about what's available for forage, yes. However, there could still be extensive dry out, and that may cause some of the clutches and reproductions to not be as successful, but they're going through every intent and effort in order to do that. Whereas last year we didn't see
very small coveys.
That's correct.
Okay.
Not just coveys, Commissioner, but also the call counts and effort for pairing was reduced.
Okay, and then on Mearns, we know through research that monsoon rains, summer rains, are probably the greatest determinant. And I'm gonna share with you what I think, and I'd like you to square me away, especially if I'm wrong here. The reason it's important, monsoon rains are important for several reasons. One, because of production of cover. And Mearns quail, of course, very different habits than the desert birds. They like to sit. They need cover to be protected against predators. So that's one. And it would, based on that, it's that year's rains that are most important. Just like the second comment, which is summer rains are very important for insects. Those young birds have to have insects and the protein in them in order to survive. So again, that year's rains. But the third reason is the production of the food source. And really, we're talking mast, or acorns, as well as tubers, the oxalis tubers. I think that it's the previous year's monsoons that are more important. Am I right or wrong, or do we even know?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, I love my response to be I'm a fish biologist, which is true, but we hypothesize, right, based on what is most significant. It could be a combination of both, because one would be forage, one would be cover, and what that means in tandem for what would be available for not only forage, but also what cover for the species.
All right, and the so what is really just is about management. When do we have the right information to make decisions about take and things like that? And so that's really what I'm trying to understand the background here. Thanks.
All right, I'll proceed.
Thank you.
So the next thing, and I just wanted to, the conversations come up a little bit about the department's efforts with the University of Arizona. And specifically on the Mearns quail project, the department also partnered with the U of A to look at Gamble's quail and some information we can glean there. I do not want to do any disservice to Dr. Ali, who is postdoc working on this, but I thought it'd be helpful for the commission and the audience to see the synopsis of some of the work. The other reason I bring this up is task 2 of what the U of A was asked to do was related to a population model for Mearns. And that's not ready, won't be ready until late this summer. But I wanted to briefly cover some aspects of what was identified from Dr. Ali's work. So again, I covered this a bit, but the second piece was the statistical reconstruction to estimate quail abundance and how that changes in response to environmental conditions, specifically on Mearns. You get to see a picture of Dr. Ali there. I'm going to focus on this first one, which is quail harvest data and a bit of history there. So 40 years seems like a long time. 1984 is when we started collecting these. This is across the 5 wing barrels. I touched on this already. You get an idea of what that looks like, where we have these wings and whether they're juveniles or adults. And of course, again, voluntary, submitted by our hunters. You have some information there, which would include email, which did not exist in 1984. So as time has progressed, we've been able to include more information that we're collecting from hunters, and then what that looks like for even use of dogs. So wing barrel locations. The other thing to touch on is weather stations. That's part of what helps us look at whether triggers were hit or not, and what we've identified in the drought response plan. So one thing I guess I want to reiterate, I shared this in one of the second slides. Mearns quail go all the way up to, pardon me, Commissioner Kerr, earmuffs, all the way up to the Little Colorado River in some areas. But what we focus on for wing barrels are going to be in the southern portion of the state and what that looks like here. So again, 40 years of data. You get an idea based on the wing barrels of the one number submitted, hours hunted based on the hunter response. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. Again, this wasn't my study, but I just thought it'd be, and I wasn't closely even involved in this, but wanted to cover some things. The focus of what the questions were asked is, how does weather influence harvest numbers, hunter harvest, effort changing over time? You know, some of the work that has been cited. Kirby Bristow, who retired from Arizona Game and Fish Department, did a paper in the early 2000s, specifically on Mearns and some of these things. And our thought was, what's changed in the last 24 years that we're aware of as it relates to Mearns? And so this was the opportunity for us to do that. Of course, is harvest influenced by bag limit? And then do hunters exhibit regulating behavior in response to low monsoon precipitation? So we had some hypothesis. You see that kind of in the lower right-hand side. I'm not going to go into details of how to interpret these data. On the x-axis is the year, y-axis is a number of things, including total quail harvested, quails harvested per hour, juvenile proportion, and then hours hunted. And essentially, as you go through time, of course, there's going to be outliers, just like any aspect of that. We do see, at least with where the red arrow is over time, proportion of juveniles harvested is decreasing. And then hours hunted, increasing. So this will cover it better. I'm a simple-minded person. Arrows are easier to understand. As we see temperature increasing, total birds harvest would decrease. You get the idea. Monsoon precipitation is increasing, total birds increase, which could increase across the years. And then you go down to the bottom, hours hunted, temperatures would be decreasing, hours hunted in terms of monsoon precipitation, and then year increasing. Any questions on this piece?
Thank you.
Okay. So some takeaways. Again, this is Dr. Alley performed this work. Beautiful photographs of Montezuma's quail. Monsoon precipitation is an important indicator of harvest. No strong effects of temperature or winter precip. And then based on this work, there was some evidence of hunter self-regulation. Trends over time, decrease in juvenile proportion. And that was part of there was 4 bar graphs across the top, and it was the third one to the right with the arrow that provided that indication. And again, these are based on wing barrel data, right? Increase in total quail harvested, particularly by non-residents. Non-resident hunter effect also appears to be increasing, and lower bag limits of 8 are not associated with lower harvest. And I think not exactly tied to the point that Commissioner Buchanan may have brought up, but there are times when the commission has made decisions in the past to adjust bag limits specifically for Mearns quail, and the wing barrels included those across time. And then finally,
Commissioner Buchanan has a
thanks,
question.
Madam Chair. Clay, so given that last point, my question is, Mearns quail, I think we started hunting them in about 1960, 61, something like that. The initial The initial bag limit was 2. It's gone between 8, 15, 10, 8 again now. But that's always been driven by social feedback, not by biological impact. If you were to make, I'm not asking you to make a recommendation, because I'm cognizant of what you're doing today. You're giving us an update. But what is the number we would have to get at to have a biological impact instead of 8 birds on our Mearns quail population?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, a pointed question deserves a pointed response. 2 to 3 is what the data suggests based on conversations with folks in the small game program. So significant reduction. And to your point, yes, there has been the changes in bag limit across time was due to social interest, and the commission's adjusting those, not based on the biological things the department observed. Not a lot more to cover here, but it appears hunter effort and hunter efficacy increasing over time, potentially social media, technology, longer hunter days. I don't recall where I heard it earlier this morning, but there is a site affinity, and I think may have been one of the things that was used in an earlier presentation. Mearns have a site affinity. If you have a location, then it'll be there for years to come, as long as there's not harvest or they disappear, that particular covey disappears. And that's what the point of the GPS technology. Hunters can revisit the same general areas across years or decades in some instances. And then potentially longer hunting days is another aspect. So again, this is University of Arizona's. The next aspect that we're really interested in is what that means from a population reconstruction and Bayesian modeling. That'll be something for us to see. We've never had a Mearns. We use modeling for a lot of our other species. This would be the first time we had Mearns. I have my own particular thoughts about that, including how do we test the model, what does that look like for management implications, et cetera. But that's something that we'll dig into. The point of that is I don't want either the commission or the audience to think it's going to be a silver bullet when it comes to management of the species, how the department considers the other aspects, including climate, precipitation, all those things. So, and then we'll go through this pretty quickly. So a statistical model, and then what that looks like for abundance as part of what the inputs are in order to what we see from the model. I believe that's more than a thumbnail of what we've been looking at since September, and I'm pretty sure that's my last slide. I'd be happy to take any additional questions or thoughts from the commission.
Commissioner Commissioner Guggenauer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Clay. Let me just say a personal note here. They always give you the hardest assignments. I'm sure you spend as much time with the commission and the staff. If you spend as much time with them as you spent with me, I feel sorry for you. I don't know when you slept. But thank you for your hard work and getting us up to speed and helping us understand this process better. So I wanted to say a couple of things. The first is last month when there was reference made to support these requests to reduce bag limits or seasons, and it was supported by Quail Forever. I received an email from a member of Quail Forever that said nobody can speak for Quail Forever except that organization. In fact, he sent me a copy of the bylaws where it specifically states that. And so for Quail Forever, for that organization, have you heard from them during this, support or opposed?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, so what I recall during the April Commission meeting 2025 was support of the recommendation the department brought forward. As far as, yes, there are members that reach out or that attribute membership to that. We haven't had any comments that had addressed concerns specifically of changing or adjusting recommendations from what the department had brought forward to the commission.
Gotcha. So they supported the department's recommendation.
That's correct.
Not to change. The survey forms, Nathan told us earlier that we're still in the process of collecting these, and we talked about a deadline around the August time frame. that's consistent. So we're still collecting data for this year.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, so across the small game survey is correct. That is an effort the department undertakes every year, spending what I would consider investing time and effort to ensure that we're able to collate that from hunters, which would include those that specifically identify they hunt Mearns quail. Yes.
Right. And so I go back a while with this. I mean, we've been talking about this for 3 years, and it seems like, the number one topic that everybody says is rainfall. What's the moisture counts? You remember last year we put prescriptions where, if we don't meet these total rainfalls, then we're going to change. And it turned out that we did meet them, and it didn't seem to make it an impact on the numbers either way. So I go back to the original thing. This is all about rainfall. I'm encouraged this year. The rainfall was much better. We're completely out of the drought. We wouldn't call it any type of a reason for drought. Call counts being better tells me it's optimistic. I think this is going to be just another, if you see how volatile some of these charts are, those are all regulated by moisture, rain, feed, like Commissioner Buchanan was saying. So I just see this as another process. That's why I think that it was approved for 2 years when we talked about this before. Back to the wing barrel data for one thing, because I know we're focused on this. This is a voluntary program that has been going on for many years. So voluntary means we really don't understand if everybody's complying with that. And even to the point, if I understand it right, if you don't harvest any quail, we still want those hunters to fill out an envelope, put it in a wing barrel, designate they didn't. Turns out that nobody does that. And so I questioned the process of using wing barrel data for reconstruction, for projecting hunt regulations. In fact, what Mr. Brown said today sounds like a more reasonable study that would get done if you're on the ground before and after the hunts. That seems like the type of study to do. So, I mean, for me, this is great information. I think it supports exactly what the decisions the commission has made in the past, and I appreciate your hard work to get us here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, please.
Madam Chair and Assistant Director Crowder, thanks. I've got some comments. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Guggenauer just said, but not all of it. And so I'd like to kind of say, differentiate between what I know and what I think. And there's a lot that I really don't know, but I want to share what I think about it anyway. First, I'll start with what I know. What I know is that the Mearns quail population is down. It's down significantly. And we have a lot of indicators of why that is. We have a lot of anecdotal reports from hunters' guides. We heard from 2 hunters today. We heard from a couple of guides. We look at your data from the wing barrel counts, 28%, that's less than half of the normal juveniles in the harvest. And I will use a comment that I believe that the population is so low that even with a good monsoon, we will get recovery. But we're not going to get complete recovery, I don't think, in 1 year, because we've started to go inside the brood stock. If you think of the North American model of wildlife conservation, we're supposed to be harvesting only surplus. And I believe with this bird, we're beyond that now. Covey size is down. The hours per bird are up. I've got reports of birders. These are not quail hunters. These are people that are out birding. We heard from one birder last month at our commission meeting, which says, and this is a guy that runs a nature conservancy property in Canelo, and he says he hasn't seen a Mearns quail there in 2 years. We have the Christmas bird count in Patagonia published in the paper, which I sent you a copy of. 57 birders, 21 sectors, a 15-mile circle around Harshaw Creek, and this year they saw 0 Mearns quail. Now, these are not yard birds who don't know what they're talking about. You know, they can differentiate between a grasshopper sparrow and a cassin sparrow, and they know what they're looking at. Of course, they call them Montezuma quail, not Mearns quail, but the Mearns population is down. The group of hunters, and this is part of the problem with the wing barrel data. We have people, and Commissioner Guggenauer said this, we have people who, despite the encouragement of at least one commissioner, will not go to a wing barrel data unless they unless they harvest a bird. But I did have a bunch of them collect a bunch of information, which of course I forwarded all by FedEx to Dr. Harding. This is from 8 different hunters, hunted 108 days, 246 hours, and found 31 coveys in that entire time. Now, fortunately, they only harvested 5 birds. I say fortunately because these are all very experienced hunters. They're all hunting with dogs. But I'm concerned that the population is down, and it's down to such a point that this is not sustainable. This is, okay, now here's where we get into what I think. The hunting pressure, unlike the survey that Kirby Bristow did and Dave Brown referenced, you know, Bob White Quail in 30s and 40s, the survey that Kirby did back in the early 2000s, one of our conclusions was that hunting pressure had no effect on Mearns quail. And I know, according to the slides you just presented us, there's probably some effect. And a lot of this is because of the internet, advent of social media, people sharing data, people bringing in, attracting non-residents. But you can come out of Connecticut with waypoints on where to go for coveys. You have no idea, you've never even been to southeastern Arizona, but people go there. And that's why there's just an increase in focus on pressure. So what I think is that pressure is having an outsized effect on the population. I think that the non-residents, we have a surge of non-residents. This again is, I mean, we heard Mr. Brown talk about it this morning. We heard these gentlemen here talk about it. You can't swing a dead cat where I live in the wintertime without running into people from Connecticut, Canada, England. I mean, they're all here to hunt Mearns quail. And I think that's great. But there's a couple of things that I've got concern about. Non-residents don't tend to self-regulate, and this is gross generalizations, it's not individuals, but they don't tend to regulate as well as residents. When residents know it's a bad year, they don't pursue quail. But if non-residents are here, they pay all this money to come here, they're probably gonna hunt. They may not harvest, we saw some of that this year, but they're probably going to hunt. So I do think that I think it would be preliminary now to make a decision to differentiate between residents and non-residents, because I don't think we have enough information. But I think that we ought to consider it in the future, whether it's shrinking a season. You know, I'm broadly against just limiting the number of hunters, but it's a concern that I have. I'm concerned that maybe our surveys don't give us sufficient data. Again, I don't know. This is just what I think. And so the comment made this morning about pre and post season surveys with hunters, with dogs that are dedicated, that's probably going to be the best way to find this species. If we're just looking in the mirror at history on wing barrel data and it's incomplete, we may not be getting the whole picture. As far as the Mearns stamp goes, I've heard a lot of arguments for it. The only one that resonates with me, potentially, is then we know who our Mearns hunters are, and we could have better information about who to contact. Again, I don't know if that's necessary. I'm just not sure we're there yet in terms of information, but I have a concern about it. I think it's going to take, again, this is where we get into I think it's going to take more than a year to recover, because we have so few birds right now. Even with the great monsoon, we could get a great breeding season, but they're so far down in population, they're going to need time to come back. We talked a couple of years ago about options to limit take. And we looked at, one option was to reduce the bag limit, and another option was to shorten the season. Now, frankly, I had never considered canceling a season like you two gentlemen recommended, and I'm not I don't personally, I'll speak for one commissioner, I don't think we're there yet. But I am concerned about it. I do think that shortening the season may not work. Because if you shorten the season, what you're gonna do is compress the impact. If you bring in more people in a shorter amount of time, I'm not sure we're gonna get the right result. So personally, I would be for reducing the bag limit, especially to something that would have a biological impact. And I'm also cognizant of all the feedback we got last month about economic impact. If you can give people a predictable season, they know when to come here, it has the same impact on hotels, restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. And that's it as far as my comment. So I'm very concerned. I'm very optimistic about the desert bird population, given the winter rains we've just had and what you've talked about for spring call counts. I'm far less optimistic about what's going on with Mearns quail and our ability to recover inside of 1 year, regardless of what happens in monsoon. I think if we have a great monsoon, we'll be headed in the right direction.
Madam Chair, I'm not trying to address, I jotted a few things down, I think, from both what Commissioner Guggenauer may have stated as well as Commissioner Buchanan. I'd be happy to share some of.
Please.
Okay. So wing barrels are in indices. Is it everything? No, but could be a long-term set. The one thing I wanted to point out, and I shared this earlier, was that we had received 89 envelopes, right? And then 10 hunters chose not to submit envelopes, but provided a written account. The one other piece is the department did spend quite a bit of time and effort over the last several years contacting small game hunters, specifically looking for those that may be Mearns hunters. I bring this up because I think it's an important piece to understand. There was over time probably close to 6 figures, and that included postcards, emails, across license types, so everything from lifetime to disabled vet's license, et cetera, combo, short-term, resident, non-resident. And based on those data, we really have what we recognize as a core group of Mearns hunters, which fluctuates plus or minus right around 500. And that's across time. And so I think that's an important piece from what we looked at since 2022 for what that number might actually look like. The responses from hunter questionnaires, really key piece of how the department gathers any data, big game and small game, and that's an important element. The last thing, and this is on me, I apologize. One of the things I introduced was the department's effort for wildlife manager contacts while they were afield. I failed to bring that up during my presentation. So there were 3 weekends that it's called a saturation patrol, where not only wildlife managers were traveling throughout the region where Mearns quail hunters, but also politely stalking them, maybe gas stations, coffee shops, gathering places, things like that. And so across those 3 weekends, based on contacts, and of course this is just a point in time interaction, 21 residents, 1 non-resident, and 1 guide. The guide was not in the act of guiding when they were there. It was, hey, I'm a guide, I'm identifying as a guide, I'm hunting. There were far more contacts within those timeframes with not only OHV, javelina hunters, deer hunters, et cetera. So my apologies for not including that in part of that, but that's a key piece for our effort to get an understanding of who was out there in the field for this year. But there may have been a decrease just for effort based on people may not have come to Arizona this year for various reasons, not just the seasonality.
Great. Commissioner Manuel?
I want to plant a seed maybe while we're on the topic of talking about data collection and things like that. A lot of our feathered hunts happen over winter. Our outfitters are required to report all their information by the end of the year. And so everything that comes in January, February, or when their outfitters are out with their hunters, we see that a year late. And I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what it takes to change that, if it's even possible to have something like that change. And I'm talking about this from hearing from more than one species of outfitter, but maybe looking at that a little bit different and maybe changing that report date and outfitter license expiration date might help with some of this data collection.
Commissioner Guggenauer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to a comment that Commissioner Buchanan made because for the audience, you hear a lot of different opinions here, a lot of data coming, but it's frustrating to this commissioner that we would have a group of people who decide not to cooperate and put wings in wing barrels or submit accurate hunter surveys, but rather collect their own data and then submit it in a report to a commissioner. I mean, that's not helping anybody. We do need the data. We need to figure out how to solve this issue going forward if there is a solution to it. But not cooperating with the process, not working with the Game and Fish Department absolutely is not the answer. Thank you.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A.D. Crowder, thank you for the information and the presentation. And across the line, it sounds like we have data, but we get it late. We don't get it in time. And one of the things I say often is trusting the science is one of the most unscientific things you can do because it's never done. We're constantly getting new information, and some of the quail data that we have and that we quote is 70 years old, 50 years old. And we have a new situation now. We're dealing with long-term drought. So I'm encouraged by the call counts, but at this time, they're not going to be done for another month. We've seen that rainfall, whether it be in the wintertime, and we've seen that rainfall and call counts for desert birds are closely linked, and there are some regions that are still doing their quail calls. And for Mearns quail, it's the summer monsoons, and we're making a decision now that, we're not going to know what the summer monsoon looks like until, the end of the monsoon season. And that's right before basically the desert quail season starts. So I look at the socioeconomic impacts of shortening the season and all this data. And I really think that we need to make this decision after we get the data. And with that, I'm going to make a motion. And I would like the commission to direct the department in our printed regulations. One of our previous meetings, we had a recommendation from our wildlife biologist to reduce the season and to reduce the limit. And the reason we didn't do that was because we had already printed the regulations, and that was going to cause confusion. And that was going to cause problems with hunters who had made reservations with guides. And we couldn't get the information out to them quick enough. And to that, I say, we use online information to regulate our archery, over-the-counter deer, our bears, and our mountain lions. So what I would like to see, and what I'd like to direct the department to look into, and I don't know if we can get it done on this cycle or not, or it's have to come later, is I'd like to put to be determined in the printed regulations until we can get our summer monsoon information, and that would allow us to make a more informed decision on whether or not we need to reduce. I'm not saying we need to reduce the number this year, but if we have another failed monsoon and that's going to be an issue, then so I guess I'd like to make a motion then.
I believe Commissioner Buchanan and also Guggenauer has a comment. So
Okay.
Guggenauer, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, question to Mr. Odenkirk. Because of the way this was written, this was an update for the commission. Is it appropriate to make a motion for us to take any action, or would this have to be an agenda item?
Or to place it on agenda? would be a motion.
Well, Mr. Commissioner, I'm trying to understand what the actual motion is when you say to be determined. Because that sounds to me like you're making a modification to an existing order, which you have a 2-year order on the Quail. If you're modifying the order, then yes, that would have to come back as a separate item. You couldn't make that decision today because you haven't given adequate notice as to the order, the change to the order.
What I'd like to do is direct the department to look into whether or not we can do it and come back with an agenda item that we could vote on in the future so that I don't know whether we can do it for this year's regulations or not, but.
So put it as an action item?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, I'm not trying to interject. I have a thought that I might share. So the department traditionally presents Commission Order 16 in April. The next time the department would present this is April 2027. If the commission made a motion that the next time the department returns to the commission with a recommendation for Commission Order 16 on its normal cycle to include what you described, I think that would give us the time and the effort to work with not only the public but others in a way that would make sense. It was just a thought. I don't obviously look to General Counsel on that, but we don't have any recommendations for changes. Don't anticipate bringing it back unless the commission asked us to this fall, like we did in the past in September. That's a next natural cycle that we would come back to the commission.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, to continue her, Clay, assuming we do that, and this is what we actually did a year ago. We postponed it. We put some prescriptions in place. Commissioner Buchanan was engaged in that. And so we said, okay, we're going to check these monitoring stations and measure the rainfall. We met those expectations, so we didn't do anything to the hunts at the end of that. But during that time frame, we realized that we were collecting, I think, 7 different areas, and we talked about how the rains are sporadic, could be raining a lot in one place, not another place, and it didn't really work out to feel comfortable with that data. So if we did something like that, Assistant Director Crowder, I'd ask you to consider, how we collect this, not just using the existing water places or monitoring places. I know that's a very difficult thing to do because rainfalls are sporadic and it does make a difference across the region down there. But thank you for that. Oh, and let me just add one more question. That if we were going to use boots on the ground to do pre and post surveys down there, based on Commissioner Buchanan's comment that people aren't given accurate data to the department, I consider very hard whose boots are on the ground and whose dogs are being used. Thank you.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I've got a question and a comment. I'll start with the question. When you said you were considering making a motion, you said TBD. Were you talking about season length or bag limit or both? Because to me, those are two very different things.
As far as I'm concerned, right now it would be bag limit because I don't think I'm in favor of shortening the season. Well, especially for Mearns. I think the seasons are good. Again, there's a socio-economic thing that the people in those towns, they're looking forward to that monetary income. But as far as the effect of those people, I think that the bag limit is the thing that we need to look at. And if we don't need to make an adjustment, then we don't make an adjustment. But if we have data that suggests that maybe this is, what we can do, then at least then we have the data to make that decision in a timely manner rather than being locked into it now when we have no idea what the monsoon's going to do. Is it going to be a failed monsoon and it's going to be back-to-back really bad monsoons? Then we can make that adjustment and we can put it on the agenda, and people can look it over, and then we can take a vote on it.
Okay, so I
I'm,
want to get a clarification. I still
Okay.
have some comments. So I want to get clarification, because you made a motion.
Mhm.
I want
I'd
to get
like-
clarification on it. Your motion is that when we print the regulations that come out of this for quail, we would put TBD
To be
on bag
determined.
limit.
on bag limit.
Is it just for Mearns or both desert quail as well?
I think Mearns is the one that I'm most concerned with, but if we could do it for gambles as well, that might alleviate
on,
some
Jim.
confusion.
We'll talk.
That might alleviate some confusion if we did it on all species. So if we're
Okay.
gonna do it on one, we might as well do it on all three.
Thanks. And Assistant Director Crowder, I appreciate your comment about the next time this rolls around, which will be another year down the road
Mhm.
and another year of potentially an increased take on a population that is down. And again, we don't know what's going to happen with the season. And I've heard Director Finley say many times, well, if we have 3 commissioners that want to put an elk on the moon, that's what we're going to do. We routinely, I will just say this, we routinely make decisions based on biological data that is outside of our regulation printing business. I mean, maybe 2 years ago, we talked about hemorrhagic fever in rabbits. We established a bag limit for jackrabbits that we didn't have before. And we cut the cottontail limit in half. And we didn't wait for the next time for this to roll around because we had a population at risk. I will remind, I know I don't need to remind you, but I'll at least remind myself what our mission is about managing wildlife. We're either going to be serious about it or we're not. So I second your motion.
I need direction on how to proceed because my understanding was we couldn't have a motion.
Once you know it, I'd mess everything up.
Members of the Commission, you're authorized to take action under this agenda item. You just can't make a change to the commission order
Right.
at this time. You haven't given adequate notice to make a change to the commission order, and it's my understanding that that's not what's being proposed here. What's being proposed is for the department to come back with a recommendation about how to address this at a future time, to consider the option of, or the recommendation of a TBD, a to be determined, in the next hunt regulations.
Correct.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second.
I
And-
think we want to clarify exactly what the
Yep.
motion is, though.
Okay, what is the
All right.
motion?
I motion that the department look into the best way to bring forward a to be determined in the printed regulations for quail limits.
Is that for this year?
Well, at the earliest convenience. Once they can get the data, what is it gonna take to do that? And that would put it on the agenda so that we can vote on that.
Okay, Commissioner Guggenauer.
I'm sorry, we're getting messed up here.
Okay.
But I think what we heard is we're still in the process of collecting data.
Correct.
You know, the survey forms were.
And we will be.
Lots of data, and we will be doing that for the next. So it doesn't seem realistic that we could do that for this year. I personally like Assistant Director Crowder's idea. Let's give them a year to bring this, do these studies, do the pre and post hunt information, bring that data back to us a year from now, and we can make an informed decision. We know better now. This is probably the best conversation we've had about a go-forward plan rather than just sticking to wing barrel data. So I'm encouraged that we can do this, but it's not going to happen in the next couple months. We've been discussing this for 3 years. So I would say, let's make it for next April and get the data, and now we have clear direction on what to do.
I think that's what I'm trying to suggest, as
Okay.
that the next time this comes around,
Okay.
we're gonna have
Yes,
the
sir.
department look into how do we make this happen.
Yes, agree.
Madam Chair, can Mr. Thompson read what he has written down as the
Yes.
motion?
Yes, please read the motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, so working to consolidate all of the pieces that we just heard over the last several minutes. The motion would be for the commission to direct the department to evaluate the feasibility of language in our regulations, the commission orders, of to be determined that provides the commission flexibility on timing of determinations made on quail bag limits during the approval of commission orders. And that would occur on the next cycle of commission order approval for April of 2027.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, correct, good. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yes.
So we have the verbiage. Did you have something to say, Commissioner Guggenauer?
Commissioner Buchanan, you still okay with your second?
No.
Okay, I am. I will second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor to the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Here, I'm opposed.
Okay, we have, it's 4-1 then, and the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for your
Madam Chair.
patience.
We were going to print on Wednesday, so where we're initially headed was a bit difficult. And lastly, I can't take any of the credit for, I heard a little bit from the commission. We have a really good team of folks across the state, Region 5, all the game specialists, and even Nathan Fife in Larissa's absence, and Larissa teed it up well before she had to go on leave. So I
And
appreciate
thank
your
you
time,
to you and
Commissioner.
the team too.
Madam Chair, that's exactly why you're the Assistant Director of
That's right.
WMD.
Right. Thank you. And I believe that we can break for executive session now.
Yeah.
Yes, and how much time will we need, sir?
Our lunch has been waiting since noon, so that would probably be a good idea. We need an hour and a half.
We need an hour and a half, so that means that we will be back at 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock? All right. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Need a second? All right. Second? Sure. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Calling the meeting back to order, please. Director?
Madam Chair, that brings us to item 5, consideration of proposed commission orders 2, 6, 7, 9, 10, 13, 23, and 26 for the 2026-2027 hunting seasons. The presenter is Aaron Butler, Big Game Management Program Supervisor.
We're in 5. Hi, Aaron. Thank you for all the time you spent with me this last week.
You're welcome.
The floor is yours.
Okay.
Oh. Do you want me to do blue slips first, or? Okay, we'll do blue slips first. Okay, Aaron?
Yep.
Eric Hunt, finally. Driving in from Wickenburg, waiting all this time. Thank you very much, sir. At least it's not good evening.
Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioners, Directors, and Arizona Game and Fish personnel. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. My name is Eric Hunt, and I'm the President of the Arizona Desert Bighorn Sheep Society. I want to speak today about the partnership between the Arizona Game and Fish and the Arizona Bighorn Sheep Society, and more importantly, why strong communication is absolutely essential to the future of wild sheep in Arizona. Arizona holds some of the toughest sheep habitat in the country. These herds did not survive by accident. They survived because of active management, boots on the ground, and a shared commitment to doing what is right for the resource. That partnership works because both sides bring something critical to the table. The Game and Fish Department brings the science, the data, and the responsibility to manage wildlife for all. The Sheep Society brings funding, volunteers, and the ability to turn conservation into action. But where this partnership is truly tested and truly proven is in communication, because not every conversation is easy. When we talk about tag allocations, we're talking about something that matters deeply to people. These are once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. They carry emotion, expectation, and public interest. And because of that, there will be disagreement. But disagreement isn't disrespect. When both organizations have direct communication, especially when it's difficult, it leads to better decisions. It ensures all perspectives are heard, the data is understood, and the outcome stays rooted in sound science and long-term conservation, not short-term pressure. Avoiding hard conversation does not protect the resource, it puts it at risk. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing: healthy herds, sustainable opportunity, and a future for wild sheep in Arizona. I'll close with this. Wild sheep do not get a voice in this room. They do not get to weigh in on tag numbers, drought, or declining age class. That responsibility falls on all of us. And if we're not willing to have the hard conversations, challenge each other, and stand on sound science, then we're not doing right by the resource. Because once these herds are impacted, once age structure is lost, and once opportunity is diminished, it is not easily recovered. Before any decisions are made, I respectfully ask the commission and the director to hit the pause button. Take the time to ensure that any additional sheep tags are only allocated to units that have been recently surveyed, where the data supports it. Because when we slow down and rely on good information, we protect both the resource and the credibility of the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thank you for being at Expo.
You bet.
Dustin Clark. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Dustin Clark, representing myself. There's a few guys that are going to speak after me that are probably going to say it a lot better, but I would like to see a change in the fall bear seasons for hounds. So as it sits now, when the quota is full, you can't pursue anymore like we can for lions. The way the mountain lions are now, once the quota is full, we can still pursue in those units, and the bear units in the fall are not that way, and I would like to see that changed. I think it would take a little bit of the pressure off of those units that are still open after the ones that are closed, because then anybody that just wants to train dogs or to go and just hunt or be with their families and enjoy it don't have to be in the units that are open where guides and outfitters or people that are looking to harvest are. So it just kind of keeps us more spread out the way it is with lions now, because I enjoy hunting in the units that are closed for lions, because then there's not near as much hunting pressure, and we can just go enjoy training and see the lions that are still on the landscape for the next year. Also, I would like to touch on the quota increases for the lions. Unit F is going up, I think 7 lions, when the female to male ratio, the females were higher this year, which according to what I've been told on that science is not correct. Usually you want to keep the female percentage lower than the males, and right now it is higher, and there's even some lions on there that aren't put into the numbers just from recent depredation kills. So I'm just curious as to why that's happening, why that unit is going up when some of the other ones are going down that have better ratios. This ratio is very out of whack. Also, I would just like to put a bug in your ear about possibly doing something in the summer for bears. We had a lot of bear-human conflicts last year with the drought, coming into houses, coming in, getting bird feed and water, and I understand it. When there's water at houses, animals are going to find it. So I would like to work something out with the Houndsman and the Arizona Working Dog Alliance to bring something together to kind of educate these bears that houses and people are not okay, and kind of try and keep them away, if that makes sense. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Commissioner Buchanan has a question for you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So you said regarding lions, percent females were higher. Do you mean 100% harvest?
Harvest.
Not population.
Yeah, harvest. The
Okay,
harvests were
thanks.
higher.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate your coming in.
Thank you.
And next, we have, is it Lindau? I can't, oh, Lyndon. I couldn't read your handwriting, I'm sorry. Lyndon Watson. Thank you. You can adjust that up. There you go. Now you're cooking.
A little too short.
No, you're just right.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Lyndon Watson. I'm 11 years old, and I appreciate the chance to speak today. I want to talk about what it means for kids like me to be able to stay in the woods even after a bear unit closes because the sow quota is reached. For us, it's not just about hunting. It's about learning how to handle dogs, understanding wildlife, and gaining experience that we can't get anywhere else. Training dogs takes time and consistency. If we have to stop completely when a unit closes, it sets us back and makes it harder to become responsible and knowledgeable huntsmen in the future. Being out there also keeps us focused on something real instead of being inside on electronics. We're learning discipline, patience, and respect for wildlife and the outdoors. Having the chance to continue pursuing bears without harvest would give young hunters like me more opportunities to grow without the pressure of competition of trying to harvest an animal. I hope you will consider keeping opportunities like this open for youth so we can continue learning and be part of the future wildlife conservation. Thank you for your time.
Lyndon, thank you so much. You did a beautiful job. I appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, please.
Hey, Lyndon, I want to commend you on a very well articulated opinion. Takes a lot of guts to get up there and address somebody in public. I know public speaking's a real fear for a lot of people. You did a great job, so thank you for showing up today.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, let's go for Chris Watson. I think we have the whole family here. Hi, Chris. Thank you for coming in.
Madam Chair, Commissioners.
You can pull that up a little bit. It was a little short for you.
I'm gonna have to try to outdo Clay here because he said something about humor or humility, but I got a joke too. Why'd they only make one Yogi Bear?
I have no idea.
Second one was a boo-boo.
Oh, okay, good way to start. Thank you, sir.
He started it. Maybe it's a trend. I'm here to talk about, we had a lot of bear nuisance this year, a lot of bear nuisance. And we've been trying to come up with a solution or some sort of pilot program or to semi-put in the hazing. And that's why we're talking about once the season quota shuts it down, maybe we can do some pursuit with dogs because we're thinking it'll keep some pressure on those bears, keep them moving around and maybe keep them out of the houses. Usually after a unit closes, there's no pressure. And they just kind of, and this year, the quail, the drought, it's kind of an odd year. And there was no acorn, there was no mushroom. There was hard times, and they go right to the trash cans. And so we're working on that. Some solutions, what we want you to do is to recommend maybe to the department, once the season closes, whether we already have it set up in the Lions, right? It's a model that's already been proven. There's been no problems with the Lions that we've found out. So if we can get the department to open the pursuit season, right now only when the quota is met. So then we do have a lot of problem in the summers too. So maybe, we'll put up some sort of hazing program for the summer or even a pursuit season to see if that does help. So that's our goal, is we don't want dispatching bears. If anybody's dispatching bears, it's going to be the sportsmen, and that's kind of one of our main goals, is to reduce the conflicts. Other than that, the lion, I'm gonna touch on the lion because I got a little time. Same thing. Maybe we should try not to become a California to where they get habituated and they just get used to everything. So maybe if we do, like he was saying, a little lion pursuit season, maybe during the summers, to just kind of maybe some hot zones as for the like the sheep zones that are getting hit down in the Sonoran pronghorn. No one's brought up the Sonoran pronghorn, which is kind of crazy because I think the mortality rate from lions down there is kind of high. So that'd be a good hot spot to start. But right now, bear pursuit, hopefully knock the numbers down from dispatch bears, and hopefully it's a pilot program, at least see what it's going to do and see if we can knock that nuisance bear down and keep the game wardens from, or managers, sorry, from having to spend all their time out in the field chasing, bears and removing them. So that's what I got to say.
I have
Thank
to
you.
say, I agree with you. We have a cabin in Alpine, and they removed a lot of bears this last summer.
A lot of bears.
Yeah.
I think there was 150 just relocated.
Right.
And Young was getting mad because we were dropping them there, and
Yeah.
Everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. John Herbert? I apologize for messing up your last name. Is it Herbert? Okay, good. Thank you, sir.
Just kidding. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is John Herbert, and I'd like to share my thoughts and concerns regarding the recent interpretation changes to the bighorn sheep guidelines. Having spent 44 years managing bighorn sheep and conducting research in southwestern Arizona, I feel we need to be very cautious with these proposed changes. I have a lot of experience with what we're going to discuss. As a matter of fact, I was the principal investigator of the COFA sighting rate study that was done in the late 1990s. And, that's the cornerstone of some of the changes that are being proposed. My primary concern has already been mentioned, and that is we're adding tags in units that were not surveyed recently. Some of them maybe 2 years ago. I'm concerned about that primarily because it was such a severe drought. There could have been substantial adult mortality, particularly if we're looking at class 3 and 4 rams within that population. They're vulnerable to the stresses from drought. So there could be a difference in available rams compared to the last survey. So I'm just recommending waiting to the next survey when it comes up in natural rotation. Also, like I mentioned, the directive is the regions are now supposed to apply the sighting rates from the COFA study. And what that means is, overall, we were seeing about 50% of the sheep when we do a survey on COFA, and it breaks down to different herd sizes. Like you're going to see all the big herds, but you only see about 25% of a herd of 1 or 2. Now, the directive is to apply this kind of information to surveys done throughout the state, Rocky Mountain, over here in the superstitions. And the problem with that is the sighting probabilities are probably quite different. And I have extensive experience flying helicopter surveys in all 6 regions for elk, white-tailed deer, mule deer. It was wonderful, my career. They let me fly a lot. I love helicopters. But anyway, I think what would happen if you apply those sighting rates is you'll actually underestimate what is out there in most of Arizona. And as a consequence, you're probably going to under-harvest what you could. So again, we got to be careful when applying something as specific as the COFA sighting rate study, because it applies to COFA, and I'm not even comfortable applying it to other parts of Region 4, which have more cover. So my suggestion is we need to talk about this some more, be careful with making changes, and I'm here to help. I would volunteer my time to help with the interpretation of the study that I was involved in and how to apply it to the rest of the state.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Commissioner?
Madam Chair, John, before we run away, first of all, thanks for the call yesterday. You look great out of uniform. First time I'm used to seeing you in uniform, so it looks different there. Can you talk to us a little bit more about the COFA sighting study? How is that different than what a normal survey would be? And maybe let me expand a little bit. We hear so much about using a standard process, flying a grid pattern, certain height, certain speed. Is this study in the COFA area, is it different than what we typically would do?
It very well may be. And what I do like about the directive about using the COFA study is I think it lends itself to improving how surveys are conducted around the state. In other words, there was very specific protocols put into place, like what is the speed of the aircraft, the height of the aircraft, how much area are you covering in 1 hour of helicopter time. And if you standardize that, that's a real improvement, because now you have good trend data regardless of
Right.
the interpretation, other interpretations like how many we missed. That's a very difficult thing to know. And the COFA study was a multi-year study. A lot of radio collars put out there. We did multiple flights each year to get the database necessary to make these choices. So, you know, again, I just feel in my heart of hearts that the COFA is more open than many of our sheep habitats, you know, around the state. It was easier to see sheep, and will be an error if we try to use those sighting rates in areas that have a lot of tree cover, for example. So,
Okay, thank you. Thank you, John.
thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. Douglas Beach. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. My name's Douglas Beach. I'm representing Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm speaking on behalf of the Rod and Gun Club and its members. Our organization stands for firm opposition to the proposed increase in bighorn sheep tags recommended in Region 4. This position is not taken lightly. It comes from years of direct hands-on involvement in wildlife conservation across the region. Equally concerning is the lack of current survey data in the regions that the tags want to be increased in. In multiple units, population data is more than 3 years old. Increasing harvest recommendations without up-to-date, reliable data is not scientific approach to wildlife. And I was under the understanding we manage wildlife with science, not standardization. In closing, I'd like to add, I don't think standardization across the state will work. We have such a diverse terrain. I don't think it works in the mountains as works in the desert. I don't think one size fits all. And that's all I got.
Thank you so much for coming up, sir.
you.
Appreciate it. Robert Carrasco. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Robert Carrasco, and I serve as the Public Affairs Director for the Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club. I'm here today not just to speak in opposition to the proposed increase in bighorn sheep tags in Region 4, but to address something deeper. The role, the value, and frankly, the respect given to wildlife conservation organizations like ours. Our members are not casual observers. We are not removed from the resource. We are the individuals on the ground hauling water, maintaining catchments, funding projects, and putting in the labor required to keep these sheep populations alive and through some of the harshest drought conditions this region has ever seen. In 2025 alone, we hauled over 1 million gallons of water to support wildlife in Region 4. So when we speak, we're not speaking from opinion. We're speaking from direct daily involvement. And yet the message we have received, whether intended or not, is that we should stay in our place, that advocating for wildlife we actively work to sustain somehow falls outside our role. I want to be very clear. We reject that notion entirely. Wildlife conservation organizations have always been a critical partner in the North American model of wildlife conservation. Our responsibility does not end with writing checks or volunteering hours. It includes speaking up when we see decisions that do not align with the conditions on the ground. And right now, what we are seeing in Region 4 does not support an increase in harvest. We are in the middle of an extreme, prolonged drought that has lasted 3 or more years. We are seeing stressed animals, limited recruitment, and no meaningful population growth that would justify increasing tag allocations. At the same time, much of the data being used to support this recommendation is over 3 years old. The department's own, this is not a scientific or conservative approach, that's a gamble. The department's own guidelines clearly state that under extreme or exceptional drought conditions, updated surveys should be conducted. So the question becomes, were those surveys fully completed? And does the data truly reflect current on-the-ground conditions? Because from what we're seeing on the ground, it does not. What is equally concerning is the indication that these recommendations are being adjusted to create consistency across regions. Wildlife management cannot be standardized. Region 4 is not like other regions. Our conditions are different, our challenges are different, and our management approach must reflect that reality. But beyond all of this, I want to return to where I started, respect. Because from where we stand, it's difficult not to feel that the work of our volunteers is being dismissed. When decisions are made that do not reflect the reality we are working in every day, it sends a clear message that our time, our effort, and our commitment can be overlooked. As a sportsman, as a volunteer, and as someone who is personally invested in the success of our wildlife, I find that truly unacceptable. We are not asking for control, we're simply asking to be heard. We are asking that the data, the conditions, and the first-hand knowledge provided by those actively engaged in conservation be taken seriously. Because if those voices are ignored, then the partnership that wildlife management depends on begins to break down. We strongly urge this commission to reject the proposed increase in bighorn sheep tags for Region 4 and return to a conservative, science-based approach, one that reflects current conditions, respects established guidelines, and values the input of those working on the ground. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you for coming up from Waddell. No, you're from Welton. Yes, thank you. Sorry. Jim Messner is from Waddell. Yes, I was going to say both of us are from Waddell. No, I just boo-booed. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Yep, thank you. Jim Messner representing myself. I just want to touch a little bit back on the mountain lions. But what Dustin was talking about, we had checked the changes for the upcoming season and saw that Zone F had been an increase of 7. And based off of the 2025 mountain lion harvest summary, there's 2 zones that were getting the increase. That's a D and F. D sees an increase of 2, and F sees an increase of 7. I think it was the previous year there was an increase of 5 maybe, which we thought, oh, okay, take 5 more, and now it's 7. And we hunt primarily in F, and so we see a lot of tracks. And, when we see the tracks, we know kind of what lions are around. And I just think 7's quite a bit. And so we looked on there, and the female harvest objective is over 50% for that zone. And depredation, there was another depredation female that was taken last week or the week ago in Prescott for killing a goat. So now we're at 21 out of 18, so we're over 50% for those 2. And I would just like to oppose the increase for that, for those 2 areas. Because most of them are holding pretty steady, but that F is, I've seen a decrease in tracks around, especially mature toms scratching around. So it would be nice to see, follow that, because if you look at the study's saying right now that we're over 30% female take of last year, and I thought we were supposed to stay at 25. So then I saw the increase. I'm like, well, let's try to, if I could, that's what I would like to see, if it stayed the same, if maybe even lowered for Zone F. You guys have any questions on that?
We appreciate your time, sir. Thank you so much.
I got a little bit more, but I just
you have a little bit? Okay.
No,
Go
but
ahead.
I just wanted to.
You still have more time, so please.
I just want to talk about the pursuit also, that I really appreciate you guys, keeping that around for us guys, because when it closes, people disperse around. The guys that are outfitters are going to go out and take clients out. They kind of leave around, and it leaves us other guys that we do a lot of catch and release out to spread out, and it just keeps the dogs in shape. It keeps, and that's one thing I wanted to ask too is, Brian's just one guy out there, Brian Jansen, and we have so much data, the lion hunters do, of tracks, how many toms are over here, how many females are over here, that I really think the Game and Fish could use us to get that information. I know we do the study, but at the end of the year, we get a piece of paper in the mail, and it's like, I don't remember how many days we're over here, or how many toms. It doesn't ask how many toms or females, and I just think we should all work together with Brian to help with the study, especially when we're doing the quotas. Like 7, if you would ask me, should we raise it 7 in Zone F, and ask Dustin hunts there a lot too. I disagree, and so does Dustin. So, because Brian can only count so many lions at one time. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Is that it now?
That is it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you
very
so much. Just on time. Miss Aaron?
Madam Chair, if I can interrupt, we do have 2 blue cards remotely in
we do.
Region 1 on this
Okay.
item.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Huh? Hi, Aaron.
Afternoon, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Which state you're doing?
There we go. Now
Thank
we
you,
see
Aaron.
all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Marks, and I live in Blue, Arizona, in Unit 27. When Units 1 and 27 were put together into Zone K for the lions, we did not and still don't see the reasoning. Quote, a management zone will consist of a single unit or grouping of biologically similar units that will distribute harvest more evenly across the state and allow for better management of regional mountain lion populations, unquote. Units 1 and 27 are not similar in terrain, elevation, vegetation, etc., unless only the top part of the rim over to the reservation line in Unit 27 is being considered. The Blue River Canyon and the Eagle Creek area are totally dissimilar to the top. Because of the roads throughout much of Unit 1 and in Unit 27 between the rim and the reservation line, when there is snow, the lion hunters from town drive the roads looking for lion tracks. It's much easier to catch a lion in that situation. Down on the Blue or towards Eagle Creek, it is much more difficult to find lion sign, not because of a lack of lions, but because it's rough, rugged, and remote with very few roads, if any. Earlier last month, numerous lions or their sign were seen in 3 small areas in the Blue, but all of the Blue and Eagle are well known as occupied lion habitat. For the same area, 2026-27 bear hunting opportunities have been raised. Many of last year's problem bears were taken off the rim and released into an area in Unit 27 where they can filter down into the Blue or Eagle Creek, so more predators are added. For the deer hunts in Unit 27, 3 hunts had no change, while 5 had a combined total reduction of 130 tags. However, Unit 1 deer tags went up 50 tags. Elk hunt recommendations aren't out yet, but after numerous hunters asked us where the elk calves were, which is also our observation, surely those tags will decrease as well. Fawn and elk calf recruitment was dismal at best. Mexican wolf numbers and their need for meat are growing exponentially. How much more can the prey species take with this increase in predators and now the desire to increase lion numbers? Pages 81 through 83 of the 2022 public comments on the Arizona proposed hunt guidelines and the department's responses on the website talk about the dramatic increase of lions across the state into areas they've never been. Excerpts from that document clearly demonstrate that even with a limited investigation into remote areas, there are many lions in Arizona. It also said that harvest thresholds in some zones were adjusted downward to account for higher levels of depredation removals in those areas. If lions are depredating, that means there's a problem and there are many lions. So we would like to see Unit 1 and 27 separated or come around on the rim and separate out our area, because it's just, none of it makes sense. The season ended early, February 25th, and it's supposed to end May 31st. And we have so many lions and so much depredation going on. And we really appreciate you reconsidering and that portion of it, and appreciate everything that you folks do and this opportunity. We have it so much better than New Mexico, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate you noticing that. So thank you so much.
You bet. In fact, our friends and fellow ranchers in New Mexico are literally jealous of us over here.
Good,
So,
good.
just
We
to let
we
you
like
know.
hearing that. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, thank you
bet.
so much.
Thank you. Mhm.
Erin? Oh, do we have one more? Thank you so
One
much. Okay, one more.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Ginger Cheney and I represent myself. I truly appreciate the opportunity to address you today concerning Agenda Item 5, Commission Orders for specific hunting seasons.
Could you
My
mention
greatest
your name?
concern today is with mountain lion harvest threshold for Zone K, Units 27 and 1. I'm troubled with the proposed reduction of 6% statewide, but especially with Units 27 and 1 receiving a 14% cut. According to the hunt guideline comments, January 1st through 30th, and the AZGFD responses currently on the website. However, our population model, which includes demographic information from Arizona mountain lions, including harvest and non-harvest mortality rates, suggests a stable statewide mountain lion population over the past 17 years with an increasing population trend in most recent years. If the population is increasing statewide, why are permits being cut in almost every unit? This past winter, I found a fresh mountain lion kill. Later that day, and several miles down the canyon, I saw 3 mountain lion kittens, so I know their mom was nearby. That's 5 lions in one canyon. Unit 27 has a lot of lions. I see lion sign pretty much every time I go out. In fact, I saw a lion scratch yesterday. We also have bears, wolves, and coyotes. These predators are known to take over lion kills, forcing the lions to kill more. Predators need to be managed, and cutting tags in Unit 27 is not the answer. I've said this to the commission before, but Units 1 and 27 need to be separated like they were several years ago. Unit 27 used to have 2 separate bag limits, and it was a multiple bag unit. This was done because of the number of lions and the want to encourage the bighorn sheep population. Now our sheep are disappearing and other ungulates, both wild and domestic, are suffering losses. Units 1 and 27 are 2 very different units. Unit 1 is a higher elevation and has more roads over it. Unit 1 gets more snow, so this unit receives more mountain lion hunting pressure. Unit 27 is a lower elevation and has fewer roads, especially off the rim towards Blue River and Eagle Creek. This unit is extremely rugged. Most hunting is dry ground lion hunting, so it makes it much more difficult with fewer hunters trying in this area. That's why we have so many lions. For the benefit of many animals, I strongly encourage you to separate Units 1 and 27, and please do not cut the number of tags. We have a glut of predators, including lions, and we need to be able to manage these predators. Please remember that social concerns are not science, and we need to do what is best for our area. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, and could you mention your name, please, ma'am? Yeah.
Sorry, Ginger Cheney.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, we did have one more here locally, Mr. Trevor Watson.
Oh,
I believe
okay.
still wanted to address the commission.
I'm sorry, did I miss Trevor? All right, come on down. I'm sorry I missed you on here. Thanks, Trevor.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Oh, if you can pull that down. There you go. There, cool. There you go.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm gonna try to outdo Assistant Director Crowd and my dad. Why did the lion cross the road when he said he would?
Oh dear, why?
To show he wasn't lying.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. Thank you.
My name is Trevor Watson and I'm 11 years old. I'm here today to speak about bear hunting and opportunity for youth hunters when a unit is closed after the sow quota is met. For kids like me, being in the woods with our dogs isn't just about harvesting an animal. It's about learning responsibility, building skills, and spending time outdoors when a unit closes completely. We lose valuable time to train our dogs and continue learning. Allowing the pursuit of bear without harvest after the closure would give the youth hunters like me the chance to stay involved, keep our dogs trained, and continue gaining experience in a real-world setting. It also helps keep us outside, active, and engaged in something positive instead of sitting at home on our phones or playing video games. Another important part is that it reduces competition to harvest an animal, which can sometimes make it harder for young hunters to have safe and successful experiences. I love being out in the woods, working with my dogs, and learning about wildlife. I just want the opportunity to keep doing that even after a unit closes. Thank you for your time and for listening to youth voices like mine.
You did a wonderful job. Thank you so much for taking the time. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe that concludes the blue cards
Are
for
you
this
sure?
item.
Okay, Aaron, you're going to get enough exercise today, right?
No, I probably never get enough exercise. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff. We're here to talk about the fall hunt package for 2026 and the spring hunt package for a couple species for 2027. I am Erin Butler, the Big Game Supervisor. I have the control. Okay, so first I'd like to describe the process to you. We follow a multi-tiered process for setting hunt seasons, where we set structures and dates, methods of take, harvest, or permit allocations, and the controlling of all the regulation of hunting of game animals through the hunt guidelines. We set that every 5 years. We then use that information annually. We gather wildlife surveys, hunter surveys, and social input, make recommendations annually, 3 times a year annually, and then turn it into a hunt regulation package with season dates and permit levels. The department responsibly manages wildlife in Arizona with biological thresholds for each species, taking into account the social acceptability of all those recommendations, which routinely means that we're more conservative with our thresholds on almost all species than biologically is sustainable. Who's involved in this process? It starts with the wildlife managers and the regional game specialists and program managers who gather all the information and bring that up to the statewide level. We do hunt recommendations, and then I review all those with the different regions, roll that through the program managers and up through agency leadership. We do a public process 14 days before today's meeting, and then we present them to you for recommendation. We're going to start with Commission Order 2, which is deer. We manage on trends for wildlife in Arizona. We have standard management objectives for mule deer and whitetail. They're here on the screen, 40 to 50 for deer, fawns, 20 to 30 for bucks, and 20 to 30 for hunt success, 30 to 40 for fawns for whitetail, and then 20 to 30 for bucks and 20 to 30 for hunt success. We also have alternative management objectives across the state. These are the units where we have alternative objectives for mule deer and the variety of things that we manage for in those areas. Buck-to-doe ratios generally higher than 30 or 35%. Hunt success above 50 in some of those. And then we gather tooth data to manage for older age class bucks of 3+ and 5+. We also look at hunter density in these units when we're allocating permits. As we roll through the slides today, if there is a unit highlighted, oh, we're not there yet. Okay, alternative whitetail. These are the units we manage for alternative whitetail seasons in, and that means we manage for the same, a little bit higher fawn to doe ratio, above 30 buck to doe ratio, higher hunt success, and we collect teeth to manage for older age class bucks. We also offer up to 30% of the harvest during the December timeframe in these units. Our statewide data that we collected this year for mule deer shows that we are within guidelines for buck to doe ratios, that's the blue line, and below guidelines for fawn to doe ratios, that's the orange line. The numbers sometimes appear to be a little bit volatile because we fly every unit every other year. So not every unit is flown every year, so that it bounces around a little bit more. But what we have found is that because we have fewer units we're flying complete surveys in the units that we're flying, and that data has tighter confidence intervals on it. And we have neighboring units that we can look at to compare from year to year on their off years. This year we did have approximately 2/3 of the state triggered in our drought plan, and we did allocate an additional 62 hours of flight time this year to fly drought surveys in some of these units. So some units were flown out of cycle. We did not do full surveys in all of those units. Some of them we did full surveys, some of them we did partial surveys, and some of them we did ground surveys to make up for that. And then we have our whitetail data here on this slide. Both our buck-to-doe ratio is right at the bottom of guidelines, and then our fawn-to-doe ratio continues to be below guidelines. You'll see this reflected in the recommendation for this year. Okay, this is the slide. If the unit is highlighted at the top, that means we flew that unit this year. If it's not highlighted, we did not do aerial surveys for it, but we might have done ground surveys and collected data. Most of our recommendations are based on the aerial surveys that we collect. So for this year, we're recommending, we decreased last year in 3A, 3C. We're not recommending a decrease in there this year. We're recommending an increase based on ground surveys for 12A and 12B, an increase based on aerial surveys for 13A and 13B, a decrease in 17A based on the aerial survey, an increase in the archery portion of the season for the COFA, and no change in 46. We flew all of our whitetail units this year. That was due to the allocation of the drought, some of the drought hours in Region 5. And we're looking at decreases in 30B, 31, and 36C. We manage archery deer based on thresholds or limits by unit and by species. We have a mandatory harvest reporting system that we use for that. I'd like to point out here, this is what the current tracker looks like online. For the top piece there is the online reporting piece. That's a Survey 123 form, and the bottom is what the harvest tracker looks like for hunters to get on and see what's open and what's closed. It is a bit cumbersome, and we are currently in contract with a company to overhaul the tracker. So hopefully by the August season, we will have a new harvest tracker that is the number one thing we asked them was for mobile friendly and easy to use, easy to see to be on your phone.
Great.
As we move into that, we're also going to recommend online reporting only. So for archery deer, you will still be required to have your 4 data reporting, but it will be through this Survey 123 form only. The call center will be shutting down in May. We're allocating 20% of the harvest thresholds to archers, and we're still restricting non-resident tags at 10% of the 5-year average of tags sold. This year, we did have 19 of our 27 any antlered seasons close, 17 of our 22 mule deer seasons close, and 2 of our 23 whitetail seasons close. And we're seeing a shift in how hunters are accessing the landscape as those seasons close and moving further north and having other units close. It's something we'll be evaluating in the next hunt guideline cycle. And the final tag numbers for 2026 will be approved at the commission meeting in August. This is how we calculate our archery deer thresholds. We take 20% of what we are allocating for harvest in that area and give that to the limits for the archers. It's a bit confusing sometimes for hunters who see 320 general tags and then they see 25 for the archery limit, and the difference there is that we're allocating based on hunt success and permit type, issuing the permits through the draw versus the total number of actual deer that are being harvested. Something we added to the guidelines was that we can allow for proportional adjustments to the seasons. So if a buck-to-doe and fawn-to-doe ratios are above or below guidelines, and we increase or decrease general tags because of it, we will increase or decrease archery thresholds as well. Even if the hunt success on the general hunts doesn't dictate that we need to change the archery limit. So that's a consistent change there. Here's a summary of the changes we have for deer this year. We have a 7% net decrease for firearms hunts. That's a decrease of both mule deer and whitetail permits statewide. We also had to decrease the youth permits because we can only allocate up to 8% of our permits to them. And so we had to decrease some of our youth hunts too to keep within that guideline. It's a 5% net decrease in our overall archery thresholds, leaving Unit 1 and 27 in a draw. And then we have a 20 permit increase in the draw tags that we have. This is what that summary looks like. We have a bonus point only option in the draw, and then a decrease of 660 mule deer tags, 1,795 whitetail tags, 225 youth tags. We have an increase of champ tags in 7 and 9, a decrease of 5 muzzleloader tags and 5 youth only muzzleloader tags, that 20 permit increase in the archery deer draw tags, and 150 actual deer decrease in the limits for over the counter. We did recommend some increases this year in mule deer units in 1, 7 and 9, 8, 12A West, 12B, 13A, and 18A. But we did not recommend any whitetail increases across the state. We also rotated the mule deer seasons that are offered in December. One of those rotated into a muzzleloader season and one rotated out of a muzzleloader season. So we have 2 muzzleloader seasons and 4 rifle seasons. This year, we'd like to make a recommended change to the bag limit for deer. The new language would be 2 deer per calendar year, provided one is taken with a restricted non-permit tag issued under R12-4-115. In the regulations, there will be additional information about what R12-115 is, which is the supplemental hunter pool or the population management hunt seasons. If this is approved by the commission today, that will be retroactive, and anyone who has already harvested a deer with a population management hunt tag this year would then be eligible to harvest a deer through the draw or an over-the-counter archery tag the rest of the year. Yes.
Commissioner Buchanan has a question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's not a question. It's a comment, because we got a lot of feedback on from hunters concerned about us upping the bag limit to 2 deer per year, and I want to clarify and give an example so that everybody really understands it. And again, this is premature because we haven't approved it yet, but bear with me. This, like Ms. Butler just said, it only goes to 2 deer per year if you harvest one of these deer using a restricted non-permit tag. So for a population management hunt, when we have a population management hunt, this is because we have a problem with a very local, usually overpopulation of animals. In this case, deer. It could be in agricultural areas that they're getting or in urban areas. And so this particular year, we had an overpopulation in the town of St. David in Cochise County. The department offered some population management hunts for antlerless only and archery only, given the proximity to buildings. We made an exception that you could shoot within a quarter mile of buildings and notified all residents, et cetera. But even with that, these hunts started in February. And with that, under the old rule, you're only allowed 1 deer a year. So we had real trouble getting the population management tags to all the people so that we could fill up every hunt and actually achieve department objectives for what we needed to harvest out of deer out of that area, because people are looking at it saying it's only February. I can accept a doe tag now, or I can hold out later on for a buck over the counter or a draw. So we weren't able to reach our objectives. And, you know, the same thing goes for elk. If we had a population management hunt for elk because of a agricultural conflict and it's in February, we're going to have a hard time for getting people to go for it when they have just paid to apply for elk, but then can't make a decision until they know, prior to even knowing whether they got drawn. So that's a reason we're looking to make this change, is to actually make these hunts more attractive to hunters so that we, the department, can accomplish our objectives when we have a population problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan. Thank you for reading the rest of what was on my slide. I appreciate that. That was good. Yes, this is because we're not selling all the permits when we offer these tags, and it's a management tool that we'd like to use. And so that's the reason for the recommendation today. I am aware that we've gotten some comments and there is some confusion about the difference between a hunt permit tag and a non-permit tag and a restricted non-permit tag. And I'd also like to point out that we have a communication plan that we've been working to put in place to talk about the harvest tracker going online only. And so we are going to build in this bag limit change to that whole communication plan that we'll put into the regulations. We'll do media releases, and then before the draw, it will go out and we'll talk about it if it's approved. So yes, and can be recommending online only harvest reporting, and continuing that if E-tag is reported through their phone, that counts as their 48-hour reporting. And I have a recommendation when the commission's ready.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay. Okay, one more comment.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I know it was on your slide. You glossed over it a little bit, but you didn't talk in detail. We got a lot of feedback last year on Unit 1 versus Unit 27, archery mule deer versus archery whitetail. Can you just explain that a little bit better, what's going on? And
Madam
why?
Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, I certainly can. We did make a change to a recommendation last year when we moved Unit 27 into an archery draw for mule deer. There isn't any structured guidance and guidelines as to what to do with the whitetail season. And so we looked at it both biologically and socially and determined that we would prefer that the seasons not overlap. So we are recommending that the draw season for mule deer be in August and the over-the-counter whitetail season be December and January again this year. And that's just to decrease the conflict there, because they biologically do overlap.
Thank you. And your recommendation for the deer?
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 2 deer for the 2026-2027 season as presented.
I have a motion.
So moved.
Second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And you passed.
Wonderful. All right, we'll move into fall javelina for 2026 and spring 2027. Commission Order 6. We manage javelina. We collect javelina data when we fly deer surveys in the fall, and so it's on the same every other year cycle that we're flying deer surveys. These are the parameters that we manage for: 6 to 9 adults, average herd size, or 7 to 10 total javelina in a herd, 20 to 30 a juvenile ratio, and 20 to 25% hunt success in the spring general season. This is what our current year survey data looks like. Average javelina herd size is riding right in the middle of the guidelines at 8.2. And javelina recruitment is also in the middle of the guidelines at 26 this year. When we look at the spring javelina seasons, we have first choice applicants on the orange line that increased and then in early 20s and then level back off. The permits authorized, which you can see has dropped off a little bit since 2020, the blue line. Those are both off of the x-axis on your y-axis on your left. And then hunt success is in green, and that stays generally above our guidelines of 20 to 25%. It's riding right at 40%. We make a 2026 fall javelina recommendation. We include the bonus point only in this recommendation because even though there's only youth fall hunts, you can still apply for a bonus point because there's a draw. We're looking at a decrease of 75 tags in the youth-only general seasons. And I will talk about Commission Order 26 companion tags when we get to Commission Order 26. For spring 2027, we have the bonus point only option, and then we have the recommended changes here of a decrease in general, a decrease in youth, no change in champ, a decrease in ham, and a decrease in archery. No change to the over-the-counter general ham and archery seasons that we offer across the state. Those are in place for 2026, and they would be offered at the same structure for 2027 with no change. The general decreases are in 20A, 28, 30A, and 31 with an increase in 21. The youth decrease is in Region 4 in the 28, 31, 32 multi-unit hunt. The ham decreases are in 20A, 28, 30A, and 33. And the archery only looks dramatic at 550. This is a combination of the fact that we are decreasing archery opportunity, but we're also taking most of the multi-unit opportunities that are left in Regions 3, 4, and 5 and separating them into smaller chunks of units to better manage the javelina take there. So in Region...
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I could see the question on your face.
So walk me through that again. How does dividing it into smaller units, is the end game still 550?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, yes. The decrease is still 550. What it looks like now, for example, in Region 3 is there's 2 multi-unit seasons, and one of them is all of West Sector and one of them is all of East Sector. But because you're not targeting harvest in a certain unit, if you're then trying to manage decreasing herds in one of those units, you can't control that take. And so in Region 3, 4, and 5, they'd like to separate some of those into smaller groups of units so they can better manage the javelina herds and where they have decreasing or increasing trends.
Of course, makes perfect sense to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Aaron, I've got a broad question here because earlier you showed the chart that our javelina size, our herd size is within, right in the middle of our management objectives. Recruitment looks good, yet we're reducing opportunity. Is that just because we're harvesting at a higher percentage than our target is? I'm trying to understand the logic here.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, no. That's because those units were surveyed and their javelina data is decreasing. In those units, they have decreasing trends, and so we're making recommended cuts in those specific units, even though overall the population looks stable.
So we've got good herds and good recruitment, but fewer herds. Is that?
In those units.
In those units. Okay.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, so the bag limit change here is similar to the bag limit change recommended for deer. This is a little bit more complicated because javelina was already a 2 bag limit recommendation. So you were always allowed to harvest 2 javelina per calendar year in Arizona. This is just adding that restricted non-permit tag if you get it in a companion hunt or a supplemental hunt or pool population management hunt season counts. So the previous language was just those first 2 bullets, and we added the language at the bottom that includes the restricted non-permit tags. It would also be retroactive for the calendar year of 2026. I have a recommendation when you're ready.
I believe we are ready. Thank you.
Okay. The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 6, javelina, for the 2026 fall and 2026 spring seasons as presented.
I have a recommendation. So
Second.
moved. Second. And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And it passed.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, Commission Order 7 is bighorn sheep. We're talking about the 2026 seasons for bighorn sheep. We have hunt management objectives in our guidelines where we manage for 15 to 25% of the estimated class 3 and 4 rams. We survey units every 3 years. We estimate the class 3 and 4 rams based on the numbers that are observed. And then we allocate harvest between 15 and 25% of that number. We look at other information during the recommendation process to see that we can allocate that number for up to 3 years before we survey again. We also consider the number of class 1s and 2s and all age numbers during those surveys. We do additional monitoring sometimes out of cycle, whether we have a disease outbreak going on, we trigger for the drought, we have a translocation or a collaring event in those. And so for any number of reasons, we might fly a unit out of cycle. This is our average age at score, average age at harvest and the average score data for bighorn sheep in Arizona. The average age of ram is approximately just below 8, and the average score of sheep is 162 inches. Other data that we consider when we look at harvest data is days per harvest, and we have a question that we ask on the checkout app that has to do with how many other hunters you ran into during your hunt and how that impacted your experience. So we look at that data too. This slide is specific to the regulations format. We do label deserts and Rockies separately within the regulations. We have red highlighted specific notes in areas where there's some special note we want you to take announcement of. We are adding language this year to the beginning of the book about mandatory physical checkouts. And then in the units listed here, we have them separated into a separate section that are labeled wilderness hunts. So they are labeled more difficult hunts than the other areas. And I have 22 and 24B North highlighted here because the Canyon Lake area in Unit 22, 24B North this year is going to be drained for the 25-year project for them to fix the dam. Because they're doing that, access to this hunt area is going to be much more difficult than in previous years. And so we've added a special note to the regulations and highlighted it within those. That should just last for the season, and then we'll remove that note from the regulations. The specific unit changes that we're recommending this year is a decrease in permits in 15C North and 15D and 44B North, an increase in 37A North, 40B Gilas, 41 West, 43A, 43B, 40A, 44A West, 45B, 45C, and 46B West. And no additional tags, but a stratification of the season dates in units 40B Tenajas, 41 East, and 44B South for deserts. In the Rocky Mountain areas, we're recommending a 1 permit decrease in 6A and a 1 permit increase in the Upper Blue River hunt area, as well as a stratification of the unit there. Right now, previous years, we recommended Lower and Upper Blue together with 2 tags, and so this is a lower hunt area with 1 tag and a upper hunt area with 2 tags. We are also going to recommend again the one-horned ram seasons this year. We're adding units in both of the desert seasons. And so in the desert hunt in the north for Nelson I, we're going to add 15A and B East because we found a ram there. In the Mexicana hunt, we're going to add 22 with the special note about Canyon Lake being down. And then in the Rocky Mountain hunt stays the same. That's identical to last year. The 37A North hunt had a phenomenal survey this year, and the recommendation would be for 4 permits, but we cannot have that many hunters in the area due to the size of the location, and so we're stratifying this season into 3 hunts with 1 permit each. This is a summary of our recommended changes for bighorn sheep. Of the bonus point only application, an increase of 7 for deserts, a no change for Rockies, and a no change for one-horn rams. The bag limit recommendation here is essentially a no change, and then this is the added physical checkout information that we're going to move forward in the regulations. It's currently a note, but we're going to add it to the legal requirements section of the regulations. In the cert copy you have in the book we gave you this morning, which is the first tab, is the big game hunts. The Unit 15C South dates were wrong on the cert copy that we posted online. That was corrected when we found it, but it's correct in your cert copy that was handed out to you this morning. I have a recommendation when the commission's ready.
Yes, please. Kurt Kerr. Commissioner Kerr.
Madam Chair, thank you. Aaron, I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but bighorn sheep seems to be a passionate subject with some people and wildlife conservation groups, and that's a good thing. And I've received a lot of contacts regarding this, especially the area around Region 4. And the big question that our constituents in that area are concerned with is the recommendations that you're proposing is an increase. Can you explain, number one, how big the percentage increase is? Is it sustainable in the long term? And how did we come to those conclusions on this? Would you please address those?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, I can try.
Okay.
When we reviewed the recommendations in Region 4 this year, we did look at the units we surveyed and the units we didn't survey. In any unit where we have current survey data and we could recommend an increase, we did, and we recommended it up to the 20%. In units where we had older survey data, so it might be 2 years old or it might be 3 years old, 1 year old or 2 years old, we don't have any units that we're recommending an increase where we have 3-year-old data. So it's 1 year we surveyed the previous year or we surveyed 2 years before. In those units, we recommended a 2% increase to the tax. They were riding at 15%, and we recommended that we look at a slight increase of about 2 to 2.5%, moving towards the middle of guidelines. We think that that is sustainable because if you're offering permits for 3 years in a row and you offer it at 15% or 25%, somewhere in that range, you survey a year and then you pick a number and say you offer 20% for 3 years. Mm-hmm. That could be 18 tags. If you offer 15% in the first year and 17.5 or 18% in the second year, you're going to be below that number moving into your third year, and it's a conservative approach to what you have on the landscape, or into the third year. And so what we did was we looked at units that had last year's survey data or the previous year, and we looked at the harvest information from the checkout process. And the units where we had 9-year-old average scores or older, average age or older, we looked at whether we thought we could increase that unit by 1 permit, which was a 2.5% increase. And those were the recommendations that I brought forward. We do believe it's sustainable. It's within guidelines and below, it's a conservative approach to the increase.
And excuse me, Madam
No,
Chair,
please.
Aaron, if it turned out that those numbers didn't appear to be trending towards a sustainable rate, would we be able to we're not locked in, we could change them next year or the year after, that's correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, yes, we do annual recommendations for sheep, like we're talking about today. And so we would have opportunity to change those next year.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
Not a question, but a comment. As Jim calls it, I'm going to brag. I feel very lucky that people I live with and associate with, and none of them are currently in this room and probably not watching, but lucky. Sorry, I'm nervous. In regards to getting to hunt sheep, particularly desert sheep, particularly in the Region 3 and Region 4. I'm going to refer to Mr. Crowder's slides earlier from today, July, August, September, showing Region 3 and Region 4 in severe to extreme drought during peak rut season in those areas. And Class 3 rams are just coming into their own, and they got enough stress on them anyways, let alone the drought that's occurring. And I would beg to differ that we don't know that it's sustainable with data that's come from 23 and 24 in a couple units in Region 4 to make the determination that taggy increases are okay and sustainable. Yes, I know it rained down there. The mosquitoes in October were horrible, and people were wading through washes to get to sheep in November. But we're also aware that a little bit of rain doesn't, I mean, it might fix things for a few months, but it doesn't take us out of the hardcore drought that we're in this summer, especially when we're being harped on problems that we're going to have with water and things to come. And so I wanted to express that opinion that I disagree with the sustainability portion of it, or that we just don't know because we haven't been in there since 23 or 24 in a couple of these units.
Any response?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Manuel, I think I just said I felt like it was sustainable based on our biology and our social guidelines, and so I
Okay. That's fine.
I feel like our recommendation is sustainable.
Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Aaron, I mean, I am not an expert on sheep by any stretch of the imagination. But I do defer to a lot of people that are. Like Commissioner Kerr said, I got a lot of feedback. We got a lot today. Just heard from Commissioner Manuel. I guess my question about sustainability, when I think of sustainability of deer and elk, which I have a lot more experience with, it's easier to right the wrong if we make a wrong call, if you will, because we have huntable elk or deer in a very short order. That may not be the case with sheep. So if we're not hunting them until they're 6 years old or 8 years old or whatever the class 3 and 4 rams are, that to me is a concern. So if we take one too many out of this area this year, do we have enough buffer built in with that 20% versus 15% to adjust? I know you talked about coming back every year. Is that potentially going to affect the long term? I'm trying to get a sharper understanding of what sustainability is when it comes to sheep. That's the part that I don't have personal experience on, so I'm trying to get some help here.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, I would refer back to one of, like my second slide, where we talked about the biology of when we set hunt guidelines, we set them based on the biology of the animals, and then we look at the social standards, and we're often more conservative in our approaches to how we offer harvest than we could be. So by offering 15% or 17.5% in an area, when we could be offering up to 25% because we believe that that's sustainable. If you're doing that for 1 of the 2 years or 2 of the 3 years between surveys, the data would bear out that we believe that that is sustainable. We did look at class 1 and 2 information in these units from the previous survey and what was being harvested. So.
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Aaron. Between you and Clay, I don't know how you guys sleep because it seems like you're always talking to commissioners or staff. But thank you for your hard work in putting this together. I have 2 questions. If you could just clarify for the commission and maybe the public that when the last survey was done, these increases were justified based on those surveys. But the department decided because of some unique circumstances that happened there to postpone the increases by a year. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guerrero, yes. When we flew surveys in whether it be 23 or 24, The data bared out at the 15 to 25% range that we could have offered more tags earlier. We have historically offered 15% there.
Right.
Bumping to 2.5% higher than that and offering it in an out of cycle year when we have class 1 and 2s that are replacing the herds, and we have hunter harvest data that shows that we're harvesting 9-year-old rams in average in these areas.
Mhm.
That leads us to believe that we can harvest an
Right.
extra
So
ram
back
in
to
there.
the sustainability
Yeah.
discussion we had earlier. Thank you for that. Madam Chair, Aaron, my second comment is about, we're talking about older data. And I heard you say earlier that you were allocated 62 hours of helicopter time. You have to allocate that across the state, and a lot goes into that. But what's a possibility of going forward to do more regular surveys of these areas? Is there drought money? Is there HPC money? Is there money somewhere that would justify doing more flights in those areas so we have more current data, even on an annual basis on some of them?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, we could fly every year if we had a lot more money. It takes an enormous amount of money to fly the surveys. We get $100,000 a year for drought, which works out to 62.5 hours. Last year, probably closer to 61 hours, because every year we get a 5% increase in Papillon hours. We did sit down with the game specialist. So the process for allocating those hours is we take every unit that triggered in the state for whether it was the 4-month or the 6-month, and we look at what species are there, how many hours we would need to fly in each of those areas, and then we prioritize based on the need of the species or the unit. And the game specialists determined where we were going to fly those hours. So we spent the majority of the hours on deer because their turnaround time, might be 3 years versus 6 years. We're going to have another survey in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so we spent the majority of those on deer. But we did fly, I think we flew 28 and 41. We flew HPC hours in 41 this year.
Right. And then some of the response that we got back that Commissioner Buchanan is referring to, some of the WCO organizations are looking to cooperate, helping with this, helping fund that. Is there a possibility that those individual organizations could contribute money that would help do more surveys in that area?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, yes, if we can find the time and the helicopters in order to get the surveys done.
Right.
Yeah, it's about personnel time at that point.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Great. Oh, yes, Commissioner Kerr. Thank you.
Madam Chair, piggybacking off of what Commissioner Guggenauer was saying, specifically, I think it would be maybe a good idea if we could partner with them if in the future, if we're planning to make an increase in a unit, target those units where we plan to make an increase in tags. That might be a good idea. So if our wildlife conservation organizations would like to help in that way, at specifically targeting those units that are the greatest concern, might be a good idea.
Great. Great. Well, I think we have a recommendation.
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 7, Bighorn Sheep, for the 2026 season as presented.
Okay. Do I have a motion and a second? Okay. We have a motion to approve, but there's a comment.
Because I want to slightly amended, based on just what we're talking about here, I don't think any of us, well, I'm not going to say this right. I'll speak for myself. I'm troubled with the feedback that we got from the organizations. I think there's some good points made there, but I boil this all down to lack of data, lack of timely data on there. There may be absolutely nothing wrong with the recommendation here, but there might be something wrong without having that data. So I'm willing to approve the recommendation as stated here today, but I would really like to have the department take an action to find funding, work with the region and the WCOs to increase the amount of flight time that we have to do surveys in some of these regions. And I like Commissioner Kerr's idea, specifically ones that we're planning to increase in the future.
So we have action. I believe we have to vote on the action. Is that correct? Okay. We have an action. Do I have a?
Two different motions, or is it one?
Wait.
No, this is an action, not a motion.
Well, I can do either one. I can modify the motion to include the surveys, or we can do an action item, whatever the department feels is best.
Madam Chair, let's do the action item first.
Yeah.
And then we'll
Okay.
go to the recommendation.
So we have an action item to do outreach to get help financing volunteerism for additional flight time. Did I say that correctly? That's the action?
So is it flight time or is it surveys?
I think it's
'Cause-
both. I think it's, that's
Because, I mean,
all-
surveys
that's-
could be ground as
okay.
well.
Yeah.
And that's
Madam-
really,
To
we're
get
trying
more
to get the
data. How's
information.
this? Get more data.
Madam Chair, what I caught is when we plan to increase tags, we would try to make sure that our flight time or our surveys were as current as possible. And if we can have, Luke, if you're ready, you might be able to read that. Ish or not.
Well, Mr. Director, Madam Chair, I caught, what I believe I caught was a hybrid between that and the current conversation regarding this year's permit levels. So, what I captured, and I'd be happy to adjust it, Commissioner Guggenauer, based on what you described, but.
And this is for the action, correct?
This is the action item, not the recommendation that's
Right.
on the screen. But as it relates to the increases in bighorn sheep permits this year, specifically in Region 4, and based on the feedback we received that we work at with the wildlife conservation organizations and other partners to secure funding to for surveys, and that would include not just aerial surveys, but ground survey as well that might be available to the department. Now, if we want to expand that to the moving any bighorn sheep permit increases in the future, we can make it a hybrid.
agree.
So is it, yep,
Yes, it is.
it is,
Yes.
okay.
So we have the action item as read. All in favor, say aye.
Second, first, I
Oh.
second.
Do we need a second on an action item?
Yes.
Sure, fine.
Sure.
Okay, we have a second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we have the action item. Now we'll go back to the recommendation. We have the recommendation. Do I have the motion on that? I have a motion. Do I have a second? On the hunt recommendation?
Madam
I-
Chair, I have
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
an amendment
Okay.
to the hunt recommendation. I move that we amend the hunt recommendations to increase tags with the exception of units 40B, 45B, and 46B West. They're 3 units that were not surveyed last year.
And leave them as is.
Yes.
Okay. So we have an amendment to the motion. So all in favor, do I need a second on the amendment? I need a second on the amendment. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so your amendment passes. Okay. So then we go back to the main motion, right?
No, I think you got it.
Or are
I
we
think we
good?
got it.
Okay.
Aye.
Whew. Okay, we're good. All right, Aaron.
Did you catch the units?
What's that? That they changed, yes.
Are we okay?
Yes, with the
Okay.
amendment, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, we'll move on to bear. Commission Order 9, Fall 2026 bear and Spring 2026 7 seasons. Annual hunt recommendations are made based on these management objectives. We stratify fall seasons, both archery and general seasons, to have different lengths or timeframes, and they vary across the state. And then we have set standardized 35-day seasons for the March and April, spring timeframe. We can also have extended summer seasons when we define geographic boundaries within game units to address specific conflicts or resource issues. Legal wildlife for bear is any bear except cubs with sows and sows with cubs. And each hunt area has an annual harvest limit for the calendar year, which we update by commission order here in the middle of the calendar year. And each hunt unit will have each hunt season has an associated female harvest limit, which offers 10 to 11% of the female segment of the population or less. And the female harvest is cumulative in each hunt, including department removals. The annual female limits for this year have been updated. The big change here is that we are combining 1, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 27 into one zone, increasing that harvest limit based on the data for the habitats there. So we have a total increase of 34 bears in the female annual harvest limits across the state. A couple decreases, a few increases. This is all based on updated habitat information. The fall 2026 bear summary is combining the seasons I just talked about, 1, 2A, B, and C, and 27 into a single hunt area, and removing Unit 22 North Archery for the fall. That season is being rotated into a summer season, an extended summer season with a defined boundary for 2027. Female harvest limits are 10 to 11% of the estimated female harvests in an area. And like I just said, we adjusted up by 34. When we allocate those into the different hunt areas, we have an increase of 35 females in the general seasons and 12 females in the archery only non-permitted seasons for the fall. For spring, we have new seasons in 21, 22 South, and 23 South with female harvest limits, and we have the same Bradshaw Mountain Hunt that we've had before. This is the second year of that with an increase of 3, and then 3 new recommended extended spring or summer seasons. The Alpine Hunt area in 1, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 27 with 2 bears, that's a general season. The Mogollon Oso Hunt area in Unit 22, North and South, with a 2 archery female harvest limit, and the Naglin Shadow Hunt area in Unit 23, North and South, with 2 archery. That's where that Unit 22 hunt, or the Mogollon Oso is the Unit 22 hunt that moves. So we have an increase of 15 in the general spring seasons and an increase of 4 with the extended summer seasons for archery. These are the maps for those new hunt areas. The Alpine Hunt area is identical to the elk unit that we've been using to manage elk up at that area. The Mogollon Oso and the Naglin Shadow Hunt areas are new. The legal requirements for bear, we're recommending, because bear does have population management hunts as an option, we're recommending that it also be changed to have 2 bears per calendar year, provided one is taken with a restricted non-permit tag in R12 Forward 115. So that's the same conversation we had about deer, where it's only if they get drawn for that season. Continuing mandatory harvest reporting and physical checkouts through the mandatory harvest reporting online only. And then E-tag still counts as your 48-hour reporting, but you have the 10-day physical checkout. I have a recommendation when you're ready.
I would love it.
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 9 Bear for the 2026 fall and 2027 spring seasons as presented.
Commissioner Buchanan, question, comment?
Thanks, Madam Chair. And so I've got a comment and then a question, which really has to do with a lot of the feedback we got today. So first of all, let me start with the comment. So I'm looking forward to us getting the results of our multiple year bear study. And what my hope is that when we get more details on bear, we're going to be able to adjust spring seasons for differentiation opening dates depending on where we're talking about what units. Because as I understand it, the reason that we pick a certain date for the spring season is we're trying to take advantage of the time when the boars will come out of a den before the sows are out with cubs. But, you know, depending on altitude, I mean, if you're talking Unit 1 versus 35B, we're talking very big differences. And so it would be nice to actually be able to fine tune that so we can better reach our harvest objectives. That actually, if we spread that out, that actually may offer bear hunters more opportunities to go to different places as well to hunt bear. So I know that we've got a study undergoing. I think we're going to get the results next year. I'm not exactly sure. I'll defer to Assistant Director Crowder on when that's coming, but I hope we're able to use what we learn to better inform our stratification, if you will, on seasons. The second thing is really a question about the comments that we had and requests for a pursuit season. I'm not sure how that would work. I don't even know if this is a process. Is that something we'd have to undertake under a rule change? I don't know how that would work. And also, what I would like to know is what are the options for the commission if we were to adopt something like that? We could activate it based on conditions, like if we had exceptional drought and we start getting a lot of human to bear wildlife incidents, then we could activate it. It wouldn't necessarily have to be activated. So I'm trying to understand what the art of the possibilities are here.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan. So as far as your first question, we do hope to have data from the bear project summarized in time to review during the guideline process that will start up. I'll come to you in September when we open that process up. And in the next cycle, we'll have some of that data that we can build into the guidelines and possibly look into some changes there. To your second question, pursuit-only bear seasons are currently allowed in rule. They are in Article 3. We have not implemented them. What is not allowed in Article 3 is having a summer pursuit season. So I heard some discussion today about having pursuit seasons, and I had some conversation about summer seasons. We could have a pursuit-only season from August to December that opened when a season closed. It would be a little more complicated than implementing it the way we do for mountain lions, because there's one season for mountain lion, and once it closes, it doesn't open again. But for bears, we have several seasons through the fall. And so we may need to think a little bit about how those open and close to pursuit depending on the season. Would it only open after the final season is closed, or would it only open in that late general season? Those would be things that we could work through.
So I have a follow-on kind of mechanical question here, because I understand when we lay out our plan for population management hunts, we put kind of a broad perspective out there, but we only activate them if we actually need them over time. What I'm asking is, could we take the same approach for bear, or would that not be advisable? And I'm just trying to understand the mechanical part. How could we do that?
So, Madam Chair, if I can build on what Commissioner Buchanan is saying. I also have some lack of knowledge on how we would do this. I'd be very concerned with doing a pursuit season based on human-bear interface or interactions. It's the wrong time of year to be chasing bears around when they have cubs maybe in the spring. That's when we have most of those kind of encounters. A summer thing, I agree with that. The fall thing, that might be a possibility. So if I can couple on what Commissioner Buchanan was saying, once again, I'd like to propose an action item for the department to review this and come back to us before the next hunt recommendation with a proposal if it's possible to implement one of the options that we're discussing here today.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I think AD Crowder has been trying to speak. They have been evaluating this since they knew the blue card was coming. He may have a little bit of light to shine on this, if at your pleasure.
Thank you, Director. Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer and Buchanan. So to the Director's point, we've been looking at this. I think the intricacies of, I don't know if that's, it's on. Okay. must be wearing metal today, of what Aaron was discussing, identified to how that would fall out through each of the seasons that may open or close. We haven't looked at it in finer detail. Most importantly, what Aaron shared is that it is available under rule. It would not be something beyond August 1st to December 31st. The department could return to the commission with a much more thorough evaluation, which would also provide opportunity for comment from the public as well, if that was so intended. So we could work through it immediately. It wouldn't be something that we would likely be able to do within the regs, because again, we're publishing Wednesday. It's not something that we've queued up beyond that.
So go ahead.
Well, just, if I may, Madam Chair. A.D. Crowder, what's the time frame? When do you think that would be ready to bring back to the commission with something like that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I think I would look more to a big game supervisor Butler, just because I could make the idea and it's probably going to be wrong, and Aaron would have the best idea, particularly since that means us working.
Okay, I'll retract the question. Madam Chair, Aaron Butler, when do you think it would be appropriate to come back with this? Will it take a whole year, or is it something we could do sooner than that maybe?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, we go to print on Wednesday for our fall hunt recommendations that we're talking about today. So we would either need to work through the process and approve it today, or it would make most sense to do it a year from now.
So should we make an action item on that to move forward, or do you have something already in process?
So, I don't, Madam Chair, if
Yep,
I
please.
may, it sounds like we're not ready to make that decision today. We don't have the information to make it.
Okay.
So I'd make the recommendation that for the next bear hunt recommendation next year, that you consider this and offer proposals ahead of time so the public can comment and we can investigate that decision. I'll make that an action item.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, we're good to go then.
Madam,
Okay, did we
Madam
approve
Chair.
the
I know.
recommend-
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Okay.
please.
may I ask a question?
You
Or
certainly
not
may.
a question, but,
Yeah.
okay. Aaron, thank you for helping me understand this the other day when we had the conversation. And I understand like all the nuisance calls that we get, so thank you for passing those opportunities on to hunters, which might help us prevent to have to remove so many bears. And maybe this will help in the meantime until we come back to this action item. So thank you.
So we still have a recommendation,
Okay.
correct?
I don't know. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we still have a recommendation.
I move that we vote to approve the Commission Order 9 bear as presented.
Second.
Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break, please. Thank you. Ted, there we go. There we go. Thank you, everyone. Miss Aaron, the floor is yours again.
Okay. We will move into Commission Order 10. Mountain lion seasons for 2026, 2027. Hunt management objectives for mountain lion. We offer a general season from August to May with a summer closure. Legal wildlife is any mountain lion except spotted kittens or females accompanied by spotted kittens. We have harvest thresholds we set by zone, 14% of the total population or less. And then in addition to that, by zone, we look at the total female harvest and the total adult female harvest for each hunting season. Adult females are classified as females that are 3 or older or have shown that they have evidence of nursing. The two thresholds for adult female harvest and total female harvest are 50% of the total take is female, greater than that, or equal to or greater than 50% of the total harvest is female, or greater than 25% of the adult female harvest. Okay, we allocate lion. We shouldn't have taken a break. We allocate populations, estimates, blah. Okay, we allocate mountain lion populations thresholds based on the total population estimate throughout the zone. First, we run a statistical population model for the state. And this year, we used all Arizona data to refine the estimates for this population model. So we had Arizona harvest, Arizona survival, all based on our collar project that we had. We did have a survival difference between adult males, adult females, and kittens. When we ran that population model for the year with our 2004 through 2024 data, it came out at 2994, which is just shy of the estimate from last year. Last year it was 3,019, and the year before it was 2,975. We consider that a stable population. And on the independent population estimate, again, that's adults, we came at 1391. Last year that was 1367, and the previous year it was 1397. So that's all within a very close range. We run this model statewide, and we look at it to see how the population is trending. Then we run, and this is what those numbers look like on a graph. The yellow line is the independent population. You can see that it's very stable, and it has tighter confidence intervals than the total population, which is in blue, and peaks up and down. The variability there is based on how many lions are in the harvest and their age at harvest. That drives the backbone of that population model. This is all of our harvest data from 2000 to 2025, with our depredations on top, hunter harvest in blue, and the average female harvest for the state in the orange line, and that is below 50%, the 50% threshold.
Did you want to ask that now? Commissioner Guggenauer has a question.
Sorry, Ben, can you go back one slide? Thank you, Madam Chair. Aaron, I just wanted to clear something. We heard comments about increasing numbers in lions, especially the last couple of years, and why you're doing this. But I think the word is that the population has been slightly increasing. And I think this chart is a good recommendation. We're looking at 25 years worth of data on this chart. So when we say mountain populations are stable, that's what we can see in this chart. And yes, the last couple of years there's been increases, but you can see on this chart it's a slight increase. It's not a dramatic increase like, it's way out of control. All of the things that we're doing that pertain to mountain lions is based on this data, and it's 25 years worth of data, and that certainly looks pretty stable to me. Would you agree with that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, yes, I would agree that our population estimates from the model and this data confirm that we have a stable mountain lion population.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
These are the zones that we offer throughout the state. They were established in the hunt guidelines from 2023 to 2028. And this is how we've been managing lions for the last few years, with the separation of Zone G into a 1 and a 2. So some of these are grouped, and there's not any unit that's off by itself. They all are grouped into some zone. These are our recommended harvest thresholds for the year. Just to dive in on this a little bit, the same population model that we run for the statewide estimate to determine if the population is stable or not, we also run by zone. And so we take all of the current year information, the same data set, 2004 to 2024, with the age at harvest data, and we run it by zone to see what the population estimate for each zone is, and then we allocate 14% of the total population for harvest. Those zones increase or decrease their population estimates based on the model. There are 6 zones where we don't have enough data to run the population model by zone. And in those 6 zones, we set the female harvest threshold at the average harvest when we began the zone, and we haven't adjusted those. So we do not have enough information in zones A, C, H, I, L, or N to run the model. Those are historically set based on the previous years of harvest. We ran current year population models in the rest of the zones, and 14% is what's before you, so an increase or decrease. We also evaluated the percent of total female harvest in every zone and the percent of adult female harvest in every zone. Because guidelines say that if we have greater than or equal to 50% of total female harvest in a zone, then we'll have a female harvest threshold. So we're recommending those in zone L and N, where we had 50% female take in those areas. It also dictates that if we have above 25% adult female harvest, we will shorten the seasons, or we will have, I think we'll shorten the seasons. We did not have that in any of our zones this year. I'd like to clarify, based on the comments earlier, that depredations are not included in this number. So when we're looking at the percent female take in a zone, it's the true take from the hunters. It doesn't include the depredation take. So we're recommending these increases and decreases based on the population model that we ran this year with our updated Arizona data.
Commissioner Buchanan has a question.
Thanks,
Comment.
Madam Chair. Aaron, we got some specific comments today about Zone F, around the Prescott area, and I know we've had a lot of human-wildlife interactions there. So I'd like you to address that, as well as K. We got questions about Zone K, and is it wise to put 1 and 27 together for mountain lion management because of such a wide variance in terrain? And concern that, so you got one concern that we're increasing, one concern we're decreasing. I'd just like you to address that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan. This is one of the species where it's pretty black and white for us in guidelines. We run the population model and it spits out a number. And so then we allocate the 14% based on that. And so the differences in Zone F and the increases there are tied directly back to the previous 20 years of harvest and what pulled out in that population. And so we're estimating and allocating that 14% there. As far as Zone K, separating 1 and 27, those were established when we put guidelines together for mountain lions this way, and they were grouped based on information from our mountain lion experts and how mountain lions use the landscape, and they grouped 1 and 27 together. So it's more based on some of those zones are more based on how we have collar data that shows what animals are using the habitat than terrain in that area.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Guggenauer.
Yeah, I would just add to that, if we can even look at our current hunt that's going on, because the season doesn't end until May 31st here, but of an objective of 359 lions, as of a couple days ago, we're at 327. So I think, once again, that's going to be another bar that consistently says that we are a stable population and support these numbers that are in these units. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair. That was no question there. Okay. Okay. So the mountain lion summary, we're offering a general season statewide from August 21st to May 31st. Archery only in the metro units, and the pursuit only season would stay in place once a zone ends and a season and closes. The pursuit only season opens, and then you can have a person only tag and continue in those areas until May 31st. And then the harvest thresholds are set on the previous slide. The recommended bag limit for lion would remain at 1. And then I just added here on the slide that we would go to mandatory reporting online only with the physical checkout 10 days later. There's a communication plan in place for this, and I don't know if you've noticed as we've rolled through these slides, but we have a new link. We used to have an AZGFD.com archery deer report, bear hunting, lion hunting. Those all still will exist on our website, but we've created this one link that's just harvest reports so that it's an easy one access place we can use in our communication plan moving forward. And anybody could use any old documentation and get to this, they all go to the same place. And this is where our tracker will live. E-tagging will continue to count for 48-hour reporting with the physical checkout. And I have a recommendation when the department's ready. Commission's ready.
We're ready.
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 10, Mountain Lion for 2026-2027 season as presented.
I have a recommendation. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. You have to throw something at me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aaron, just for the public, you stated that the depredations are not factored into the take recommendations for mountain lions, and we heard from some ranch families down in Unit 27 that are they seem to be taking it on the chin pretty good. Could you explain to us how we get to like a depredation hunt? What are the triggers for a depredation hunt, and how do we get to those? And
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, depredation hunts are independent of an action. So any rancher out on the landscape can find an issue on their property, generally a calf. They call the depredation number. That's a 1-800 24-hour number. They report that incident, and then they can pursue the lion. And if they remove that lion and they just leave it based on the depredation rule, it becomes a depredation lion. If they're also allowed to tag it. If they tag it, it becomes a sport harvest, and they have to follow the same procedures as a regular harvest, which can occur even when a zone is closed. And so depredations are strictly, they went out, they had an incident, they removed the lion, they left it on the landscape. They call back in the report that they did it. That all goes through our communication center. We have those numbers, but we don't put those towards the percent take in the zone.
very good, thank you.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I didn't have a question, but now I do. So if a rancher reports an incident and activates a depredation and goes out and takes the lion and keeps the lion, which actually it seems to me like we're trying to encourage to be consistent with the rest of our laws about not wasting meat, then they can still use that depredation tag. But for us, for reporting, it triggers a sport harvest, if you will, and we have to then check it in and everything else. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, there's no depredation tag. So if they pursue it and they remove it on the landscape and they leave it, it becomes a depredation and they report it. If they tag it with their non-permit tag, it becomes a sport take, and then we collect that information and include it
So
with
they
our
have
take.
to have that tag
prior
beforehand.
to, yeah.
It's not triggered by a report of an incident.
Correct.
Okay. I guess philosophically, I'm a little concerned that we're inconsistent with how we're approaching waste of meat here.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
And a question begets another question, right?
Yes.
So if they tag the lion, are they still have depredation hunts available to them to remove problem animals? Or, but they have to leave them, or, so I guess, does tagging the animal remove your depredation hunt capabilities?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, no.
Okay.
If you tag the animal, it becomes your once per calendar year bag limit. But if you continue to have depredation issues, you can continue the regular process of calling radio room and reporting it and then pursuing the lion.
Thank you.
I think we have a recommendation, right? I had a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes. Thank you, dear.
Okay. Move on to Commission Order 13, predator and fur-bearing mammals. And we have no recommended changes to this commission order.
Thank you.
I have a recommendation when you're ready.
Please.
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 13, predator and fur-bearing mammals seasons for 2026-2027 season as presented.
Fabulous. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And yet another.
Commission Order 23, trapping season. We also have a no change proposal for trapping season. We are keeping the closure in place for 34B for beaver and muskrat to protect that population where we're reintroducing them on the La Cienega. I have a recommendation when you're ready.
We're ready.
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 23 trapping for the 2026-2027 season as presented.
So moved. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And yet again.
Commission Order 26. Population management seasons. These are to address just only the youth companion tags that we offer in the fall. So we have two types of population management seasons. One is the seasons we've been talking about earlier, where you put in for the hunter pool and you are drawn through the supplementary hunter pool and get a restricted non-permit tag. The other is called companion tags, and these are only available in seasons where we have additional harvest needs and we tie them directly to a hunt you have to draw. We are recommending that we have companion 2026 youth harvest tags for these units for the general and muzzleloader seasons that coincide with the youth only seasons. These decreases reflect the changes in the deer permits so that the numbers match with a 180 permit decrease. And I have a recommendation when you're ready.
We are ready.
The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 26 population management hunts for the 2026 season as presented.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes.
That's all I have today. Thank you.
You're fabulous. Thank you so much. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience. Director?
Madam Chair, that brings us to agenda items 9, 10, 11, and 12, which are all first read items. The commission may choose to take action on first read items as needed, or may direct the department to place first read items on the consent agenda for approval at the next commission meeting. Item 9 is the license agreement with Sanders Farms for farming forage crops for wildlife at Arlington Wildlife Area. The presenter is Jim Ruff, Land and Water Program Supervisor.
Thank you, Jim. Is your mic on? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff. We're going to shift gears a little bit and cover some real property issues. And I can guarantee you it's going to be shorter than Aaron's presentation.
Shouldn't have said that.
That's what Aaron said.
Did I just jinx it?
Yeah, be careful. Yeah, be careful.
This is oh, I can shift the gear here. This is a 5-year renewal of 7 previous 1-year license agreements that we've had with Mr. Sanders to continue cultivating forage crops for wildlife on the Arlington Wildlife Area. Mr. Sanders has been growing forage crops for wildlife for the department at Arlington since May of 2019 on annual license agreements. Since it's worked out so well for both parties, the department is recommending a 5-year license agreement now with Mr. Sanders that would run through April of 2031. So the department has determined that Mr. Sanders' use of our water rights to continue providing forage crops for wildlife is in the public interest and is consistent with ongoing management purposes of the Arlington Wildlife Area, as identified in the operation and management plan that we have. So this is a map showing the Richardson parcel that's located on Arlington Wildlife Area in Region 6, Maricopa County. It is located west of Highway 85 and east of Old US Highway 80 and a few miles south of the town of Arlington along the Gila River. The 158-acre property was acquired by the commission using heritage funds in 2008. The 100-acre farmed area is shown highlighted in blue on the slide. And the Richardson parcel is the middle parcel. The other part of the Arlington Wildlife Area is the Gable parcel to the north and the Jagow parcel to the south, both approximately the same size. The 100-acre farmed area is that light blue area, and the 15-acre wildlife food plot will be located along the southern border of that light blue area, near the border of that parcel and close to the wildlife pond that currently exists on the Jagow parcel. So before I provide a recommendation, do you have any questions for me?
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Jim, I've got a question on the timing of this. You know, as described to us, we could either take action on this today or do what we would typically do with these agreements and put it on consent agenda. But when I saw your slide, the activation date for the start of this is 8 May, which is our next commission meeting.
That's correct.
Is there going to be a gap in coverage, or are you okay with putting this on?
We'll be fine. It won't expire until they close of business on May 8th.
Okay.
Okay.
So I do have a recommendation.
Please.
The commission, the department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda for the next regular commission meeting.
Have a recommendation. Do I have a second? Oh, I'm sorry.
We're all okay with it, I think.
We're all okay with it.
Thank you.
The good news is consent agenda is usually the first thing we do, so you'll have all day to take care of it.
Shouldn't have said that either. All right.
All
Madam
right.
Chair, item 10 is intergovernmental agreement with the city of Buckeye. The presenter is Scott Girton, Community Fishing Program Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Director, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Always a pleasure to be here discussing community fishing program in front of you. I'll try to be brief so that Jim can follow up after me again here. So let's see if I get the first slide. Just to give a background about the purpose of the intergovernmental agreements that we have for the community fishing program is to establish those so that they can provide a basis for support for the community fishing program. Besides outlining their respective authorities, roles, and responsibilities, they do provide the formal structure that allows for department or partners to provide funds to the department. They're typically structured as 5-year agreements. In terms of overall program scale, we have 25 active intergovernmental agreements right now with municipalities, and we do have one stewardship agreement with a private entity in Ash Fork, the Ash Fork Development Association, for a partnership with Stone Dam. As mentioned above, these partnerships fund core program operations. For fiscal year 26, these partnerships combined coming in from all the municipal partners total over $500,000 to support staff, 3 full-time employees, 2 interns, purchase of fish, oxygen, miscellaneous supplies, mileage fees, and things of that nature that are charged by vendors. We have 24 intergovernmental agreements that expire in June 30th of 2029. You'll probably remember from years past, we kind of had a couple of different cycles running, but we made a concerted effort to combine those into a common expiration date. In terms of the Buckeye partnership specifically, We did have an original existing agreement that was executed May 2021. It was actually implemented or initiated by our Region 6 staff. And it primarily focused on collaboration for management of wildlife as well as outdoor recreation in a growing fringe community that is obviously subject to urban sprawl and has, rich wildlife resources out there. So about that time, the city of Buckeye came along and renovated their park, Sundance Park, which included a new fishing pond. And at that time, they requested to be included in the community fishing program. So rather than create a standalone intergovernmental agreement just for community fishing, I simply did an amendment to that existing one that added the community fishing program, and that was fully executed in June of 2022 with the original expiration date of May 18th next month. So this proposal is to renew that IGA so that we can continue the community fishing program at Sundance Park, continue collaboration with the city of Buckeye for outdoor recreation and wildlife management. I was contacted by Mike Sumner as well. He had interest in collaborating with the city on recruitment and retention reactivation program in doing activities, and he said that the IGA would, as written, would allow him to do the proposed activities that he had as well. This particular agreement, as I mentioned earlier, they're typically 5-year agreements, but in order to put them in line with the other 24 IGAs, I'm proposing to do just a shorter term, a 3-year agreement, so that it will align with those other IGAs. And this specific partnership would contribute a total of just over $50,000 over the 3 fiscal years that we would have that in place. The benefits is that it maintains fishing opportunities in a growing community, supports urban angling access and recruitment, particularly in an area where there's just not much other sport fish activity out there. It's well over, I think, 12 miles to the nearest urban pond, community fishing pond from there. As I just mentioned, it aligns the agreement for statewide, for administrative efficiency and ensures continued program delivery. So, Madam Chair, with that, I will be glad to answer any questions you may have.
No questions? We'll go for your recommendation. Thank you.
Very well. The department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda for the next regular commission meeting.
You good with that? Okay. So done.
All right.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, members
Thank
of
you
the
very
commission,
much.
thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Madam Chair, item 11 is conveyance of the commission's 320-acre Topock property located in Mohave County, Arizona. Presenter Jim Ruff again.
Hello again.
Hi,
Madam
Jim.
Chair,
Program
Commissioners. I'll run through this Topock real estate issue that we have. The Topock property is a 320-acre property in western Mohave County. It was acquired from a private landowner in 1957 using a federal PR grant and state game and fish funds. The property was acquired to provide habitat and food production for migratory waterfowl. This purpose, though, was never realized at Topock when the Colorado River was channelized and levees were built, and it moved westward, and we could not get water to the property. The property henceforth, since that time, has been passively managed and has been identified for disposal for many years because it now consists of invasive tamarisk and it's being encroached upon from the west by private development, as you'll see from this next slide. You should have updated slides, by the way, that were corrected, as well as the purchase agreement. So this figure shows the location of the Topock property. It's, like I said, located in Mohave Valley, just a few miles east of the Colorado River. It's surrounded by Fort Mohave Indian Reservation, the Havasu National Wildlife Refuge, and residential development to the west. There is no infrastructure or water rights associated with this property. There's really nothing on it but vacant land. The Mohave Valley County Highway, however, does cut across the northeast corner of that parcel. You can see it on the map, on the GIS map there. And we have an existing utility license agreement with Mohave Valley Electric Co-op that we just recently renewed for 10 years. So moving in a slightly smaller scale, from the Mohave County parcel viewer of this property, you can see it in dark blue in the center. It shows the surrounding land ownership. The green area adjacent to Topock on the south is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Havasu National Wildlife Refuge. The tan or the brown line are lands surrounding Topock, are the property of Fort Mohave Indian Reservation. The yellow land ownership is BLM land, while light blue is state trust land, as usual. You can see the private land development encroaching on the Topock property from the west. There are a number of parcels there on the western side of the boundary. So why is this property identified for disposal? Well, it's mainly because it isn't serving the purpose for which it was acquired. As I mentioned, it's passively managed and it has no water rights or infrastructure. So over the past several years, Land and Water Program staff have been working closely with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Realty staff to sell the property to their refuge system and to add it to the Havasu National Wildlife Refuge. They're very interested in acquiring it. So when it's purchased by the Fish and Wildlife Service refuge system, the department will repay another arm of the Fish and Wildlife Service, Office of Conservation Investment, 75% of the acquisition cost, which is required under the terms of the federal grant. The due diligence actions for this real estate transaction have largely been completed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service realty staff. And there's only a couple of small items that remain, one of which is the signing of the purchase agreement. So what does this property really look like, just to give you an idea? On the right is a picture of the boundary between the Topock property and the Havasu National Wildlife Refuge, showing an invasive salt cedar thicket, which is prevalent on the property. The left picture is typical habitat type found on the Topock property. So we're seeking commission concurrence for the department to sign the purchase agreement, which will start the clock on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's process to finalize acquisition of the Topock property, which includes a contaminant survey and a legal review of the title report. The title report has already been done. I want to note that the mineral rights for this property have been reserved to the state of Arizona pursuant to ARS 17241C. A recent appraisal that was done just a couple of months ago of this property came in at $640,000. So 75% of that would go to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Office of Conservation Investment, and 25% would come to the department. So unless you have questions for me, I have a recommendation.
We'll take your recommendation. Thank you so much, Jim.
The department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda at the next regular commission meeting.
Everybody okay with that? So done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim. Madam Chair, item 12 is FY 2028 proposed budget and FY 2027 amendments. Presenter is Marvin Mendieta, Budget and Payroll Administrator. Come on down.
Fabulous Marvin. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, sir.
Glad to be here. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the proposed budget today. The department's budget cycle began back in November of 2025 with the submission of potential budget proposals from frontline program staff. Over the course of the next several months, development meetings were held, and those requests were reviewed, prioritized, and evaluated by executive staff for inclusion into the fiscal year 27 and 28 budget proposals. We are presenting those budget proposals today, but it is important to note that even with an approved budget recommendation, the department will not spend funds that it doesn't have and regularly evaluates each department fund source and makes appropriate adjustments as needed. With the changing economic landscape at federal and state levels affecting the availability of funding, the department continues to adapt its budget development efforts by utilizing funding sources with as much flexibility as possible. These considerable and progressive efforts have resulted in receiving authorization for the full FY26 appropriation request. The department appreciates the good support received from both the governor's office and the legislature in carrying out department initiatives and building infrastructure funded by sportsmen's generated revenue. The budget was developed through strategic application of budget simplification and zero-based budgeting methodologies. In budget simplification, the objective is to reallocate resources more effectively to align with the Commission priorities and department initiatives. With zero-based budgeting, all expenses are analyzed and justified for budget inclusion. Under the zero-based budgeting model, the base includes payroll and agency support and vehicle costs, while all other budget requests are considered one-time items. The Commission priorities have been slightly updated from last year with the addition of enhancing and improving wildlife connectivity. There is some crossover between several of the priorities, as many of the budget requests may impact multiple Commission priorities. Programs submitting budget requests must designate a Commission priority on each request. This slide shows the Commission priorities associated with the recommended FY28 budget, which totals approximately $115.3 million, not including business technology and support costs or small contracts. Although support costs are not included in our total, many could be classified under one or more of these priorities. The department has several appropriated, non-appropriated, and federal funds that in some cases may serve a common purpose. This slide identifies examples of the various funds, and all these funds must be utilized for their intended purposes. Appropriated funds include game and fish, watercraft licensing, the Game, Non-Game Fish, and Endangered Species Fund, Capital Improvement, Conservation Development, and the Wildlife Endowment Fund. These funds are subject to legislative appropriations, and budgets are limited to spending authority, so not all available cash is spent. Non-appropriated examples include the Off-Highway Vehicle Recreation Fund, Heritage, Wildlife Conservation, and the Indirect Cost Recovery Fund. These funds include the State Department funds, with available cash being a major factor in setting the budgets. Budgets are revenue-driven and Commission-approved for spending. Federal fund sources include the Sport Fish and Wildlife Restoration Grants, Coast Guard, and the state wildlife grants. These funds are considered grant funds that are received through federal apportionments and awards. As is typical with federal funding, there are strings attached on the monies, and recipients must be cognizant of the various grant requirements, including eligibility, match, and reporting. Diversion of hunting and fishing license revenues is also a risk and would impact the department's ability to receive funds under the Pittman-Robertson, Wildlife Restoration, and Dingle-Johnson Sport Fish Restoration Acts. For the appropriated funds, budget proposals include $12.3 million of FY28 initiatives and 287,000 of FY27 amendments, equaling 12.6 million of new requests as one-time items. For FY28, the Game and Fish Fund has a proposed budget of 51.8 million, making up approximately 88.1% of the total appropriated funds budget, while the Watercraft Licensing Fund has 5.1 million, representing approximately 8.6%. With a combined base budget of 36 million, capital requests of 10.6 million, and the inclusion of new one-time requests of 12.3 million, the total proposed budget for the appropriated funds for FY28 is 58.9 million. For the non-appropriated funds, budget proposals include 17.7 million of FY28 initiatives and 2.8 million of FY27 amendments, equaling 20.5 million of new requests as one-time items. For FY28, the Wildlife Conservation Fund has a proposed budget of 12.2 million, making up approximately 26.5% of the total non-appropriated funds budget, while the Heritage Funds have 13.1 million, representing approximately 28.5%. With a combined base budget of 28.2 million and the inclusion of new one-time requests of 17.7 million, the total proposed budget for the non-appropriated funds for FY28 is 45.9 million. For the federal funds, budget proposals include 12 million of FY28 initiatives and 3.2 million of FY27 amendments, equaling 15.2 million of new requests as one-time items. For FY28, the combined Pittman-Robertson grant funds have a proposed budget of 32.2 million, making up approximately 74.4% of the total federal funds budget, while the combined Dingle-Johnson grant funds have 8.1 million, representing approximately 18.6%. With a combined base budget of 31.3 million and the inclusion of new one-time requests of 12 million, the total proposed budget for the federal funds for FY28 is 43.3 million. The FY28 budget includes a proposal to approve the expenditures of unspent balances, which would allow the director to approve prior year remaining balances in non-appropriated and appropriated funds up to the appropriation amount, as well as federal funds for additional qualifying projects, and respond to revenue shortfalls and unforeseen needs. This last slide shows the FY28 proposed budget broken down by the funding source type. The total FY28 proposed budget is approximately 157 million. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have before we proceed. If there are no questions, I have a recommendation regarding this budget presentation.
Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, just for the public's sake, just know that we've all been tortured for several hours on this beforehand. So, this is a summation, but we went over every one of these things line by line. Every one of us did. And then I know you're going to make a recommendation. I'll have a question on that once you do.
Thank you for your brevity in the torture. But it really wasn't torture because you make it very easy and interesting. So thank you. Thanks to you and Jen.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for those words. I do have a recommendation.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda for the next regular commission meeting.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair. So maybe I'm remembering this incorrectly. I thought we dealt with it on the day. And if we put it on, is there a rationale for putting it on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, the rationale is just simply our public process that we put it on there on consent for the second one, but we have a chance for anybody to talk to us. So.
Okay, thanks. I probably don't remember correctly. Thanks.
So are we okay putting that on the consent agenda? Everybody's okay? It's on.
All right,
Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Go have a drink.
But the bad news is, Marvin, you did not set a record. Just want to be clear.
Yeah, I already accepted that.
Oh, he was real close.
I'll
That
never
was
beat Ty's
great.
Close, but not there.
Oh, thank you so much.
I fully expected Ty to be asking questions to you, so I was shocked.
Director.
Here we go. Madam Chair, item 13 is state and federal legislation. The presenter is Ed Sanchez, Legislative Policy Administrator.
Mr. Karaoke himself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commission members. For the record, Ed Sanchez, Legislative Liaison for the department, and I'm here to provide a brief state and federal update for you today.
Great.
Next slide, please. First slide, please.
I think you have a clicker there too, Ed. What are we doing, Ben? There we go.
There we go. Thank you very much, Ben. So we're in a process, let's say process where there's the committees ended at the end of March. And so we've been without any committees now for a week and a half or so, or almost 2 weeks. So we've kind of shifted to more floor action. All these bills, hundreds of bills, have to be reviewed by both the Senate and House chambers. And from a strategic standpoint, the leadership, majority leadership, will determine how those go out. So right now they're coming out pretty slowly. And so I think we'll be seeing that until we really see some heated budget negotiations going on. So our budget watch is officially up. Not a lot of action going on, but we're going to be starting to reach out to members, appropriation chairs, to start talking about the department budget and moving forward in that way. Especially since I think a lot of the negotiations have finalized in June. So we have a long way to go. So we'll have this constant review back to the commission to let you know what's going on. Next slide, please. Again, we've gone through some of these bills. We've had a total of 19 bills, priority bills. We're down to 7, or actually we're down to 8 bills now. But just a quick review of those bills that are left that we're still monitoring. HB 2787, the Federal Nullification Mexican Wolf Reintroduction Bill. Again, this is the one that prohibits any state agency, political division from using resources to enforce, administer, cooperate with the Mexican wolf program. And so that actually passed the Senate on Thursday and was actually on Wednesday and transmitted to the governor on Thursday. So the governor will be reviewing this and making a decision in the next 10 days on this bill. Next slide, please. SB 1050, Veterans Lifetime State Parks Pass, Senator Rogers. And you may remember this bill. This was 1155, way back in the early part of the session. It was a veterans bill that would expand eligibility for total permanent disability veterans to all service-connected veterans. We worked out an agreement with the sponsor to make an adjustment agreeable to the department. Unfortunately, that bill didn't get a hearing, and so we never got a chance to add that new amendment on that language. And a while back ago, this language was added onto another bill, this one currently, the lifetime pass bill. And so now we're waiting for it. As you can tell, it passed through a government committee, but we worked with the government chair committee to get a floor amendment that he approved. So now we're just waiting for floor action to happen so we have the ability to add this new language that's been supported by the department, added on to that legislation. So we'll be Jess and I will be watching that. Could come as early as next week or the following week. I think it'd become sooner just because this is a bill that has to go back to the Senate again, another step. So this isn't a bill that stays in the House and gets a final reading, goes to the governor's office. It still has to go to the Senate. So these are one of the bills that will probably go through the floor sooner rather than later. Next slide, please. HB 2156, the Livestock Compensation Fund appropriation by Representative Diaz appropriates $250,000 to the state from the State General Fund to the Livestock Compensation Fund. As you recall, the Commission supported this legislation. It passed the Senate Appropriations Committee 77-3. We don't anticipate this is going to move any longer. It's going to go in the funding bucket for members to consider for the final budget. So we'll just have to wait and see, probably in June, if this thing gets actually funded. Next slide, please. And then SB 1280, the public monies, Mexican wolf prohibition. This prohibits the department from transporting or spending public monies to transport wolf pups by interstate. Again, this passed Committee of the Whole in the House. So it's originated in the Senate, now it's in the House, passed the cow, now it's on a final read. So this could happen in the next week or two or longer, depending on when they choose to move it. I suspect that since they moved the earlier bill I mentioned about the Mexican wolf reintroduction legislation, this may go pretty quickly. And so we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that. Next slide, please. HB 2257, the Watercraft Fund distribution of monies by Representative Biasucci. This modifies the percentage of monies collected from the watercraft fees from 65 to 55 to the Watercraft Licensing Fund, and then from 35 to 45 to the SLIF, the Law Enforcement Boating Safety, actually the State Lake Improvement Fund. So this really is an effort by Biasucci and Sheriff Schuster in Mohave County, along with staff here working together to really help Mohave County with some of the challenges they have there in the county there. So this is passing the appropriations, and again, this is one that'll go in the bucket to be considered at some point in time, most likely in June. So we'll keep an eye on this too. Next slide, please. HB 2763, the shooting range closure conditions by Representative Nguyen. This requires the legislature to adopt a joint resolution approving the closure of a shooting range. There's five steps. 3 of them are internally here with the commission, within the department and the commission. 1 goes to the JCCR, which is the Joint Legislative Capital Review Committee, and then that one bill, it's a joint resolution by both the House and Senate, and then executive order by the governor. So it's another step in the legislative process. It passed the Natural Resource Committee 5-3, so it still needs a final vote in the Senate that we'll be watching. I anticipate it's been a very partisan bill, but I anticipate it probably get through to the Senate and to the governor's office. Next slide, please. And Madam Chair, that's completes my slide presentation. Open for any questions.
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ed. Great work down there as usual. These bills that are now making their way to the governor, particularly the wolf bills, the ones related to that, plus this one with the added step for the legislator to approve sale. How do we communicate with the governor's office? Who do you work? Do we go through our land policy advisor, Jennifer Diffley, or how do you make sure they understand what the legislation is?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, yeah, absolutely. So through the session, we had Friday meetings at the governor's office where all the legislative liaisons would meet and we talk about issues. But at this point, and we already have our policy advisor, Jennifer Diffley, we meet on a weekly basis. And we talk to them probably more than once a week just to keep on tabs on what we're doing and the steps that we may take legislatively so they understand what we're doing, why we're doing it. So yeah, we're communicating well with them right now about every step that's happening with the bills that we're monitoring.
Okay, and I'll do my standard, my usual offer. If there's anything that we as commissioners can add to that process, don't hesitate to reach out to any of us.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Goodhart, thank you so much because again, we moved into kind of a new step. It's kind of a waiting period right now, but things can happen very quickly. So as you know, we'll step up and let you know if we need your assistance.
Great.
And Madam Chair, I apologize, but I think we skipped a slide. It's a quick legislative update. I wanted to make sure that I tell you about this. Just because the administration proposed a $2.2 trillion fiscal 27 budget, mostly for defense spending, quite a bit of cuts in non-defense programs. You're seeing a lot of Interior Department getting a lot of cuts of National Park Service, BLM, State and tribal wildlife grants have been cut completely. That's 73.8. We get about 1.2 or something million. But again, I just want to let you all know that this is a kind of a process. The president releases his budget, and so now the House and Senates are actually going into their appropriation budget meetings and their markup process. So a lot of these, it's just kind of a statement right now. It doesn't mean that it's all going to happen, but it's all throughout negotiation. And word on the street is that this is probably going to go until the fall or even after the elections on when they're going to determine when the budget is. And as you know, the budget cycle ends September 30th. So we got a long ways to go to discuss these issues.
Great, great. Thank you so much, Ed. Appreciate it. Director?
Madam Chair, item 14 is state and federal lands planning update. Presenters Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief.
It's the egg lady.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, for the record, Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief. And we'll jump right into it. I guess I have a clicker this time. Okay. Sonoran Desert National Monument is my first update. In February of this year, the BLM released their notice of intent to amend the 2024 Resource Management Plan with regards to target shooting. This amendment is in response to executive order, which directed federal land management agencies to expand access to public lands and waters for recreation, hunting, and fishing. The comment period closed last month, and the department did engage on that comment opportunity. We requested cooperating agency status and reiterated our support for opening more areas to recreational shooting, consistent with our comments from the last 2024 comment period for the resource management plan. My next update is for the Verde River Sediment Mitigation Project. We met with the Bureau of Reclamation last month to discuss our recommendations and determine what could be addressed. They are currently working on the draft environmental impact statement, and the first opportunity for cooperating agency review, of which we are a cooperating agency, will occur later this summer. The next update is for the U.S. Department of Agricultural reorganization update. So we received notice last week where they provided an update for its plan for reorganization. They are moving their headquarters to Salt Lake City, Utah. The Forest Service will begin transitioning to a state-based organizational model designed to shift authority closer to the field by organizing leadership at the state level. The insight on what this could look like: there will be 15 state directors that will be distributed throughout the country to oversee Forest Service operations within one or more states. Those positions will serve as the national leaders for primary oversight of forest supervisors, operational priorities, relationships with states, tribes, and other partners. And I will continue to keep the commission apprised as we receive additional updates on this effort. I'm going to pause here if there are any questions on my 3 prior slides. The next handful of slides are going to focus a brief overview on the status of horses and burros in Arizona that was requested by the commission as an action item at the December 2025 meeting.
Any questions? I think we're good, Callie. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. So, while the department has jurisdictional authority and public trust responsibility to conserve and protect the state's fish and wildlife resources, horses and burros are not native wildlife and instead are managed by the Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service through the 1971 Wild and Free-Roaming Horses and Burros Act. That act authorizes the BLM and the Forest Service to manage populations and provide habitat in areas where they existed on public lands when the act was passed in 1971. Both agencies must manage horses and burros at a minimum feasible level to maintain their wild status in a way that maintains thriving and natural ecological balance on the landscape. The Act specifically identifies that federal agencies will carry out management in consultation with the wildlife agency of the state in order to protect the natural ecological balance of all wildlife species which inhabit the lands, particularly endangered wildlife species. So I'm going to quickly walk us through the management framework for horses and burros on public land. The first important distinction is what a herd area is. So herd areas were designated where horses and burros were present on the landscape when the act was designated in 1971. Herd areas in Arizona encompass approximately 3.6 million acres. Herd management areas and wild horse and burrow territories are areas within the herd areas that are designated for active management and population sustainability. So herd management areas, to back up, the difference between herd management areas and wild horse and burrow territories is just the different naming distinctions for the Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service. So U.S. Forest Service are wild horse and burrow territories, of which there are 2 in the state of Arizona, approximately 47,000 acres. And then herd management areas are for BLM. There are 8 herd management areas in Arizona, totaling approximately 2.4 million acres. And there are 3 herd areas that the BLM has responsibility over in Arizona that do not have herd management areas or herd management area plans associated with them. So the BLM and the Forest Service develop herd management plans for individual herd management areas. Those plans identify population management objectives, which include establishing appropriate management levels, or AML, which you'll see in the remainder of the presentation, and identify population control measures to remove excess horses and burros to achieve and maintain the proposed AML range. One way to think about AML is the number of animals that the habitat can sustain in order to achieve that thriving natural ecological balance that's identified within the Act. So the department has voiced its concerns that the horse and burro populations in Arizona on public lands are exceeding ecologically sustainable levels, causing overgrazing, habitat degradation, and competition with native wildlife. If you combine all AMLs across the state that have been established for each of the herd management areas and wild horse and burro territories, we're looking at an appropriate management level between 1,500 and 1,900 animals. Meanwhile, the current population estimate for the state of Arizona is estimated to exceed 16,000 animals, or 8.5 times the total statewide AML range. We continue to see herds expand into new areas, establishing feral and unauthorized herds outside of management areas, and populations have the potential to double every 3 to 5 years. The BLM and Forest Service do continue to coordinate gathers across the state. However, they report annually that their federal adoption program is saturated and that 70% of their annual budget is used to support care for these animals in the off-range facilities. Last but not least, this has historically been a high-profile issue with management heavily disputed in court. So I'm going to expand here a bit on what our concerns are regarding competition with native wildlife. These animals are not native and did not evolve within the Sonoran Desert ecosystem. However, they can persist on vegetation of lower nutritional quality and consume more vegetation over time than our native wildlife. They have been documented to displace wildlife at water sources, which is especially concerning in periods of drought. And they can also have negative impacts to habitat, particularly riparian and desert zones when populations persist above AML. There is historical information that indicates that these impacts can be minimal when horse and burro populations are managed at or below appropriate management levels. However, as the population continues to persist over AML across the state, we continue to be concerned about the potential impacts to wildlife and their habitats. So even though the department does not have management authority for horses and burros, we do regularly engage with our federal partners on this issue. We work closely with the BLM and the Forest Service as they develop management plans and conduct gathers to fulfill their statutory obligation to manage horses and burros. We provide comment on potential impacts to wildlife and habitat throughout the state during that process. We review and share data on impacts to wildlife and their habitats to inform their decisions. Recently, we shared the results of a 2024 study that where the department documented that habitat changes associated with burros in the Sonoran Desert. Let me back up. So we shared the results of a study that the department conducted within the Sonoran Desert, specifically one of the management areas that's managed by the BLM, where we did document that burros have their impacts on the wild habitat do have significant changes associated with the Sonoran Desert. Those impacts do have implications for the long-term sustainability of the ecosystem and wildlife. We've emphasized that our concerns are that these impacts may be intensified by the presence of drought conditions. The department itself actively engages in year-round drought mitigation efforts for the benefit of wildlife, and in light of this study, drought conditions, and our ongoing drought response, we have expressed our continued concern with the overpopulation of horses and burros throughout the state and the potential long-term impacts to wildlife. Finally, we do engage at the national level on this issue as well as a member of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Wild Horse and Burro Work Group. That group meets twice a year to exchange information about the ongoing management of horses and burros on federal public lands. You all, as the Commission, have also engaged on this issue through 2 resolutions, one in 2016 and one in 2022. Each implores the federal government to meet its obligation to control the overpopulation of horses and burros. Those are publicly available on the department's website and are accessible with the QR code in the bottom right-hand screen. An interesting fact that these resolutions were used as a blueprint to guide the development of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies 2023 resolution, Federal Management and Oversight of Wild Horse and Burro Populations. So this slide shows the most current information that we have available regarding the populations of horses and burros in Arizona for each of the herd areas. Blue and red denote the population of burros. So blue is the upper AML level that's approved for each of these areas, and red indicates the current population estimate. Pink and yellow are for wild horse and burro territories, horse areas. Let me back up. Pink is the upper level for AML for horse populations, and yellow denotes the current population estimates for those horse populations. Okay, I'm going to spend a little bit of time going through some updates for specific herd management areas that the BLM covers. I'm going to do the same for the U.S. Forest Service. I'm not going to cover all 8 herd management areas that the BLM is managing, but as I previously mentioned, there are 8 of them, which encompass 2.4 million acres, and those 3 herd areas that do not have HMAs associated with them are approximately 330,000 acres. Okay, so first up is the Black Mountain Herd Management Area. This is the largest in Arizona. The herd management area is 773,000 acres, and the herd area is over 1 million acres. This is in northwest Arizona, approximately 15 miles west of Kingman. The appropriate management level range for this herd management area is 382 to 478 burros. However, the population is estimated at close to 5,000 burros. The BLM has shared their and announced plans for a gather in April of 2026 with the intent to remove 500 burros. Our concern for this particular area is that even with active management, burro numbers are not declining, and habitat degradation and competition with native wildlife continues to occur. Burros have become habituated to human interaction, leading to increased traffic accidents and damage to private property and surrounding communities. The next I'll touch on is the Big Sandy Herd Management Area, which is approximately 243,000 acres in west central Arizona, 55 miles southeast of Kingman. It follows the Big Sandy River Valley, south to Wickiup to Alamo Lake, Burro Creek to the confluence of the Boulder Creek, and west through the southern foothills of the Wallapai Mountains. AML here is, the range is 111 to 139 burros. The population estimate is currently 214 burros. There was a record of decision and environmental assessment that was finalized by the BLM in 2024 for this area, which states that they will remove approximately 283 burros from this area over the next 10 years. The final herd management area I'm going to highlight for the BLM is the Lake Pleasant Herd Management Area, which the Commission has received frequent updates on over the last several months because they just finalized their Lake Pleasant Herd Management Area Plan and Population Control Environmental Assessment. That plan states that they will gather and remove, to the extent possible, wild burros residing in areas outside of the herd management area, followed by excess burros within. Their appropriate management level for this area is 140 to 250 burros. The current population estimate exceeds 2,000. They did recently announce a couple of weeks ago that they have gathers planned for this month through the month of June with the intent to remove enough animals to reach the lower end of the appropriate management level, so 140 burrows, which would require that they remove 2,000 burrows to be exact, which we are encouraged to hear. We are concerned about the continued expansion of burrows outside of this herd management area, which presents issues for public safety and habitat. We have seen a population growth of 20% annually here, and this is where we have documented impacts to the Sonoran Desert landscape and where we conducted part of our study. All right, I'm going to touch on a few areas for, well, the two that exist here for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'll start with the Heber Wild Horse Territory. So this wild horse and burro territory is approximately 19,000 acres on the Black Mesa Ranger District of the Apache-Sitgreaves National Forest. Appropriate management level here is 50 to 104 horses. However, the recent population estimate exceeds 2,000 animals. The herd management area plan was finalized earlier this year by the U.S. Forest Service after many years, and the forest has stated their intent to gather horses as soon as funding becomes available. We are concerned with the overpopulation in this area causing environmental damage, including trampling of string banks and reducing resources for native wildlife. We have contested as an agency that the existing herd does not descend from the original horses that occupied the area when the herd area was designated in 1971 and are instead stray or abandoned horses from the 2002 Rodeo Chedesky fire. The last area for the U.S. Forest Service is a 27,000 acre area northwest of Williams, Arizona, located on the Kaibab National Forest. The appropriate management level for this area is 22 to 35 burrows. The last estimate was done in 2014 and estimated 133 burrows. That area is managed under a cooperative agreement with the BLM since 1984. Our concern primarily for this area is the lack of recent information regarding the burrow numbers and activities that are conducted within the burrow territory to manage the population. So the final area that I'm going to touch on is not managed by the BLM or the Forest Service, but instead the state. So the Salt River horses are managed along 17,000 acres, on 17,000 acres along 12 miles of the lower Salt River in the Tonto National Forest, roughly 30 minutes from Phoenix. AML for this area is 120 horses, and the current population is estimated at 274 horses. In 2015, the Forest Service proposed removing the horses. However, due to intense public outcry, they are now protected under state law and managed by the state of Arizona through the Arizona Department of Agriculture. Since 2018, the Salt River Wild Horses Management Group has been contracted to manage the herd, which has been reduced from 450 to 270 horses using fertility control. However, they recently committed to meet the population objective over the next 5 years by using removals of individuals along the river. Our ongoing concerns with this area are similar to others, that the overpopulation of horses causes habitat destruction and some public safety risks along roads and recreation areas. And unless the commission has any questions, that concludes my presentation.
Any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Callie, for that. A comment on the Lake Pleasant burrows up there. A new complaint is coming in from the boaters that they can't back their boats down the ramp because the burrows won't move off the ramps, and they're afraid to get out and try to move them. So that's new. And then on the Salt River horses, a couple of weeks ago we heard about a virus that was going around, some restrictions that was associated to those horses. Any update on how that's progressing?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I'm not familiar with that release. I would have to follow up on it. There have been concerns about disease transmission among horses in burrows in other parts of the country, but as far as I'm aware, there haven't been any documented cases in Arizona, but I can follow up on that and let you know.
Could be because it's private land too, or it's run by not the state.
Right.
I don't know.
And then when you say that this company was contracted to manage the Salt River herd, that includes feeding them?
Commissioner Sue, Chairman, Madam Chair, and
Brian,
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Guggenauer. The wild horse group that is managing that particular population along the Salt River is contracted under a cooperative agreement. I am not familiar with the terms that exist under that cooperative agreement. And I don't know if it also includes feeding of the animals. I am aware that it includes population reduction through fertility control methods, which they have been relatively successful with thus far.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Callie. Have a good weekend.
Madam Chair, item 15 is Commission Priorities Update. Presenter is Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
Hi, Luke.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. It's my pleasure for this month's Commission Priority Report. I do think in the interest of time, we'll address any questions that the Commission may have, and then we'll move on to Danielle Kloss's expanded report on the resiliency metric.
Any questions? Okay, great.
Excellent. Danielle?
Here she is.
Good evening, Madam
Hi.
Chair, Commissioners.
Did
My
you
name-
say good evening?
I did. I think it counts as evening now, doesn't it? I almost said good morning, which just speaks to how long of a day it's been. My name is Danielle Kloss, and I'm the Regional Supervisor in Region 4, and I am the team lead for this Commission priority. Before I get started this evening, I would like to thank the sub-team leads, Heidi Raymond, Chris Cantrell, as well as Allison Haywood for their support. These metrics that you guys see every month and this expanded report would not be possible without their leadership and without the work of their teams. So if you guys are ready, I'll go ahead and get started.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. So this is the first time that I have had the opportunity to present this Commission Priority Report to Commissioner Manuel. So I want to take a little bit of time to talk about this priority and the team. The Commission adopted the Develop and Implement Comprehensive Drought Response Strategy as its newest priority in July of 2021 in the midst of an extremely severe drought. The purpose was to minimize impacts of drought on wildlife and wildlife recreation through the design and development of systems, processes, and protocols mitigating drought conditions. These activities considered tactical, strategic, and public affairs needs during planning and execution. The team was broken down into 3 major teams. Biology, which is currently led by the Acting Terrestrial Wildlife Branch Chief, Allison Haywood. This provides a comprehensive overview for fish and wildlife population management and develops strategies to respond to drought impacts on habitat and species. Infrastructure team, led by Development Branch Chief Chris Cantrell, ensures mitigation strategies to minimize the impacts of drought to wildlife are in place and communicated to staff and volunteers. And then lastly, the Communications and Outreach team that's led by Marketing and Public Affairs Branch Chief Heidi Raymond continues to promote donation opportunities and increase contributions over the last fiscal year for water hauling and develops the framework for opportunities for corporations and businesses to contribute. So this is a very similar map of what you've seen earlier today. Assistant Director Crowder shared a little bit of a more updated version of this map. There's a little less white now than there is here, but again, this is a snapshot of the state's drought indicator. As you can see, drought conditions are much better than the last time I shared this map with you last March and last November. We've moved out of our extreme and severe drought conditions and into abnormally dry and moderate drought conditions. This is another slide that may be familiar to most of you. The drought triggers are tracked by game management units across the state. This is just a snippet of the game management units in one region, but you can see that since last November, we've moved away from that severe and extreme drought, and we do not have any drought triggers occurring at the state in this time. Okay, so we'll kick it off with the biology team first. So since my last extended presentation in November, over 1,200 drought-related non-game actions have been completed, contributing to the continued resiliency of wildlife species. A copper treatment has been completed for the New Zealand mud snail at Page Springs Hatchery. over 400,000 pounds of sport fish have been stocked in Arizona waters for our anglers in FY26, and we have continued work at our wildlife areas, which has led to over 65 actions completed this quarter, ensuring the resiliency of our commission properties and that they're in line with the intent of the acquisition of those properties. I want to spotlight a couple of things for the biology team. The first one is one of the non-game actions that was completed in Region 2, the black-footed ferret translocation. So a little bit about Garland Prairie as a nursery site. A nursery site employs a population of black-footed ferrets for use in translocations rather than natural dispersal. Typically, black-footed ferrets are released onto large prairie dog complexes to breed and disperse on a landscape level. However, a nursery site utilizes smaller and more contained prairie dog complexes where black-footed ferrets above the carrying capacity of the complex can be translocated to other places. Garland Prairie is actually the first attempt at creating a black-footed ferret nursery site anywhere in the nation.
And look who's in that picture.
I know. Very familiar. That's awesome. So the initial translocation of black-footed ferrets to Garland Prairie occurred on September 8th, 2025. There were 3 male and 3 female black-footed ferrets released. A 30-day post-release survey found a minimum of 4 black-footed ferrets on the prairie. A midwinter survey found a minimum of 2, 1 male and 1 female. And then a follow-up translocation just occurred on March 10th, 2026, where 4 male and 2 female black-footed ferrets were released. Future survey efforts will monitor the black-footed ferret population to determine if breeding is occurring and to identify black-footed ferrets for future translocations. Another non-game spotlight is the annual snore and pronghorn capture and release events in Region 4. In December, BOMA captures took place in both the Cabeza and Kofa captive breeding pens. The Cabeza pen received significant rainfall at the end of last year, with just over 2 inches recorded between October and November. If you know anything about Yuma, 3 inches of annual rainfall is what we get. So to get 2 inches between October and November is significant. This rain allowed for a continuation of excellent forage conditions inside the pen and within the Childs Valley throughout December. The pen biologists, with aid from Fish and Wildlife personnel, captured 21 pronghorn in the north herd and 18 in the south. The north herd was processed and 5 yearling bucks were taken to the holding pen on the Barium Goldwater Range West for release. 3 yearling does were given new VHF collars, and the 2025 fawns were given color-coded ear tags. The south herd was processed, but no animals were released from this herd. We collared the yearling does with new VHF collars and gave the buck fawn an ear tag. And then the Kofa pen surrounding King Valley also received over 2 inches of rainfall between October and November, providing excellent forage conditions in the pen and surrounding areas heading into the winter months. Pen staff captured 22 animals in the Kofa pen. During processing of the Kofa herd, 4 bucks were taken to the newly constructed holding pen at Clancy Tank on the Kofa National Wildlife Refuge. 4 of the previously uncolored does in the pen were given new VHF collars, and all of the 2025 fawns were given color-coded tags. We've been very busy at our wildlife areas, as I mentioned earlier. There have been over 65 actions taken this quarter to improve the resiliency of our wildlife areas. Some of those actions include installing a flow meter to track pipelines post the Dragon Bravo fire at the House Rock Wildlife Area, completion of a prescribed burn at the Raymond Wildlife Area, perimeter fence repairs on existing fence line completed at the Coal Mine Wildlife Area. We hired a surveyor to determine the exact boundary of Cunningham Tracks, as well as met with the Coronado National Forest to discuss proposed action and special use permits amendments for the Clough Ash Creek Pipeline Project, and then the grubbing of brush and vegetation in Pond 1 in preparation for natural resource damage assessment and restoration pond rehab at the Clough Ranch Wildlife Area. I'd like to highlight some of the work that has been done by Region 6 out of the Robbins Butte Wildlife Area. The Robbins Butte Wildlife Area also includes some land that's been deeded to the Commission. It's 2,740 acres under the jurisdiction of Public Land Order Number 1015, or PLO 1015. PLO 1015 lands are managed by the department as a wildlife coordination area through the 1954 cooperative agreement. And so some recent work done out at Robbins Butte PLO 1015 includes large-scale removal of stink net and mustard plant. And you can see here that before and after that, stink net's an invasive species, and it creates this this mat-like system across the landscape, which keeps native flora from being able to flourish and creates a fire hazard. So that was all hand pulled by a DFFM contractor. And then you can see here that we also planted 215 Goodings willows in this riparian area. Again, both of these actions work to ensure the resiliency of our commission properties. Okay, our hatchery inspections for aquatic invasive species. The department's 6 hatcheries are inspected on a regular basis for the presence of AIS using visual inspection techniques and eDNA. The total number of eDNA samples that have been taken at hatcheries since November, when I last gave this presentation, is 25, and they did just finish a copper treatment for the New Zealand mud snails that were found at Page Springs Hatchery. Okay, our infrastructure team has some exciting highlights. 82 of the 100 ranch bots that we have purchased for this fiscal year have been deployed. Water trailers across the state are being renovated to more effectively haul water to remote sites. 22 of our wildlife water redevelopments have been completed for FY26, and almost 2 million gallons of water was hauled across the state in 2025. Something that I'd like to spotlight with the infrastructure team as we are moving into warmer months very, very quickly is the department's proactive approach to water management. So wildlife water protocols are implemented regionally to maintain waters and hauling needs. So right now, March and April are the months that our wildlife managers are out in the field making these preventative hauling evaluation checks, making sure that all of the waters are functioning, that they're holding water, and seeing if anything needs to have water proactively hauled to it. Since January, almost 40,000 gallons of water have been preventatively hauled to wildlife waters. The department has also implemented a May water hauling challenge to challenge ourselves, our volunteers, and other wildlife conservation organizations to proactively haul as much water as necessary in the month of May. And we are currently developing a targeted list of wildlife waters to achieve these goals. There have also been efforts like permanent polypipe installation in Region 5 to more effectively get water to drinkers when necessary. In Region 4, we've hired a temporary wildlife technician that's been with us since January that's helping with the maintenance of our waters to make sure that they are all functioning before the summer months. Region 4 has also hired 2 water hauling interns that we're really excited to get next month. We had 2 of them last year, and we were able to secure 2 more interns for this summer. The regions are also utilizing water suppliers from different locations to shorten distances and enhance efficiency of our water hauling efforts. The department is also expanding our capacity to manage wildlife through partnerships. One of those partners has been the Department of Defense, and I would like to share the short video that Deanna and the AV team put together of one of those efforts from last year in Region 4. This was a really cool opportunity, not only for us to utilize that partnership, but the service members that were on that CH-53 after they filled the drinker with water could see the sheep coming down and drinking out of the drinker. So that was a pretty cool experience for them too. Region 4 has other military partners that are eager to help with future opportunities to provide water to wildlife and give their service members valuable training. Region 5 is also building relationships with their Department of Defense partners as well, in hopes of being able to use those partnerships to get water to wildlife. Another partner, or should I say partners, that have been instrumental in our wildlife water hauling and infrastructure is our local wildlife conservation organizations. These organizations have made contributions by participating in wildlife water builds and redevelopments, hauling water, purchasing trailers, purchasing trash pumps, upfitting our trailers, making them more suitable for the terrain that we haul water in, purchasing remote water sensors, and more. And last but certainly not least, our volunteer support has been so important to the success of our water developments and water hauling efforts. This is just a screenshot of a video that was developed by the marketing team that sort of follows the life of a game and fish volunteer while they're hauling water. I'm not going to play it for everybody, but if you do decide to check it out on our YouTube channel, you'll find that the passion from our state's volunteers and what they have for wildlife is just unmatched. In 2025, across the state, volunteers worked over 7,000 hours hauling water alone, which equates to about $250,000 worth of match. We're really grateful for their passion, and they have already been out hauling water this year, so over 400 hours have been volunteered in January and February just from our volunteers to haul water alone. Okay. Moving on to the highlights from our marketing sub-team. The team mailed a thank you letter to past donors, which have provided examples of how donation funds were spent in the previous year, as well as a Send Water sticker. And this contributed to the record highest December for Send Water donations, and it was over $25,000. The team also presented information on Send Water efforts to the Santa Cruz Watershed Collaborative meeting in November. And then Stevie Kelso from Region 2 attended a World Water Day event in Sedona on March 21st, where we provided stickers and a Send Water mailer from our 2025 campaign to use as a handout and encourage donations. She shared that the event was a hit and that the brochures that we brought were well received. She also added that many people had no idea about the work that the department does to keep water on the landscape for wildlife. So it sounds like it was a very successful opportunity to reach new audiences with our resiliency messaging and spreading the word about Send Water. The marketing team also explored the opportunity to share some broader resiliency messages on social media. This is an example of that. This is the thick-billed parrot post, which resulted in, it went viral, whatever that means. This resulted in outreach through the roof to almost 500,000 people. So historically, this is just a side note, we would be starting our paid campaign, our paid Send Water campaign in June. But last year we started around Memorial Day and saw success with moving up that start date. So as a result, this year we are planning to launch at the same time around Memorial Day, and that paid campaign typically runs through the end of September. Now I'd like to share our metrics relative to the cost of drought. So in the calendar year 2026, we've spent approximately $1.8 million on the redevelopments of wildlife waters and almost $61,000 to haul water. Our Send Water donations for the fiscal year to date is just over $229,000, and again, our paid campaign will start up next month. In conclusion, these metrics will be presented monthly in the Commission Priority Report, and the team leads, as well as myself, will be available for questions. Updates on progress tactics and revenue metrics are presented to the Commission twice a year, so you guys will see me again in November.
Great. Commissioner Buchanan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments. First of all, thanks for all your great work in all of this, especially laying out these priorities. And I think it comes to life how we at our level can present a priority and then unleash you with your innovation and creativity. Karen Klima before you, but how you've taken this. It's not just about reporting back to us. It's actually about doing work in concert with that priority. So it's made a huge difference. On the cooperation with DOD, I want to commend the department for continuing to be relentless in pursuing partners. Listen, the reason DOD wants to fly missions or conduct aerial surveys with us and everything is not just because they're nice guys and like Sonoran pronghorns or whatever. It's because there's a benefit to them for military readiness. So when we catch these things and request for help, whether it's hauling water or using UAV feeds and their IR sensors to find whatever it is we're looking for, all these kinds of things, if you can couch it into such a way to help them build readiness, they're going to seize onto that. They have to fly anyway. I mean, they have to do these things anyhow. And if you can make it about a real mission with a real purpose, you're going to be a lot more successful. And then the last comment, just on this commission priority as a whole, if you went back about, and this is really for you, Commissioner Emanuel, if you go back about 3 years, this used to be about drought. We intentionally changed it to make it about resiliency because it wasn't going to be singularly focused on drought. Sometimes, certainly, we need to help create a resilience environment and resilient wildlife so that they can handle the impacts of drought. But we're seeing right now, I mean, actually across the state, our drought conditions look good. That doesn't mean our work stops. Okay, because we also have, think about the Dragon Bravo fire last year. That wasn't so much drought, that was a wildfire, and probably lack of thinning of fuels and all kinds of things contributed to this, and probably some poor management decisions in the fire. But the result is we have dealt with huge impacts. So the extent to which we can do things like control burns and promote things so that we have more resiliency on the landscape, that's absolutely critical. I appreciate the approach you've taken. Drought is certainly a big part of it, but it's not the only thing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danielle. Madam Chair, item 16 is Chairman, Commissioners, and Directors' comments.
Great. Commissioner Kerr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a great time at the expo. It was my first experience, and to say I was impressed was an understatement. It was very well done, and it was great to see everybody out, and I recommend it to anybody. Thank you.
Did you take the stickers and were you able to terrorize small children?
I did, but it became clear to me really quick that I wasn't doing it right, and my wife basically took over that
Good.
job for
Okay,
me.
well,
so,
good. I'm glad it worked.
anyway.
Thank you. Commissioner Buchanan.
All I can say is it's 17:47 and I have a date with a high-quality adult beverage.
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too enjoyed the expo. I know the department puts a lot of work into that, and a lot of your staffs are out there every year to support this thing. It's on a Saturday and a Sunday, so you're giving up weekends. Your staff is giving up weekends. We appreciate that. Really good feedback this year from a lot of people, so congratulations on that. Also wanted to note, the hour's late, but today's a good meeting. I always compliment the people in Arizona. We have engaged constituents here. They care about what we're doing. They're following, they're contacting commissioners, they're contacting all of you. So I applaud that. Yes, it's a long day to hear all that, but that's what makes, I think, the Arizona Game and Fish Department the best agency in the country. Because we have people that are engaged, people that will work with us, people that are willing to help with these things, and it makes a difference. So for everyone that provided comments, no matter what it was on, we appreciate that. it helps us become a better agency and a better commission. I'd also like to thank the leadership staff. A lot of these WCOs are conservation groups. They hold annual banquets. They help us with our special big game raffle tags to get raffled out there. And for the department to react and get the message out there on the Game and Fish website makes a big difference just because it's a bigger target audience. I can guarantee you the sales increase just because that note was put out there by the Game and Fish Department. So I appreciate that. My last comment is there was a great meeting this week with department leadership and our Wildlife for Tomorrow organization, which is the funding partner of the Arizona Game and Fish Department. We kind of laid out a new vision of cooperation and how we can go forward with this. It's exciting to both organizations to do this, and I thank the department for, I'm going to say it bluntly, helping Wildlife for Tomorrow understand a clearer vision going forward. So thank you for that. That's all.
Commissioner Manuel.
Madam Chair, first I would like to apologize for forgetting to address you first before addressing a speaker earlier. I'm learning the process.
I didn't notice, so that's okay.
I wanted to say that also that the expo was great. I'm usually preparing and setting up for our chapter turkey banquet that date, so I've never been able to go, but this year it was a different day, so I was glad to be there for that. But also, just with how much we've heard today about how much the department does and the challenges that are facing us moving forward, there's a lot more that goes on with volunteers than just hauling water and things like that. So if you want to do something or you care, don't just wait for a agenda item to come out. Message us, message the department, tell us about your interest. There's something happening year round, and the department can always use your help.
Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone that wrote in, called, text about some of the issues that we addressed today, the constituents. I really appreciate their interest and the time that they took to let us know what their thoughts were, what their ideas were. It's extremely helpful. And I think I received more this last week and probably 2 weeks than I have in the past. So thank you so much for taking the time to do that. Also, to all of our presenters today for taking the time to put together such concise, great information, and the PowerPoints were just fabulous. So thank you. I know it's not easy. It's probably not part of your wheelhouse every day to do that kind of thing, but thank you so much. I want to thank Tony and his group for those great stickers that you had made for me. Those were so cool. Kids loved them. I had lines. Do you have those special stickers? You know, and it was really cool to see the kids know. And they actually said, one of the kids said, he brought his mug and he says, I have one from every year. And he says, I think maybe you should put a year on it, you know, so that I can keep track. And I thought, no, because I want them, if we have any left over, I want to be able to use them year after year. So there's good news and bad news. But just thanks to everyone for being here. And with that, I will turn it back to the director.
Madam Chair, item 17 is future agenda items and action items.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Mr. Director, we had 3 action items captured today. The first one was for the department to evaluate the feasibility of adding the language to be determined in the regulations, specifically the commission orders, that provides the commission flexibility on the timing of determinations made on quail bag limits during approval of commission orders. This would occur in preparation for the next commission order cycle of April 2027. The second action item was for department recommendations regarding bighorn sheep, that the department ensure recent surveys have been conducted to support unit recommendations where an increase of tags is recommended, and if necessary, identify funding opportunities, additional survey time, and opportunities to partner with wildlife conservation organizations on those survey efforts. And the third action item was for the department to return to the commission with evaluation of a pursuit-only bear season and develop options for consideration on the next hunt recommendation cycle. And I believe we captured all of them.
Great.
Good.
Are we good?
Sounds good. Madam Chair, Item 18 is the litigation report, which takes longer to announce what it's going to be than it does to do it.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I have no report today.
Madam Chair, that, unless you want to run back through the agenda really quickly.
No, I think I'm
that
good, but
concludes our
thanks for
agenda.
asking. I
Thank-
really appreciate it.
Thanks to
With
the
that, I
commission
need
and
a
everybody
motion.
from the department that was here today then.
Yeah.
So moved.
I need a, so moved, okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it passes. Oh, opposed, say no. Okay, I'll kill you. With that, thank you all for being here, and the meeting is closed.